According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? I have a rabbi, like Musaf Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's have a soilam, like Musaf Sfar. As it says, therefore, one should say, I have a rabbi in the morning, and I have a soilam at night. So like Musaf Ashkenaz, I guess this is word, Chachmei, Tzorfat Ashkenaz. Shmuel says Allah, that if somebody when do you say Birkus HaTorah? The Buddha says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah should be set. But not even a medrash that tells you the halach. One says even medrash. The other one says you say Birkus HaTorah even from Mishnah. Rabbi says you say Birkus HaTorah even tomorrow. And Rashi says because that's the equal Torah. This is great for the young people. The Torah is the main part of Torah because from that halach comes out and it's the logic behind the Mishnah and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off the words of the Mishnah. So Shmuel says, what bracha do you make up in the Torah? Lazik in the Torah. Higher than you finish off with a bracha. Rabbi says, which says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives the strength and is powerful and makes the highest strong in the Torah. Therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kohanim brought the part of the Talmud in the morning and they salted the orange, Zad Kohanim would pronounce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Rabbi, and according to Rothschild'S, it's Yotzer Art, and then they would say something. And they would say Shema, three brachas to apply Israel. Which is said, you see that brachas are not mine. In other words, if there's two brachas, if you guys are not one, similar, let's say for tefillah, let's say just a bracha, actually that, and that's your right. You only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one, you guys. That's true. In fact, that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Art, then it's a great truth. Why? Because why did they say have a rabbi? Have a rabbi you can take all night long. There's no time for it. But if they said I have a rabbi, then there's no proof because perhaps they said it when it was true. The Zohar is only when the light was down, and maybe they said it later on. The word Zohar and the perhaps they said both brothers. We like to say that it's not ma'akim, that the seder is not ma'akim. You can say one before the other. It doesn't matter in what order. And it's wonderful thing. For them, because everyone else they're just captivated. Like you kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all crazy too. It's not. It's a great supporting group to a degree. Bracha is not your base. Although the Beis Hamikdash, they would say that service the difference from Chorban Misakin that after the Beis Hamikdash, you shouldn't say a service the difference because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. We Shemana says the difference. Today, a service the difference is so important that one should say it in private but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros of Kohanim. Every week a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say Melacha, and he would say, you might go through a series of questions regarding the brachas. So the person starts in Myrav, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shabbos. He says Yoitz of Ar, but he finishes off a Myrav Arabim. And the same thing in Shabbos. He thinks he's saying Myrav Arabim, and he finishes off Yoitz of Ar. In both cases, he's Yoitz because he finished off correctly. In reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shabbos he started off Yoitz of Ar, but he finished a Myrav Arabim, and in Myrav he started off Myrav Arabim, finished Yoitz of Ar, he's not Yoitz. The person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying shahakal, and he finishes off Gofen, he's Yotze. What about bracha groina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates, and he finishes off correctly. He started off brickles. But he finished off being sholish, the bracha groina. He's Yotze because even the brickles that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate. Tov Shahata. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore, you can go to if a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes it off. So we're going to come up with the Gemara made it a time. The Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya. Because according to Rav, when it comes to Kriya's Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Amar V'Aravim, that's enough, that's a bracha in Israel. According to Rabbi, Baruch Atah Hashem Amar V'Aravim, or you to art, it's not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, like Pegu Melech Ha'ilam, in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Kriya's Kriya Shema, because Kriya's Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's yoycha. The person does not say Shviyatze in the morning and Emun at night. He's not yoycha the mitzvah of Kriya Shema Kula. It says in the pasuk Yachani Bagosh Chazacha that for Rothschild'S you have to give Shvach in the morning and the evening. When you say Shema Esher, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, we say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshas would bend his knees and bow down quickly, and when he said the word Hashem, it would be like a snake, he'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the kriyas. So if we know it's like Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hamelech HaKadosh or Melech Oyim Zoko Mishpat? So according to Rabbi, that's the halacha, he's not yoytzel, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's yoytzel. If a person has the ability to daven for his friends and doesn't daven for his friends, he's considered a sinner. If he has the ability to daven for his own he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. The person is over an Aveira, and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, and it makes him finish. Not only are they Muslim on that Aveira, but they're Muslim on all of the Aveiras. How we know this? We know this from Shol. Shol brought down Shmuel and Shemayim through the Hoy. And Shmuel says, why did you bring it down? He says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentioned that he tried the Urim and Tumim. He's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Noy with the Urim and Tumim. So I didn't know that Shol was forgiven. Because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed with your children, and you'll be with me. Says Gemara, we might have pizza, which in other words, Shol was Zoycha to being Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous sentence. Or, because the Gevinim, they said they'll forgive Shol, if Shol gives them 7 of his sons, and they kill. Obviously, they hated Shol. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shol was a Fakir Hashem. Said the Gemara that it wasn't the Gemara that said it, was Hashem that announced it. Hashem and others forgave Shol. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute them to say Parshas Balak in Kriya Shema, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Torah Shochet with Aryeh with Tel Aviv. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of the Shachtochon Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it because the Tzibur was very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha. Or a take the page for the Sama. Why do we say the parsha? Because they include the amazing concepts. Include the concept of all mitzvahs. We start with all mitzvahs. They include Hashem says about one mitzvah. You take Mitzrayim, Asher, it says something Mitzrayim. The words Akri Lavavim come to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Akri Neichem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Akri Zoynim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, there's a famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rav Lozman Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the pasuk of Tizkor, that you Tizkor, that you try all Yimei Chayecha, all the days of your life. Yimei Chayecha are the days you may. All Yimei Chayecha, that Shulchan means the night. You should say parsha of the night. How say no? All Yimei Chayecha comes to include Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis have a wonderful day.
And the way that we're going to buy into it is because our memory sucks. Because that's how they're going to sell it. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember your phone number when you were kids? my grandparents were using mine. That's yeah, it's chapter 2 to 1 June or Easter.
Bracha is not being given. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geulah from Babel, Horas, but we will be mentioning the Tzrayim. So it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geulah from Gog and Magog. The Pasuk says, "In the place of Kadosh, I'm going to give you a brand new Geulah. It's going to be so large, you're going to forget about the other Geulah." And Moshe, the first time, bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and he was saying, later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story, he tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other two stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, that he did a snake. Lion Scroll is going to be so busy with the Geulah of Gog and Magog, he's going to forget about all the other Geulahs that they have. But now, there's going to change Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. You can look at the Quran Yaakov, we see we do that every day. The answer is because the book himself of Yaakov Avinu, Yaakov, after he changed his name, there's no mitzvah. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, Torah tells us not call him Avram. Therefore, the name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. This is the right to Allah bin Hasay to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Lord tells us that the book is called Avram Avinu. This is what we need to call her. But he didn't tell us. So therefore, we call her Sarai. We're not Oiver of Israel. Now we finish the first parak of Shas, which is Zoicha, to finish all the prophets of Shas together. Says the Mishnah. If a cipher was fixing the Sefer Torah, and the way you fix the Sefer Torah, you say the words yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not going to Kriyishma, it's not a Kriyishma. But if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, then it's going to, unless you hold, like the Manora that says, mitzvahs, tzrichos Havana, and then you would have to have Havana to be going to the mitzvah of Kriyishma. You are going to be discussing the Mishnah, that is, different cases of somebody stopping in the middle of Shema to say hello to his friend, or to answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that could kill him. Then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him, and answer him, smack him over. If it's out of honor, cover. So if it's between Krakow, and let's see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to Rabbi, according to Rabbi, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody anytime, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, the middle between Sukkim in the middle of the parak, according to Rabbi, you're not allowed to answer. According to Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is being a prophet? In a prophet means between the two prophets of Kriyishma before Kriyishma, between the second prophet of Kriyishma and the prophet of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and the Vayomer, between the parsha of Shema and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yaakov. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yaakov. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. The first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Olam Shema, and that's in the parsha of Shema. Then why is Vahoyim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because Vahoyim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriyishma must be said only in the Lashon HaKodesh because it says Vahoyim as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriyishma Torah in any language, it has to be Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi was actually like a Havamina. I want to say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in. How old you can say Kriyishma in English. Rabbi says, no, Kriyishma has to be said in Lashon Kodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. How old you're young to even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word Bahoyu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemaya in instead of in Shemaya, you're not young, that has to be in order. Rabbi learned that from the Hay of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have Havana, the proper intent, in order to go to it? You don't have that proper intention either. According to Rabbi, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha, and that's how we pass it. So the person just has to have the first pasuk, and he had some itis and he didn't say the rest of Krishma, he's going to halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema with Havana, as it says, and therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Priscilla, you're allowed to say Krishma while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in parsha, you must have kavanah because it says Aleph Avecha, and therefore the whole that you have to stand still and say the whole first parsha so you have kavanah. Once it says Aleph Avecha, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you can just read it without kavanah. And you're yoitz. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're yoitz. What about the fact that in the second parsha it says Aleph Avcha, the daber bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yeshua holds that up until that point, Aleph Avcha, you have to have three of the kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words the daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the Torah is telling us the lamata is b'neichem, the daber bam. You must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk and learn. He says in Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say echad, if you left the dalet, it's very hard to do it as a Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it if you're money. Then the Torah gives you arichat yom. Rabbi says as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comment echad. If you say quickly, it might sound like a shema. You shouldn't do that. Okay, Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word echad very, very long. He said, "Listen, the only thing you have is to think in your head that the one plus one, the Shemayim and the Ardi and the four Ruchos. There's no need to be my Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Krishma. He was actually talking Krishma. So what he would do is he put his hand on his eyes and he would just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And the machlok is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Krishma. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over the Talmidim every single day, talk about the Tzis and Tzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei, the Tzis and Tzrayim, or he wanted to be master the Tzis and Tzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild'S Daf Yudalid. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, geschmack, with a lot of visual aid, search for our share online on YouTube under Rabbi Daf Yomi or Eli Savansky, and come see for yourself why since the beginning of Rothschild'S over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer it. Since the Gemara, if you can do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you can do that with Melo Chala, which Chala is under the Rabbanan in Kriya Shema. They're right, so although Chala is a Persimmon, nevertheless, compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Halal Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Halal or Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody, they're not talking. It's between paragraphs and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a Halal, like a Rosh Chodesh, then you can say hello to somebody, answer them in the middle of the paragraph. His background Rabbi didn't answer to Rabbi Bar Shava was because he didn't think he was positive enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covenant. In fact, it's passing that in our days, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of Halal, you're in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Sharla Nation if they have covenant. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food that's less than obvious and it's on a title to show you what times we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house and say hello to him before you die. That would be a fear that goes horrible. You go visit your friends, or you're having to go to your friends for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also Razi's Chachotza. You're not allowed to take care of your business or your personal things before davening. Eventually to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApp, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though. That if one has become like a Baruch Hu, says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Because Baruch Hu isolates Rabbi. Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. And in the same concept we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, he's so full of Torah that they won't tell him any of his surahs during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered bin aprakim? There's machlokes between the head of Shema, Emes, and V'yatzeh. Is that considered between the prakim? The Mishnah says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because you bring the prakim Hashem and the Kim Emes, so it's one continuation. So machlokes. Once a person says that then the Shema Hashem and the Kim Emes, you actually use the word Emes again. According to Rabbi, you must repeat it again. But the Rabbi, you don't repeat it. The Torah brings a very interesting lesson. The Rabbi heard someone of Talmud say, Hashem and Kim Emes, Emes V'yatzeh. He said, but Emes Hapsi Bahai. You guys grabbing onto every Emes doing the wrong thing. It's a halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Myriv, you start, you must finish. According to Rav, what does it mean to start? To say, that barely plays that's it. Once you get the Bamarka Alehem, you have to continue the whole parsha. The Baba holds that's not considered a start, and therefore, if you just say that until Bamarka Alehem, then you can skip everything and go all the way to Hashem and from heaven. Abai says that our minute is you start, you say the beginning of the parsha, and therefore that creates a key for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha Alehem. Rav says that if you say the third parsha, then you're going to say Emes V'Emunah. But if you don't, if this is a Myriv, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say, Mo'edim Anatullah, Hashem, Shoktitzenu Meretz Mitzrayim, you put us out of Mitzrayim, you redeemed us from slavery, but Sisal Nisim B'Puris Ha'ayam, and you did tremendous things for us on the water, V'Sharallah, and we sang to you, what did we sing to you? Micha Mo'echa B'Elim Hashem, and then you continue from that point on, all the way to God Yisrael, and then you say Shemon Ezra. Shir Bar Yochai says, not only is the parsha Shema, all Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first. But the parsha Shema has three concepts to it. L'mod, l'lamed, l'laso. It says in the parsha, "B'dimar t'bam," that teaches us to learn Torah. L'lamed, that teaches others, not to live on. And laso is to do, to take action, shartam, put on tefillin, usafim, you write in the bosom. And that's why the four volume Shemaya, Shemaya only has the lamed, which is not them, it's the reichel, the davabam. The laso is again shartam, usafim. Finally, the final parsha by Yomer is only to do. Take action. Also, like sisters to make. One must put on tefillin and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, he must say it's because his shliach, the person that went to get tefillin, took a long time and he was worried that he was going to miss my Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Kriya Torah, and teach Torah, which is what Asiyah says Rashi. And then only afterwards, you would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. We don't have to say there's no riot from this. That's because the reason why this is Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema. So why are we reading the story? We're reading Rabbi Shimon ben Gorcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Malchus Shemayim, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to the person says Kriya Shema, without tefillin on, according to Ula, it's made in the Shakir, it's testified position where it's tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah, you're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a carbon oil without doing the mitzvah walking, without the suffix having.
Simultaneously, that's why I think shot from the back end, and I think the if he wasn't involved, he was like the guy. frame it on, but I think he was. I think he told the comment on it as well. Yeah. Did you ever read that thing about
Rothschild'S snapped as well. Really says
what is JFK?
the process of whole month of
They showed the side by side. They really looked like each
first
other.
wash his hands, say Krishma, put on tefillin, and all that. Not only that, this was the first zone search for water for say as his mouth. Like this is mouth. Water water. Look for water up until a person, which is probably 3 miles, so the direction they can travel. They're go first, maybe try to look for water, there's water, go quick to go, it's probably 4,000
For sure.
years. The Mishnah says, here, what Hashmiel Tanakama says, Yotza, it's a very long story. It's almost match up following watch me. Not hour was that's their right. It's pretty fun when you have 4 species. Everything says, well, first half of the traffic. Say, out of November, you're hard. Every year, it says, half the year, it says, Shema. They have your living the time. Right, so that's your Yotza, your enterprise. That's true. Don't have that. That wasn't his very right. It says, not bad, it says that so, yeah, the Gemara says that you touch the beers that you are not going to agree by the Rabbanon,
then you realize that
was third, but
trying to demonize the peace love
Gemara says
stop the war movement,
that just like
and then what to stop the anti-war movement,
so to
do something to curb
that
change. So their strategy was to check if he's in the
Just like the wolf. You go big and it's quiet, but when it comes out there, it's out. It's like screaming. Everybody goes in. Everybody goes down alive. It's amazing. This is still 15, 1960. It's like amazing. It's amazing. 10 years. It doesn't function. All the things you gotta tell the Lord to a holy welcome.
This world's crazy.
Just like
the crazy. The culture is crazy.
Out of his
These are nuts. Everything is flying.
all the
Very psychedelic. Nixon comes
Take a
along back in
person
70 and passes this. He makes everyone act, makes all LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the
You learned in the Mishnah.
civil rights movement at the same time.
All the words.
This man, so it's a concerted effort across the board. Stop the anti-war
One word better as a
They were like, we're losing control and
People
power.
got them.
And so,
Out of
I mean, it was a legal thing to tell us,
like
you kind of got it.
it sounds like I live with them.
Like, they asked me, they don't have this.
Stop between
Oh my God, these hippies are murderers. Murderers, freaks on drugs. Women with babies out of most, probably one of the most church shifts in this country.
if somebody is very careful, says Krishna, lower the temperature, elevator that perhaps we have to say the instruction regarding Krishna, how to run your tool, how to write, how to do the precision. We should always say that have to do with Shemai. Or it says, no, that's only by the circle we get all the instructions and the person will have the color. So there's shelf between Satan and our studio.
Yeah, it was offensive. It completely demonized any peace, love, and those people became a real problem. Now it's zero tolerance. It's kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts. It was really all engineered by the government. It's really that.
Rabbi stopped the Zion. The word tells us, I'm going to let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So you can back with the power. So if a person makes a mistake in English, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Vishoracha, and he's not sure where he's holding it. He's holding at the end of the first parasha that has a Vishoracha. Perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, better than the other two parashas. Therefore, so that perhaps he missed the word or something. The third parasha only said every single word. You don't have to finish it. You have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree at a time of Kriyashma time. They're allowed to say Kriyashma on top of a tree. So by then, the first part of Kriyashma, they stop working and they concentrate on the first part. Who tells you Rishonim that they concentrate on the entire first part? But when it comes to Shemon Esrei, you must come off the tree and have Shemon Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned that they're able to have the proper kabbalah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they're allowed to stay and remain on top of the tree. What makes a distinction between the worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food? One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and he shouldn't cause a loss in his boss. So therefore, when you daven Shemon Esrei, you should only say the Shemon Esrei known as having named. It's a shortened Shemon Esrei where you say the first three brachas and the last three brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 3 to 4 words. Like you see in the picture, this is from a siddur given to servicemen in the army in the 1940s. When you say Krippus Hamazon, the 4 brachas, you say the first one, and the second and third bracha, you combine the fourth one is on the Rabbanon, you have to Since it's all their bottom, they don't even wash and say it works. There's food. Be careful not to be a chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner, and you shouldn't do business. You shouldn't do it. You know, they said the mitzvah other than this. Somebody is occupied in the mitzvah. He doesn't have to say fish for the big sefer. And from moving left, we learn without physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a psula. Therefore, he is further from Krishma because he has a combination of two things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person is preoccupied but not in the mitzvah. For instance, his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah. It's chayiv in Krishma because he's obligated to take preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an other, it's also not a mitzvah in his chayiv, all the mitzvah. Person who married Allah, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied. Therefore, he's chayav in Krishma. The Lord tells us that Rabbi himself, when he got married, he did say Krishma because he knew about himself that he could be makaven. And the Lord says that anybody who's a musaf, has chazaf, and he's a chacham, and he could be makaven during Krishma, he's allowed to say Krishma. But anybody that's not musaf, according to Rabbi, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechaveh." And Chacham say that he could say Krishma regardless. And all who just lost a loved one is also the baby himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment without. And that is in a time that the issue of bathing was called the Rabbi. The first day. The first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to two other sources, the person who loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of the Rabbi, we stand up from Menachem, we stand up from Menachem, and we don't make the bracha of the Hava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody who loses a slave? We say, Hamatem, Yimalach, and Sreitah, like we do for any other object one might do. There's no spade in on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, when they touch on the Chacham, then you could say, "Oy, ish, toy v'nemon," to the enemy. Wow, what a great person he was. And he was trustworthy. And in Gehenna, he worked without any kosher. Therefore, you don't say any husband on a slave. You don't call slave Mr. or Abba or Zuma. Because in those days, a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless the slave is a fashion slave, and then you can give him that surname. There's only 3 Abbas. I'm from Yitzchak. You have 40 months, and we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Juve one of her Abbas. Because the Chashivas is up to 3 Abbas and 40 months. Whoever is careful with Krishma and Shmona Esrei, says the Gemara, they'll have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different filas that the Amoraim and Tanoim would say after Shmona Esrei in order to make the Shmona Esrei their own. And the time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava, a achor, reis, shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have Kayv, and we should wake morning and find that we have Shemayim, and we should find one. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and ois and chasidus, and you should give us graciousness. And you should use good and give us the king. So the next of the neighbors we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, our occupation should be clear, and we shouldn't have pain in our hearts, and we shouldn't have big eyes, should have wealth, you should have Ahavas Torah, Yerushalayim, and Shemalalos Toshas and Toiva. Rabbi would say, Rotim Ufonam, Shitatzilin, the Hazi Ponim, a lot of people think that in the Ponim, the other Roman Tegara, people shouldn't say terrible rumors about us, we should have bad friends and bad neighbors, so that Hamashkis should be Poshim, without the Poshim, they should get rid, whether it's joy or non-joy. Even though Rabbi had guards, he would still say all these. And tomorrow we're going to share with you with the rest of the people having wonderful day.
He says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot, has never shot away. But it was not that far. I'm not saying he can do it 100 times out of 100. The possibility of him having that rifle ready, the car comes into view.
Rothschild'S davening time was continuing with the special davening that Neumann and Rabbi inserted at the end of their Soccer would say, please, because when they fight, war breaks out down below, have peace between them as a Haman, and between people that learn Torah the Shema for their sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their cover. Those who learn Torah for the Shema, they should have the skills to learn eventually Torah the Shema. According to one of you, Rabbi used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're entering us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be speaking, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. Or another, Shaz Alexander said, to name lashes and phone cards, our will, do your will, what's preventing us so urgently so the Sahara. And she would not feel it. The fact that we're about to take those two things away and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on Yom Kippur by Bidui, I actually died. I was not worse after I died. And he wrote something that I shouldn't sin any longer. And whatever I sin, please. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei. Etc. And then he goes on to say, save me from a sure you have a kind of siach that he'd say, when we had a base Hamikdash, we would be marked for Banais on the Mizbeach, and we only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. This kindness that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as a carbon. Beautiful. Then the Torah goes on to say, beautiful, everyone would say, when you finish Yom, everybody destined to die, whether it's an animal being, but famous song, Ashmi Nish, Wella Batera, Wella Batera, brings words of a person who goes over Torah and toils in Torah, but they say Nachas from Yisrael and creates a beautiful Nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Hashem has a good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. The mayor would say, every work with those people, the more believe them, try to understand my ways. Etc. With the Shkadasi, a person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have Yerushalayim in front of your eyes. Watch, guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning. And you should act with show with the haro in your creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. I don't understand it as well as the other one. This is the Gemara. The main focus is and the effort of person to learn the same because you have the same intent. Rabbi used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Gemara, try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person whose answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, but a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, marketplace. The Lord brings away from the Zakai. Never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one that initiates the hello, even to a non-Jew in the Rabbi says the main point of Torah, and that's the ikar in the world, is to do ma'asim tovim and tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah. We're talking about a person who learns Torah. Shalom Shema, the cantor. That means in order to do somebody else, that's a person that's better they shouldn't be created. Physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other, we're not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of a Baruch. The Gemara's famous women don't learn Torah. How are these life of Elam Abba? And how are these life of protection for the Holy God? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnah and Gemara, that they young me, and waiting for their husbands. In those days, their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husband to come back from learning. That's how they share the Torah of Elam Abba. The Gemara brings beautiful bracha that the Chachamim would say to each other, and basically it includes all the limbs of the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufeinu Misubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders. Misubalim, we burden. One man says Alufeinu is that they're our leaders in Torah Misubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is referring to Yisurim. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't do like David and Shaul, that they had bad advisors like Shaitel and Doeg. And we shouldn't have children that go off the desert. Like the pasuk, have you already laid or replaced with tzedakah? More ends have you already laid. One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they are distant from tzedakah, so to speak. That they can sustain themselves, they don't need to come on to a young man. They're forced to help them, and the entire world has to come up with them. Or bring that the Chanina, the famous pastor, would come out and say, Chanina beneath, she doesn't need anything but some Karuvim where the entire system because of the other shot is that Abiri Leib is referred to the Rishai. Like the Gevinim that lived within this Spanish for many generations and they never became Garrett. They didn't see the beauty of finding or the people from Machasio, they would come down from the sky and throw a fire and they still didn't become Garrett. We were allowed to say that we know we're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you shouldn't do malacha, but if you come Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether the person is epic on Chacham, is that considered message you are, is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as the Chacham, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Krishma? You should go on the other side and say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job. That's why you can say everybody knows that he has a job. The reason why he's working is exactly as a guy. Basically, that finishes. Now we finish the second parak and have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, because of Kriyashma, Tefillin, and Esrei, and the Mahlik Gemara, whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, and we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. Rabbi says, before we get into this, first talk about halachics that have to do with the death. The concept called the Rosh, poking fun at the death, funny the death. That includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating from the dead. So you're not going to walk 4 hours within the dead or in a cemetery next to the garden and say, Krishma, that was from Esrei, say, Kaddish, the hill of the death. Say, there's a person who's not even say, third of that. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzit outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession by the dead, it's going to be upset. You say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? If you do, says Gemara, that it's as if he's born for himself. It's also to eat because of the dead. And therefore, one has to eat. He should live, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall, you can't build a wall. So turn back to the dead. As an oval, it's also basic, it's also lean, wine. You shouldn't, says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha. Not a bracha Rishonim, but find out before the other Rishonim. And it's also for other people to be wet to with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat. You could drink wine. And with the burial of his own relative, from all the mitzvahs, like Jewish Tefillin, that's what you can say. I'm not looking for the moral. That's only if the dead is right in front of him. But once he leaves, the house is not there, then there's no longer appeal to, there's no longer a cure to do other business. But the Rashi, you see by Avraham Avinu, that even though he was dealing with everybody and sorrow, so none of them start considering this as sorrow. Still dealing with it in his head and the moment. What about the people that the ones that are in front, they haven't had a chance to hold on yet. So that's also mitzvah. They're also something that mitzvah. If they have a chance to sit the first possible towards the other sheet of the first floor. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones that sing directly to the Avela, Hamacharinachim, and the words of comfort, they are calling the creation. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avela, they are higher in the creation. What about those shemers, people that watch the body? Like in the Gemara, that they're watching them from mice. They are also considered bicycle mitzvah, they are cultivated. You go to the sides and daven while the other watches. On a ship, there's machlokes whether there are mice or not, if that's a concern. Because one man one should watch the bodies, but another man important to go ahead once my patient comes and say, creation. There's a certain tree bones of the sea. You gotta get to see it. But the same Allah applies to the therefore no fake bone before it's a sack or a donkey taking the shit, unless you're concerned that people come and steal the same area or do something to the bone, you can throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses and figure out all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? We're talking about like the Rush, it's not a book under the dead person. They understand. Sometimes my son told me that a dead person can feel pain. Some say this is a showing pain. But if an insect is eating the body, you feel that pain. If there's a mouse called a Yuma in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, in a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that he's coming up. Dead people get information and news from other dead people come up and tell what's going on down below. And in a situation where the person who lived their business says before the sons of the field were wondering if their father who already was with them, did you know about their king? That they're learning it's a positive, amazing. That people's function. Now, these are into the Messiah. They're in this world. You're not concerned about that. Even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But Sadiq is always concerned about and what the people hold for him. Mark talks about Yoyov and Yoyada. That there's nobody like him in the first Mikdash and the second Mikdash. It says perhaps he was toivel and the ice, he cut open the ice and he stood inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sefer of Rav, which is the hardest Sefer of says one day.
Dude, what the fuck is this bullshit?
That's one amazing story. There's one thing he causes, usually when the commercial causes is referred to the Sefer by blood or the Obama, that his wife really bothered him. So he has to the cemetery and was talking about Rosh Hashanah night. He was sitting in the cemetery and heard young girls that were nuclear, they were talking to each other. He said, let's fly around the world and see phone guys. why I'm buried in my social tunnel to read. The stop explains since the body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. Says she tells her, you go out there, tell me what you hear. She went out there and she heard that whoever plans to be Rothschild'S in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Tashvan, the 7 days, and then from the second reveal, and the third reveal 7 days later, whoever plans Hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this pasuk did not plan to be Rothschild, he planned to be Shnia, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trip on his own. So he went and he camped out his cars, and sure enough, he hears the two Levites saying, "Why?" I mean, so he come back and tell me, and she said, "I heard whoever planted in the second reveal, the Shidduch that he's going to come and ruin the crop, so he planted in the first, and therefore he made money, everybody else lost the crop." Says his wife, "How did you know to do this?" So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of a girl that was flying around the cargo, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. So she said, "I know that your daughter was buried in Machzel Shekhanah." Third year, the Chassid goes to the cemetery, and he hears this will fly around, and one grew up to the other. "I cannot fly because my people are already saying they're making fun of my mother, because she buried me." So you see that, you know, more perhaps somebody who's lived there told her. Ziri once gave one, told him exactly what it was, and she also said, "Tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my phone." And that's because she must have heard it from his mother mouth that anyone else. The Gemara says that Avodah Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was lived there, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel. They called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. So he went to these authorities, and he sees that Levi didn't make any time because Levi heard his Rabbi, and he sees his father's crying and laughing. "Why are you crying? Because you're going to be Mr. Soon. Why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual in Shemayim. So big, have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, maybe one of the Shemayim says, 'Where's the money?' The money is buried between our money. This is our money. I didn't want it to get real. I didn't want people to steal it. And they return the money. How do you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different for such a popular person? They got the Shemayim way in advance, have a wonderful day. Rabbi, the other day, the Rabbi was walking in the cemetery and he poked fun at the dead. It seems like Rabbi himself retracted. Rabbi says that the Rabbi tells Moshe Rabbeinu, "Tell the Ovid, the Rabbi Yaakov, that I kept my promise. I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael." You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. One says perhaps they don't really care. Because Baruch wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Rabbi Yaakov, so that Rabbi Yaakov could have a curse that linked to Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done. Was there in the sentence Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, if you speak about a mace, it's as if you speak about a rock. Either they don't care, or they don't know. However, if you speak about a other chashul, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and he pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because the Baruch himself hears that he spoke about the chashul person, but not necessarily that the chashul person heard it and knows something about it. The lady says that you speak about the Chacham, even when Chacham is in the Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about it will fall into Gehenna. As the Jewish lady said, there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Baruch Hu or other things that they put him in Nidus, put him in Chair of excommunication. The Rabbi says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kabbal b'Machaz, that the concept of Saita, somebody has a fear, and the husband suspects her of having a fear, they give it to you. You don't do that with the Yaris and the Shikmar. That's what I mean, how it works. The fact that Shmaina Kali were Jacob did it, they, Mayim on the Arim, they did the Saita before. But the Yaris said that how there was fake water, was a placebo. And for that, the Gemara, that they couldn't even meet him. Says Rabbi that's not true. Rabbi Mahal was a great man. There's nobody like him. Chachma, Tahara, and Yiras Hashem. Therefore, could have been a Rabbi Mahal, who was in fact the Lozer ben Hanoi, who made fun found himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle of full ring. Full ring really liked me. He said, no, I don't want this ring. I want
How long do you think? How long? All right, here's the two ways I think that you can. You either earn it and you stay there for a while and then get the shirt, or the first day you move there, you buy one of those shirts and you wear it like a fucking child. So you're funny. Yeah, I bought it the first day you moved there. No. And a camera to take the fan. So you're and y'all are crazy. No. Y'all boys are crazy. Come on, man. I don't know what you do. A country accent. Let's hear it. Y'all come back now. Say it. Y'all come back now. You hear? Yeah, all right. You kind of sound like a deaf. Let me try the one I used this morning when I saw a young kid walking the streets. You lost, boy. Hey, boy. Hey, you know what it is? Somebody has a little racism to it. Right. Yes, it's here. That's what we're trying to be. That's what he maps in. We're talking about Asian. Wait, who racist now? And honestly, what happened was, Brendan was like, he's tapping into what he like watching Mississippi Burning or whatever with the fucking yeah. Well, but also, no, that's To Kill. No, that's 15 Years a Slave. 15 Years a Slave. That's the Brad. She's white. Yeah. What were you gonna say though, Chris? I was gonna ask you about this Diet Coke post you posted. I'm trying to think. How it's healthy for you. The aspartame's not bad for you. Yeah, man. What about it? Well, there's a lot of how bad DCs are for you. It's not true. Yes, no, that's right. I mean, you may. I'm gonna just throw this over there. No idea what aspartame does or doesn't do. Zero. And you were saying that it's totally safe. When yeah, I think he marketed as safe. You know what he did? I got it this morning on his Amazon Reddit's algorithm. This is funny. No volume? No. So I'm watching it in bed next to my wife. But I'm not turning the volume up, so I'm gonna wait. No volume, you fucking idiot. Yeah, I have an issue with my Instagram right now. Whenever I remake videos, it doesn't include the volume, so I have to pull the video out, upload the video. I posted the real one. You know what? So I guess what I'm saying is, and the reason why I looked at the comments is I was like, oh man, I've never heard yet that. So I was looking to see if is this a thing that out there already. And everyone's only saying that there's no volume on your video. So I got it with you because no, Nick, if you're looking for it, go to plant something. The guy, the original creator of its Instagram is plant something. Right. Plant. There it is. That's the guy for sure. Let's see where this guy okay, so let's see what this guy does. So yeah, all right. So and in the volume part, you guys need some silent. Here's why. The word diagnose why aspartame. Oh, you mean the stuff that's produced over 100 countries worldwide? The acceptable thing you can take, which is such 100 times less than the amount of cause no adverse effects in animal studies done after drink around 17 diets on a day over an extended period. That's not basement term. Just checking. It's horrible for your body. Your body can't even use it. That's an interesting way. Considering aspartame has calories. In fact, it has the same number of calories per gram as sugar. this is what I hear. Because you have two guys. Sure. And he's putting out facts about whatever. He's saying all this stuff. Feels believable. Sure. Okay? Like, I sort of, you just saw his video. Yeah. You'd be like, oh, this video. I'd be like, oh, and that would have an effect on me. Then this, like, upstart young dude comes in like, yo, bro, it's facts, right? And now I'm like, now. It doesn't make me think the other guy's right. It just makes me think, oh, don't believe shit on that. That's exactly. That's exactly what I think. Hey. All I do is if it's in favor of Diet Coke, I'm like, yeah, that guy's right. And I just keep cooking it today. So listen. So I guess what I'm saying is, I guess what I wanted to ask you because I think we all do this is. You can really find anything online that supports whatever you believe. Oh, I just got into this with Brian Cowan the other day because, he's all, pro-vax and all this shit. He keeps sending me, I can find on Instagram and TikTok the counterpoint. I understand. You're not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I sure as fuck don't care what you think about me. You shouldn't care what I think. You send me these videos helping anything. So I guess, and that's why I saw that video when you were looking around that, right? And then I saw this, and I was like, that's what I can think of it. I was like, I guess they call it confirmation bias, whatever. But like, so at what point was first do you think because I sometimes I'll see something, I'll be like, oh, interesting, and I'll go like this. In my head, I'll be like, I can't post it because who the fuck knows if it's true or not? But I don't care about that. Oh, amazing. Okay. So that's hilarious. And it also depends on like messenger. So like if you watch Rothschild regularly, he's pretty information. So he'll let people talk about stuff and he'll just like, he'll mention some shit, right? But then like you go, then you'll see another video. Yeah. It's like, this guy's a moron. Yeah. Information from someone else. Then, no, I know. I don't. So then I'm like, so this is more about me now, because when I call, and people just lie. So how the fuck would I ever know what's really happening? Right? So it's like, exactly. So why do we, my question is, why do we ever do anything because anyone ever said it was healthy or good? I'll tell you why. It's because we had this belief that if elected officials, I understand, DA has our best interests at heart. I don't know if we believe any of that shit anymore. What I'm trying to tell you, I think we believe that the CDC had our best interests at heart. We believe it. Yeah, no, it sucks. It sucks because when COVID happened, obviously, I was like, oh, literally, I started wearing masks, and I was like, oh yeah. I mean, I didn't think that. Why the fuck would the government lie about that? And now you're like, baby. No. But hold on though. This is something. But when that happens, you just go, government. This would be. I wouldn't lie about this. I would want people to be healthy. That's what you want. That's what you want to do. The land moving. The what? The landing on the moon. Jesus Christ! All this Diet Coke is what comes. Land moves. You're like Mongoor and the Mongoor is moon light. I have a picture. Call that. So, but yeah, no, I don't look. Did we land on the moon? Go, back in whenever it happened, we go, yeah, we did, because who the fuck knew any better? And now you see all of look, I honestly don't give a fuck if we landed on the moon first. Like, that's not something I actually care about. You should though, because if they're gonna lie about that, what else are they lying about? I understand, but my point is, okay, we don't know for sure why, but something. No, we do. Well, no, we don't know everything they lied about. Is what I'm saying. No. But the point I'm trying to make is that that there is Like, if you're going to ask yourself, happy, maybe you'll never know, right? But you can look at that and be like, okay, so this guy is up here, he's the assassin that killed him and killed him. Just look at that, look at that same thing. It's like, dude, that's never going to go away. That's going to be the next, big thing that JFK, it's like, and people aren't going to let it go. They're not going to let it go. The government's still operating like it's the fucking 90s. Yeah. But what they don't realize is with the internet in this day and age, they're never have to address it. Put out a video. Exactly, right? They've been spamming this video, and now the new came out, the new thing is that they didn't stutter. Trump was, he was there and informed it. Oh, right. I saw that. Yeah, what with that? Yeah, just say that right away. Dude, I love so Brian used the clip of Logan telling him to shut the fuck up to promote his dates. And the first comment goes, Will Sampson goes, upcoming show, LOL. Yeah, Brian will literally put upcoming shows on any video. He doesn't simply, Brian, why are you posting your own stuff to? Oh, this person wrote on a comment. They're great. Hell yeah. That's the funniest clip. It's today. Dude, there are so fucking many people that come up to me and say, you better wear a lab coat. That's the weirdest. It's so crazy. And it's just like having a watch on the television show that those things are cool. I don't know. I don't even remember. And this one's I was drinking at this time. That's when my face was fat. Right, Jared.
ring, so a ring really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper ring. You want to show him the said, if you weren't fighting, I would put you in favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks. It's not correct. The ring fighter was Zecher, the perfect case. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast him. And Shimon should have said, you deserve Kira, because you know, think now they can touch him outside of Beis Hamikdash. So that's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noim. Rabbi Lazar had everybody home, and in order to take a picheret, earthenware stove, and make it not funny, if it's funny, you have to bring it in pieces. So let's say you chop it up in pieces, and you want to put it back together with sand. Lazar holds this far. It's not good. The Lazar tried to put it down with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. Shemai said the Lazar is right. Places in the Mishnah, but why did True Lady say 24? Situations in the Mishnah where very three times, where the Talmud Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbi in the majority, yelled against the Rabbi, and fought really hard, and that is deserving of Torah. And in some instances, there was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of Israel. It says the dead. When he finds what it's supposed to be, people might miss my creation. Unless it's other passions like Rabbi Yosef, they took him out right before my creation. People listening to a husband or a mitzvah, so to the rush to go out, they should one by one. In other words, one person goes out to speech, I think that kids are dead, but the body in front of them, they think they're both creation together, and the other sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, you didn't even pick me up. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, you're not listening to the other. The outer row is not fucking with you. However, the very volatile is the outer row can see what you heard. Here is this part of the human follow the one that brings the also very popular, but ain't from a labor who somebody doesn't feel Hashem, it's a feel Hashem. There's no such thing as he's a chacham. He's a rabbi. Did they question a person is weird shot? Even though that is embarrassing, he has to remove it in public, he must remove it again. Where those two different cases, why is shot different than both cases? Let's not say tomorrow, when it comes to the Rabbanon. The Rabbanon is not judged as their zera when it comes to human dignity. Therefore, we have the concept of face of God. If there's a field that was plowed through, and there was a grave there, which were sort of like small that are soil are spread out throughout the field. And the Rabbanon, if you're on the way, you're not going to you get on all fours, look through the field, and you see present only the Rabbanon with their eyes, you will get there. If an oval decides, he takes his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go to the base of prize. So the follow to the base of prize for the covet of the oval. Let's give proper honor to King, where it says that the Lord of the would step over the cup here between the body and the top of the aron, and the tumble stays inside that aron, provided there's an opening on the side. So we're not going to have this level. There's a larger person in the heart or something, and you have to kneel. And in order to honor the king, we're not pushing for that aron that doesn't have a cup. So that's the concept of like toilet paper, and you're allowed to carry stones or the bathroom. And this is written not only as this is on four corners, you must take off the garment right away, but it's in a terrible situation, leave it on. When we have the puzzle, I think it's a lot of buying an object from a service, but there's exceptions. You're fighting it. As far as the old person is not your honor, take care of you, you're in fact, you're covered. Why you actually do this? A lot of see it, that's what we need to face. And another really kind of so he's another kind of or he's a person going to do something on his son, or to shut the covered face out, he's not become covered. But if it makes sense to find this dead person, nobody's taking care of, Rothschild'S stopped off. Rabbi asked Rabbi, why is it that the previous generation they had Sarah and immediately would start raining? And we cry, and we daven, and nothing. And don't tell me this is Republic because they are greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning this Republic. Today, Rabbi Yehuda only learned we learned Rothschild'S. Rabbi Yehuda tried to grab and Shmuel's Rabbi status. When we learn Hiftzim and Yodams, how a branch transmits from into the fruit, but the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 30 shatim in there. What is a shot? Shot is that the previous generations, they were moister nefesh, Kiddush Hashem. The word fruit is a very interesting example. One means to be moister nefesh, Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Barahai was walking the street, and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf about them that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. He ran over to her and ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goyah. She could wear whatever she wanted. And he was fined $400. She said, because her name was Muslim, it sounds like $200 in a situation where he owes money to make him a chok for terror. The Gemara says, for a big one position himself by the entrance of the mikvah. So the women don't be asking questions about people. They ask, what about Yitzhar? Women appear to me like white geese. I don't have Yitzhar. So Rabbi would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason. It's theoretic beauty. They can have something that is beautiful and say that it could be really fair. I come from Shevet. Yosef Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Ali Ayin. He's above Ayin Hara. Or Yid Bularay. He's like a fish. Fish without Ayin Hara. There's the water covers Ayin Hara. Or the eye, the big go activation space D5 will not be. He's like from Ayin Hara. Says the mission. Ayin are even if the covenant is the age of Fiddle, it's still because we don't want this father to be worried about his son's spiritual. He has to go to work early in the morning and can't check his chill that early. Fiddle, the covenant, we're concerned won't have a good luck, a clean body. Women, as we know, are covered with all mitzvahs, seishas, mangaram. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time, the morning, evening, they're better than Kriya Shema. Women are covered. And the Kiddush is that I would think that they'd be high in them because it's a slave and it's just a big longevity. Women needed longevity. I would think that the Zuzah would be part of it because it's based on Shvelechem, and then right after it's Safta, it was a Hekesh, just like they're fucking Torah. They should be fucking Zuzah, and they're high in the Zuzah. A woman is high in Shmuel Esrei. Shmuel Esrei brings Rachamim, and women need Rachamim. Even though Shmuel Esrei is Erev, going to Tzarayim, which is Mash Rama, nevertheless, because of the Rachamim. What about Kiddush on Shabbos? He's not like this with the Rabbana. He was definitely high. What is the Rabbana? The type of the Raisa that says, whoever's high in eating Shabbos is high in mentioning Shabbos. They are high. So, says that fights also evening and morning, so it's the Raisa because if you like your husband, the one that's not right, because the same place it says that if you like the father only ate a shear of the Rabbana. Less than severe satiating woman, you might your husband eat fish where you ate a shear of the Rabbana. The Gemara says that Allah has short full revenge was not fair. He said that we shouldn't act, we shouldn't take pride, but you show favoritism before fights. He said, Shisa, Shakana be left. He said, his wife shall, of course, show favoritism. I hold clients from they bring some up. When you're satiating, master on themselves, they say bring some up and given on a pizza like Tuna or the Zayas of the mayor. That's why like this, the mission says this. We know that about Harry, that's actually funny. So how does one say Kriya Shema after that parent? The Mishnah should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Birkus Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi, and Birkus Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, Maharis. Yudah says no. About Gary, he must say Birkus Kriya Shema, he must say Hamaitzi, he says Birkus Hamazon, he says Kriya Shema, whether hearer is Kedibur. Contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does the same effect as saying it with your mouth. According to Rabbi, it has the same effect. So why does it carry over thinking? It's supposed to be saying it. You should not say it now, thinking it in your head. When you're a kidda, hearer laugh Kedibur. So why is he about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say it. And the answer is, you're right. It doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look at it. He doesn't care about it. There's one point we want him to use a wonderful thing. Carry, you must say something either Raisa, such as Kriya Shema or bring something. He has to think it in his head. Where Shmona Esrei, which is only the Rabbanon, he doesn't think it at all. I don't know that bring some wasn't the Raisa. It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says the so both times you go after you say bring some other. Because that's Torah. It says the Mikra Rabbeinu says, Shem Hashem Ekro. I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klal Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to go to the Shira. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkus Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is all the Rabbanon, because it says that you don't have to contemplate on it, you don't have to think about it. Even though we have a kind of timer going in two directions, so one should perhaps say Birkus HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat. If you make a Birkus Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. The same thing in reverse. If you say Birkus HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make a Birkus Hamazon before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. Birkus Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have anoya. Whereas you're saying the bracha because you're about to do it. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned from our and therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. Whereas the bracha is a Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, it's their Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous concept that he said from the beginning, the first Daven brachas? You go to sleep. He says, no, Shach of the first Talmud Torah, the Kiyah of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Keri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So the Torah, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see the Torah that is only the Rabbanon, and the answer is no. Talking about the person that Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema, you're already in Mesra. And Kriya Shema is stronger than the Yatziv because it has Omar Hashemayim and it's Mitzrayim, and that's why it says Kriya Shema. Loza says no. Kriya Shema is very right, so therefore, if a person has something whether you say Kriya Shema or not, it's repeated. Shmona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix that says Rabbi Yochanan Halam Bay, he should daven all day long. In other words, he can Kriya Shema Esrei all day, and it's back to Allah. What about if a person knows that he says Shmona Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shmona Esrei? It says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shmona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shmona Esrei, so he feels weekday Shmona Esrei. The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because In reality, we should be saying Shemona Esrei every day on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. So because of the tircha, it's here, Chama says we don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha, a regular weekly Shemona Esrei, he finishes it. Whereas if the person realizes that now he's saying it for the second time, instead of a bracha, he stops right where he is and he doesn't finish because he has no fear to say it. How about Mikvah? Nevertheless, if a person comes to the shul, without any kids playing the shul and coming to the school without any kids, he could say it Shemona Esrei again because it shows that meaning he adds to each, but the middle bracha is something of his own and makes it. We find according to Rabbuna, if he could finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to the cousin gets to the budget, he should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to establish Shemona Esrei while everybody bows in this budget, but then it looks like you don't agree to the budget. According to Rothschild'S, he has to be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the focus is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. We the paskin that a person can say Kedusha. The Torah comes out that he should be before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop. The point is whether you can stop the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Shemona, according to Rabbi, good. We don't pass on like that because we know that today. Think about it. That's a question that comes up. Our saying is, you look in places and see the about Terry, also to learn Torah. How do we know? The term is called Smuchim, since there's a puzzle in regard to Terry that's like the puzzle that says, this or make the connection, it's also Torah. But if you doesn't learn the concept of small of the Torah, besides in the bars. Having that, and in the Smuchim, that's the Talmud. This parsha, if you learn it this way, that we have seen it. When it comes to a Makashev, it's a kind of a witch you can keep alive. So we learn it, the mitzvah that she has, the skill we learn from a behemoth. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from the kinds of his scripture. Yes, when it comes to the Torah, he does learn the scripture. It's like this whether a person who is not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's wife. His father rapes somebody, he's allowed to marry her. But Rabbi Yehuda, you're not allowed to marry her. And why? Because it says in the Pasuk, L'ikach ishes of it, but those galleys cannot. Those galleys, Rabbi Yehuda learns talking about an Anisa. Why? Because the final Pasuk talks about an Anisa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have Zerah and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a Zah, who's not about Torah, who saw Torah, a Nida that was pregnant Zerah. And for women after relations who had Zerah, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah, review the holes that they don't have to go to the mikvah. Mashma, it's only these to review the holes they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Torah without any side of any ziva, etc. Perhaps he knows he has to go to the mikvah. Or come to the mikvah. At the end of the day, review that. That Terry is also the Lord Torah. He just holds that the biggest fish since they are the Rabbanon, so you're allowed to say that. I think it's wonderful that Rabbi, just like Martin Torah was given a theme of Europe and rest say, so too when we learn Torah, we should be trembling. Therefore, if one comes about coming, but it wasn't his fault, he became a son of a Torah, while Anita made a mistake. He learned Torah. However, if a person becomes Tomei, the issue of Halus actually essentially the guy says it's also for the Torah at all. It came from Halus Rosh, and Torah is only for rest of the day. On the polar opposite, that Torah cannot become Tomei. Therefore, you learn Torah in any state, even in the state of tumult carry. Torah is like fire, says the say. Then you have 5 sheets of it. Rabbi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnah, and say go deep into it. So you have a good something that says go deep into Mishnah, entire Mishnah, you learn Gemara, you have nothing but Hashem says you learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Gemara. Kiva says don't learn measures. Some say you need to meant to say don't go into a base measure. Al Torah is possibly go to base measure. Yula says, as we had yesterday, to learn place there at Torah. But he himself was not here when he taught us music, he was toiled first, and then he called it look at that. It says that in the world, that's like the state of one element you just said, like we're reading about the state that reflects about Torah. The other one is like Rothschild'S, he says that in order to live on Kalayim, is makeup. You have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant pita, wheat, soy, or barley, and hartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over on Kalayim. Where some say only 2 is the Isser. And like the lawyer who says that the people of gracious, I guess, shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. The either he said that there were Mavatim in Tefillah, or he said there were Mavatim in Tefillah Sudai. Like we learned, what Jesus said, you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before that, but don't do it on the account of not. The Lord tells us that nothing is done to whisper to the people. It's coming out. Everybody keep whispering this, but what's not welcome that this new paradigm, when one is toilet for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to go to the people with 40. So he can pour upon himself 9 pounds like a shower, pour the water on top of it. That's what it's too later on. Another hole that when it comes to Tisha B'Av, the work can't go into it like going to make on top of it. So Tisha B'Av is not before you on top of you and not going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? It's not that he was announcing it. Because this tefillah carry quite a lot of the Torah. It's a long time to go to the mikvah, or people were about to do it. The person knows he has to go to Mars for a mikvah. He might have stayed. And then he said it in secret because he didn't want to meet them to be with the wives like in a violent relationship. Kelly says when it comes to halacha, tefillah carry, some are makeup, some are not. Those who are not here, they are going to have a reason to. It is if you can get away with it. Now, I would want to go to the market with them. You have to look for that. The different becomes instituted. You have to have one holds that about very people, the common meaning of rainwater, a thing that says it has to just like a regular mikvah, 40 still have rainwater. But not measured, how we can use it for carrying. Oh, what do you mean? To keep a hold that only somebody that's sick and the carry pain against his will, he can use 9 tablets. But you're telling me, yes, if I'm talking to you, say like a person who's but it wasn't like that. He was smart. He wanted to carry it by himself like he was his life. Therefore, he can't use it. So Gemara, halachically, is not complete when broken. So, according to people, the Mishnah is repaired. Why? Because the Mishnah is the exact opposite. A chayla will melt. Very, like I'm talking, you use 9 tablets. A chayla that very pain to say to kill doesn't even need to be chayla at all. Ezra, when you're starting to feel the very with 40 pounds. What about Somebody everyone was wanting to stop it. That's the right stuff. And according to Rabbi, everyone was stopping it. Everyone was stopping the right side. Rabbi says the halacha. Somebody is healthy and he gives the first self to someone, and someone gets sick and gives the first self to someone, if somebody's sick and the tumor comes against his will, blindness, or sorry, somebody who's healthy and it or is sick and he brought it on himself, who's 40 years old, but if against his will, he could teach with 9 stars. And some are looking at 6 higher, he needs 40 stars. Some say that about carrying down stuff, karka has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like you mentioned before, it could be like a bathtub. Review the mentions the word, the Kol Mokan and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you use the word review the Mayim Shuvim doesn't necessarily be regular. Rabbi says a story where they were three on the right sitting around. The Rabbi says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I was coming, but I used 9 kavim. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people. 40 saw, and I in fact was coming, but I used 40 saw. So the Rabbi, let me solve this for you. I wasn't coming at all, let me bench. So there's one more Allah for us. Hama was playable in 40 saw, or place house, because he's with the other people. The more that Allah is not like him, running 40 saw, and it's a wonderful day.
So anyway,
say everything really quickly. And according to the mayor, always say, that's it, then we have to let them go. The person to David is just way too sensitive. So, you should put it back to the picture and put it outside 4 hours. The person is telling you why right at the consider the point of saying, point to Rabbi is not here. That's what you get. The person has a medical condition. He has made up clothes. He stops eating. And only then, he didn't do the answer. Now, if he can stop, he can stop. For the total amount of money that he can say hard for answer, then he must those. Like I know these people can stop driving for what you're doing. In other words, you shouldn't have started out anyway. If you can't start out with you also, the rest of it is still good. And now, this one's got to do it out. If a person needs to release himself and the rest of it, and start is dominant, more radical so what shall it want your body?
cleaned up, and you call mail. So, yeah, Brendan, you made it.
And according to Rabbi, it's also why, because you might come and go to good. If this vacuum is a big music, the more even if it's particularly place, a lot of guys everywhere those days, you talk about that's very hole in the ground, so you have to
I don't know.
wrap it up and just hold it to your if it's a visa, you say, all right. So once you review some nice creative things, now you can actually go on and pull the way very honest with that. The first we shot on the wall separated the basic everybody's walking to this place. Folks chilling on the shelf, facing it out to the route. Issue that is somebody snaps the foot. There's no story, but what they're the one time grab the people, where's the boy, the earthly money? Up there, then on they said, not people in the Robin, somebody might say, shoot, what are we doing? Anytime party. They still sure that the Swiss don't come out of the show the yacht as whether we should this is all if you're going to reach the late night. This is the last time thing was pulling. Now I know, dude. Let's make sure never use this before. You didn't have to listen. Just like if you get into a room with it. But that body, not how it feels. Another theory there, just like this. Because
either have as a man, I feel like men are either happy with the situation is. You have a wife that wants dinner, makes you sandwiches, or you're the guy that's like, let's sit on the ground, allow me to go back anywhere,
so inside the rest,
I could be like, but the
restroom actually is turns out if it's a man, there's a lot of
where'd he go?
If a big piece, you have a bathroom, a restroom, permanent bathroom.
I saw that
There's a lot of stuff that
and I
kind of on the way.
yeah, now I actually for a few seconds.
I write.
I did it. I
No one more than a big piece.
I see him. I say, hey, what are you doing?
Something was flashing like you
I didn't know.
Why
And
did
then
that?
I'm talking, I go, oh,
The person doesn't want to be valued. Doesn't want to get up and bring a meal. Go to the restroom. Yes, yes, and go back.
so wait,
And it's practically
when
20
I thought I needed to start.
And every time you try to go to the bathroom, it's 4 times. We got like this, whether you feel sure you get to the table or everybody agrees though. really killing. Those days they used to really kill all day. And the other one is killing. It's also to put money inside that bag. So buy the deal for their also put money inside their bag.
Summer's going strong with hundreds of free movies. It's never too late to join an epic adventure with Indiana Jones and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Step up your game, stop the guard. Star Trek, every Star Trek. Summer cinema. Yeah.
Why would they don't put your head directly above the field? Rule says your legs are so even if you wipe it in the room, and the price is set for $9, you can wipe it in the room. But I love it like Shmuel. But you're still a public that would be completely suspicious. That's awesome.
That is funny. It is like that.
That looks like Shmuel. So go get my kid right here. Probably a little. Was it really realize the school is below? So I have your brother for a second. And the device wants to make it out of situation. Initially, meanwhile, you're still a lot of people below your if you I think if they're facing each other, it's definitely awesome. If they're facing each other, you're back to back. If it's
When they swallow
children, what happens to the ages of placing the bar of a girl below 6 3, a boy below 9 4, a girl below 11, and a boy below 12. Then it's looking at other children, or just another person. School and places rights of weather. Out that there's other people's wives. So you should never play with other people is possible. Concerned by the levels in readers. Readers that are touching each other, they are not considered terrible, and therefore you should not feel they touch each other. Well, that's great. You know there's a lot of business that pushes probably where standing up, making yourself wrong. What really looks like in the city? Man, also because he doesn't have over there, a woman, if she's sitting in here, like the aircraft, right, man, or next to the aircraft, you're not saying, excuse me, in front of them. But if you like that, as a woman, you typically cover that area, not necessarily cover anything that's covered. Also, for a man, his own wife is sitting here. I understand that. Alright, you're gonna want Kansas Academy, I'm gonna go make my fucking course. The high of a woman is going to get you above the therefore, with a very flame, first that he because it's still possible to look at. Helping each other, your voice is singing the voice of a woman is considered airball, and the ear of a woman is heartbeat each other of a very woman of a woman covers the ear of a whereas that also the hatred is killed by the refuse on a peg, but you're allowed to hang them by the conscience of a woman, you're allowed to hang it by the actual conscience. If it's to the bag, that you're allowed to hang still back on a peg, which is lower, so the pharaoh will be also to hang by the peg. And this brings us to other things. If somebody is allowed, the first management situation is allowed, well, just trying to show that that's also, so it doesn't matter who knows that. So, but that's how it's done. This was provided in the public, so let's call that disturbing them. That is also disturbing years ago. There's a whole one page up. That's the time if you like it now. Now is the time to watch. Somebody you're dying for watching shopping in the US. And if you're shopping in the US, then that's good sympathy. No, the 40th story, zero, had a person issue. got an allergy, but sneeze a lot. Very obnoxious. More than all my sins. But Hanina saw, witnessed, directly, bird, sneeze, splinter having yawn, and worse, but when he broke his yawn, that was not intentional. And therefore, what is the advice for war? When he sneezed, that's the same as the company's smell, and that's the city of love. When he spit, he didn't spit into the smell of the head. Also, when during that manners he put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his However, we learned that also that's what what he do with one kid, but he has to do so. In davening, he must walk down behind straight until the smoke cleared, and then go back from where he was in front of Ezra. When he does so, he has to say, he said, how embarrassed we are. Ayenu in our life, that Satan when we die, he will be beloved when he gets in the word. And then it's unbelievable that his words when actually makes this problem. And then he continues with his prophet and answers the year he led off before. What it tells us that Rabbi held that it's also to move from Islam and Israel. He says, I will come and get you from both. And Rabbi held that it's good. So Rabbi kept on avoiding Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi said before he go there, let me hear one more Allah. You walk away. I only came to do this. You go to work. Like a person is still eliminating. And he's not doing it. He wants to say, but it's too cold for him. Too cold for his head out. You have an issue of people running over, ain't no roads in the area. His eyes running over, his eyes see like Irish area. So he's doing it. Walk through your neck. And everybody that's going to the that says that it's not an issue for you. That's still an issue. You put the cloth in the lower down, and that creates that's so when the person is walking the street and this extra soil all around, all my daughter says, you put your hand on your mouth and say, you walk. Standing still, everybody home, watching people in front of them. One of my daughter says, you put your hand on your mouth. Another word, have a wonderful,
they will talk to you about that. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I just, what do you think you're going to put? I'm there. I just don't know. I feel like it's happy. Somebody communicate. But perhaps I don't know. You talked about it. Perhaps. He came out the same time. I never heard of a guy.
Rabbi's not okay. I mean, also create the situation like that because he said it was the king. Properly. If we put those in the restroom, first it starts. But we can depend on his ability. What a person has saw you on grace on his head. Part of the same says the public, all that's going to provide every single part of the
person in the front. On the left is
yourself. I'm saying, not so much. And the right so one guy can say, what kind of that's not really chicken.
You got that one more than
You got a chicken. According to Rabbi, every time love and paradise and therefore it's a very spell stuff. Now, if you see this up, say Krishna, my brother, if it's 10 top of above or below you, then it's what you say Krishna is considered another domain. If it's the side of the last jar, it's filtered to say Krishna in front of it. But when it comes to Arabic, because over there it's still yeah, very small amount of if soya is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the soya is stuck to the bottom of your shoes? That's a typical reason why I let it say. But I love it. If somebody that's hard, and if it's hard, we're trying to choose the person that's hard. But it's and it's possible that some sort of breath smell that's supposed to be up. Nevertheless, we're not even murder. Every now and a lot of safe fish. Itself, the one that considers itself, you know, a lot of this itself, from that stuff. What about those? What are you looking at this? They're like, oh, you can want to see happen. So, if they do get this thing, a lot of fun like that. They're right. It's just because it's similar to rice. Nevertheless, that creates a pizza. What if you below the well, the married life are in a regular water in the deep cook, and they pour the married life of the water. Then the married life becomes buffalo. That's the water that comes up. However, the married life of the deep cook, they try to start with water.
I have no idea. I know. If throw this over there, I have no idea.
For the married life. That's the thing that you
saying that So I'm watching it next to my wife, but I'm like, what happened was, and I made the comments, and everyone's like, no, you can like an idiot.
grandparents, I want to thank all the well-wishers
Yo!
having to be in Ramat Hashanah's Shabbos.
Yeah.
All of us at my house, all invited.
Hope you're having a good day. I'm about to go to bed. But I gotta take a win.
Facing a bathroom, even if there's nobody in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a subject whether you're allowed to daven inside the bathroom. But outside facing the new bathroom, that we use the seam similar to what we have today. It's weird that soya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered also is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. Says the Mishnah, cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Israel is a second, you have to go to the mikvah. So what happens if a person is had this earlier versus a Zav Gomer, he saw two Re'iyos even one day. Now he has to wait Shiva Nakiyim 17 days. During that time he became about 30. Now if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because it's already coming. The same thing, if a woman was a needle, so she has to wait 7 days. And if she was a toilet, she admitted, but she also has a tumah of carry. Then the case that's interesting where she was Meshamish, she became Kamei, and then afterwards she became Anida, in order to say the recovery review that says since it doesn't help anyway, you are fucked. Now the Lord brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's Meshamish and then becomes a Zav, and that if a person is about to marry and then he becomes a Zav, since the people doesn't help anyway, the person doesn't have a Kama, you do need a people in order to walk in Torah, and according to Yehuda, finish the third paragraph of Rothschild'S says the new Mishnah, the new paragraph. Shmona Esrei, according to the Sadiqim, they would damage the life. All other people damage Shmona Esrei up until Chatzos. That's midday, and that's the Loy Ad B'chal up until midday. And Rabbi says up until 4 hours, 4 hours choice. Up until 4 hours, including the 4th hour. If somebody is daven, that's what the Pasuk says. This is something that you can never fix. If a person forgets, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv, he says two Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, he'll say two Mincha. If he didn't say Mincha, he'll say two Ma'ariv. The big Kiddush is a Mincha. Because Mincha, two Ma'ariv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you think, Omer's Manai, Batal Korbanai, no. Since it's davening, it's Rachamim, say two Ma'ariv because you missed the Mincha the day. But he does say two Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. He gets Sachar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get Sachar for saying that tefillah is man. The continuation of that pasuk of Muvas Le'yuchal Liskoin is the Chesron Le'yuchal Limanos. The Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's do a mitzvah, let's go be Mevakar Chayil, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them. That's the start of Le'yuchal Limanos. And with this, we come to Omid Beis. Above Omid Beis, when a person forgets Mincha Shabbos Ma'ariv, even though it's a good type of Shemona Esrei, the issue is the alien. Why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. It should have 18 brachas. Some says not to be maculous, nothing to say about they made it less brachas. So therefore, if we say a weekday Shemona Esrei, we say Shabbos Shemona Esrei, instead of a weekday Shemona Esrei, they work. What if somebody forgot the Shabbos? The following is Ma'ariv, what's the Shabbos? The weekday Shemona Esrei. What do you do? Say Shemona Esrei, and the second one does not. But the Shemona Esrei that you're saying first should be the one you include Ma'ariv. Say Ma'ariv. The second Shemona Esrei is Tashlumin. What if you reverse this? He said the first one for is Mincha, and the second one for Ma'ariv. Luckily, he has to say a third one because he's not Yotzim. The kasha is more down. We say that the person says, "I'll put it right away." The Gemara says it's a kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that very kasha, or if you say Halom Mother, the Shemona Esrei. Now going into the davening, we have Shachris Mincha. The first sheet is Rabbi Yossi. It's based on Avodas Hashem. Rabbi Avinu, he instituted chakras, as it says, Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was midbar because it says Yitznoi Sarah. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv Vayolim. Now, that it's basically based on the other, but they were so effective. The period chakras is up until Chatzos, like the Kodesh that you bring in the morning, and it says up until 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of Mincha Leila, meaning 6 hours in the day until Erev. Rashi says after Sheikhon, learning Rashi means until it's becoming. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah Berurah says that the Mincha should be said and finished. Mincha doesn't have everything before Shkia. If you have it, you have up until 15 minutes before Tikkun Chav. The Mishnah points out that it's better to daven the Yechidus or Shkia than to daven with a minion after Shkia. Mincha is like the comment of the evening, which goes until the evening, which says until Friday, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the Ma'ariv is because of the Barim of the Oilot of the Marzeh all through the night. What's better, Musaf is actually some Oilot doing this happening at the Karban of Musaf daily long, where it goes until 7 hours a day. They're only first Levites have a wonderful day.
September 2022 marks the 500th anniversary of one such voyage of exploration conceived by Portuguese dreamer Ferdinand Magellan, who had the unshakable belief that he could get to India via an as yet undiscovered
the entire hour. So
his journey
But an esrog just goes until the 4th hour. That means including all of the 4th hour, including the 4th until the 10th of the 4th hour. Mincha is until the first part of the life, which means it's foul. That is not a mincha person. We have to take the daylight hours and divide it into 12 parts. That's called place money. It's not necessarily the hour that we get today. Why the mincha or mincha doila is a half an hour after sunset. So 6.5 hours. Mincha kano is 9.5 hours at the beginning of the night, or 4.5 hours before the night. Take those 2.5 hours for the night and divide that in half. That's 5 minutes. Until it's the first part of that clock. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying this, because it's the first part of clock and it's the entire part of that clock. Most of the work goes all the way to the end of the 7th hour, about the clock. Therefore, there's a situation where a person has kilos of money. He has mincha because he said that mincha does start at 6.5 hours a day. And he has another half hour left to finish off with it. Which one comes first? Says, daven Musaf first, because Musaf is about to expire, and daven has to spend the 7 hours. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda ben Baba testified 5 things in the second day. 5 things in the second day. One of them is the Shakana. His mother married her off in order that she meal. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. The situation where two sisters doing this marriage, a brother and her older sister was a third married to another brother. That older sister fucking died. Therefore she fought the evil. She cannot fault the evil in this current state because only two sisters married to the other. Therefore the younger one be the prophet Muhammad over. We all call it testimony that you can marry up a woman based on one witness testifying that her husband died. We also testify that they killed a chicken who killed a person, and that is enough. He was considered all wine, and that's why we constantly that chapter 4 hours a day, not a book of it. Rabbi, Shabbos, he did her first Shabbos when we told after the flag, holds up the Yehuda that flag is the end of the day, and after flag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only do Masal Shabbos after Shul. Chachamim is saying with Shayim, but they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, Gemara that you can do any way to the Gemara. If the entire congregation daven translates, they thought it's nighttime, they daven Myriv, the Moshe Shabbos, go to the school Shabbos, they thought it's day. There's people words because of people in Tzibura, but the individual man says he has to repeat the daven. The Rabbi sat in the Beis Hamerchat in a sauna before the Zera, doing the Zera, and he was Mekabel, the Hefir was Mekabel Shabbos. So this was Mekabel Shabbos, went to the sauna, and then caused Zera. The Rabbi Ba'abo, who was a eldest brother of Rabbi, he got in the middle of Friday behind Rabbi davening in the Myriv of Shabbos. And you see from here, that Rav didn't reach his influence of Shalom because the Rabbi was still doubting the they're not allowed to disturbing him when he was reading that the Shekhinah is there. However, out of the person, you're allowed. The only reason why the Rabbi was allowed to daven behind Rav because he was also his friend. But a regular person, a regular Talmud is also to daven behind his Rabbi. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to be quiet. Just like if a Rebbe says and you answer back like you answer the regular person, tell him that and if the Talmud opens up the yeshiva without asking permission, Rabbi said that Rabbi Shmuel Bar Yossi stood at this pillar and he found the of Shabbos, later of Shabbos, on earth. Says what it's talking about. There had to be, it wasn't a pillar, there was a post. And it wasn't Shmuel Bar Yossi, which was Rabbi Lozer Rivers. And it was Shabbos, on the Shabbos. So my point is whether the Myriad is obligatory, you have to daven it or not. And tomorrow, bring them. Therefore, our Mishnah says, Ein lo Sheva, our Mishnah holds that it's a very famous story that Yeshua by Rabbi asked Yeshua, you have to daven Myriad or not? And he said, it's a choice. And he went and he asked Gamaliel, who's the Nazi and Gamaliel said it's a fight. He said, wait a minute, Yeshua said it's not a fight. He said, that's going to go to make sense. Everybody can do this, because ask me. He said, do I have to daven Myriad or not? He said, you have to daven Myriad. Or Yeshua said, I don't have to. There's no. So Gamaliel says, is anybody here before? And Yeshua said, no, nobody argues that. But they said in your name, that what you said that you said that you should. So Yeshua, I can't argue with him. Gamaliel forced Yeshua to stand. As the Shia went on, and Yeshua was very upset. He said, last year when it came to Rosh Hashanah, that it's a particular spirit, I will try to give a with your stick, with your money. And the constant, when it comes to players, very telling the players that he made Yeshua stand up like he did today. We have to get rid of him. Who's going to be instead of him? If Yeshua can't be instead of him, he's part of the story. You're going to be instead of him because he's not supposed to. But that's the because it's a problem. You know that it ends with others, 10 generations from Ezra, and he's wealthy. So deal with the case of the husband is actually not asking wife. The thing is, so yes, his wife likes it, but one thing we will be, it's better to be at the last cup that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair in the store of Pesach. That has 18 rows of, like they say in Pesach, Rabbi says, tomorrow with the king story, as I said, have a day.
Around the southern tip of Africa, the first European to demonstrate that a maritime route east was possible. Columbus was laughed out of court, and Portugal rubbed its hands at the prospect of a maritime trade fleet to the east, bypassing the Arabs. Dejected, Columbus had a year and story which was busy Gamaliel as the Islamic strongholds, even a dialogue at east under the States, Israel of the first Castile, and Ferdinand the second of Aragon, had just unified their realms through marriage, and were keen to surmount Anglo as an Oriental spice trade for Rome. So when Columbus showed up, and floated his idea to her, passed it on to her own advisors, wanting Portuguese scholars beforehand to speak as their lieutenant for the time being.
In fact, these people were proper people who were going to
Seeing as he had put so much ancillary work into the project, however, they retained him on their payroll, keen to prevent Columbus from giving anyone else the fruits of his research.
any time in Shas is mentioned, boy by yoy, it's referring to that.
The ambitious Italian was having none of it, however, and he said hoping to sell his idea there. He was about to set off for France to see if the French might be convinced to have a go, but Isabella summoned him back to court. Rightly agreed with a monthly voyage, because damn it, any risk was uncustomer for the New Year's.
They are no longer considered
This meant that the entire Canaries
comes from the
were
right,
with its adjacent native waters, was basically a British required a license to pay for the tariffs that would be flowing through there. So Columbus got his ships, and in 1492 sailed the ocean blue. The rest is history.
I see you're performing,
Which brings us
back.
to
I still don't
1493.
understand.
On his return voyage to Europe, Columbus first kicked John's nose in it.
At least
The king speaks the dummy in
the honor of my Lord. Look at all the guys all over the
islands
seas that came from
Portugal,
Philo, all throughout the Human Hill. And in fact,
what's
Scripture
more,
was Michael.
he's about to send
According to
the
the
Armada
So, once Scripture was Michael Hill,
to secure this territorial and seek
he said
in
the Lord
Spanish
read that the words of Yeshua. He said,
Isabella
let the
and
person that wears the cloak
neither the
continue wearing the
cash
person
to
wearing the veil.
engage in
The
another
one who doesn't, the person who doesn't wear the cloak doesn't wear it.
his own
Wearing
countrymen
the wheel in the
from
second.
Monica. Now,
Says, let's take the doors, let's not allow
their behalf,
the
claiming to get to own the entire ocean.
So,
The Pope
Yeshua
agreed,
himself was the
decreeing
Yeshua said,
all lands
a
of
person
100
pious,
leagues
which
west
is the
of
son of
the
a pious,
Azores,
has God.
to Castile, ran all the
You're
way around
the son of a Nazi,
Furious
therefore you should be
Portuguese
Nazi.
king, you better than
The
to
question
challenge
is, so
the
he
Pope,
accepted.
but
The
he
question
nevertheless managed to
what if you're
negotiate
going to die and you're ready to Nazi?
first a
You
little
don't go
further
nowhere
west,
to say,
one west of a straight line passed through the east of this teacher. Anyway, this created an obvious problem which ends up on the far side of the world, where the Portuguese had established trading outposts on the Spice Islands, and the Spanish
and he
way
heard the fire
right
of love
in
from him.
their sphere of influence.
That if
You see,
somebody
the Spanish insisted that
was
the demarcation meridian went fully around the globe,
if he had
which,
the
according to their estimation,
option of
would
diving
situate the Spice Islands firmly in their own hemisphere. But the Portuguese were indignant, and by the time it became a serious issue, it was one thing, the new Pope, Leo, the teaching power broker, and moreover, a beneficiary of the Portuguese, so decreeing that the entry reached east of the islands. This disparity, it would go on to see substantial conflict and rivalry, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Now, before this blew up, turning back to the post-Columbus agreement of 1494, the two sides had generally accepted the Atlantic Treaty set by the Pope, and the Portuguese themselves soon initiated an expedition federal partners in the Power for facilitation to reach India via the west, in which they sailed southwards till they reached their colony on the Cape Verde Islands, then walking around and heading directly onto the easternmost tip of the Bulge of Brazil, before the scouting post was soon farther further south, bringing disembarked, trading gifts to the indigenous chiefs, and then officially claimed the territory for God and the King. This fortuitously accurate bump into the easternmost border of South America has prompted some scholars to suggest that the Portuguese inexplicably knew about the existence of lands in the southwest Atlantic, but that they were keeping it under their hat to prevent the Spanish from getting their claws into it. In fact, they had already established a logging industry reaching back Amazonian timber. Of course, neither the other Catholic states of Europe nor the emerging Protestant ones paid any heed to the Pope's treaty and making it work, soon venturing out themselves and establishing their own colonies both well to the west and throughout the Indo-Pacific via the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, and tying this conflict with both Spain and Portugal, who were busy taking regular potshots at each other or otherwise conquering. The reason I go into this protracted background is to demonstrate kingdoms have for one another, which sets the baseline for the antagonism to come in the further expansion westward beyond South America for Magellan. But we'll get to that in a moment. Anyway, as the next few years went by, both the Spanish and Portuguese got busy enslaving as many of the indigenous people adjacent countryside,
ride on a donkey, he must go off the donkey in order to have him.
It was usually exploited to complete exhaustion.
And
Yeah.
happen in this part.
See my video of what I call a man in the
Part
for a more in-depth discussion of this
why
subject.
do you say one answering 18 brothers? One man always says 18.
One of these notorious conquistadors by the name of
Shame of Hashem.
is Nebuchadnezzar, heard tales of incredibly wealthy people and cities.
Or the
So he set out in 1513 on a military expedition using a mix of diplomacy, making his way across modern Panama until he reached what he thought was a sea, but which was, in fact, the Pacific Ocean. Having divested the regional natives of their wealth and frequently also their lives and liberty,
Probably Zapkov says, as you might have heard, the first grandchild, grandson. And I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 4 males. I want to assure you, every coming and one ran Mullah Kata is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei. We sing 19th brachas, and the 19th bracha is B'Lam Al-Shidem Minem the heritage. They wanted to later, after your author is he's dashing and he simply forgot, he doesn't forget a bracha, we don't remove him. But if he forgets B'Lam Al-Shidem, we must be concerned perhaps he himself is a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a min because the author doesn't mean anything. The Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha, and that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. And then if he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a Russian. According to Rabbi and Abaya, if a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a Russian later on in life? And this is also the depends on the like is whether or not the 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei on Shabbos. It's funny, we call it Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas. It's really hard to correspond with the 7 kolos that David said in Kol Hashem Alamayim. The 9 brachas we say are Rosh Hashanah, are correspond with the Chana said, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Chana were nifted and both decided that they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On a Titus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we see, and we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like a Titus. Why? These are corresponding to 24 Renanois, the Shirais, the songs that Shlomo Melech said, as they brought the Aron, the Kachar HaKadosh. But Yeshua says that you say Me'en Shemona Esrei. You don't say a full Shemona Esrei. Everybody, the Me'en Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? According to everybody, that the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. What you put in between? According to Shmuel, you put as we had before, it's a kitzur of Shemona Esrei. Each bracha consists of 3-4 words. So Abaya would curse those that would have a name instead of Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havinenu every single day besides the Shabbat. What do you do with the Havizah that sort of inserted in the Esrei after and you cannot make the whole bracha like Rabbi and according to Rabbi Eliezer, the reason why we don't pass like Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say that the kids are in at the time and add a couple of words for Abdullah? The Gemara says it's kasha. Rabbi would not say Havinenu in the winter time says together with the bracha of the shanim, because that will naturally throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone gets thrown off by inserting Atafin and Tono into Hashanim, because very interesting. In the beginning of Shemon Esrei, the Gemara says a person has kavanah in facing out. So when he has kavanah and Atafin, then we can insert whatever we want in by Shemaya Tefillah. That's only if a person made a mistake, you can insert it there. If a person doesn't say Masha, you make him repeat the entire Shemaya Tefillah. If a person doesn't multiple bracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shemaya Tefillah. Nonetheless, it's past Shemaya Tefillah. You can always say by Shemaya Tefillah. If a person doesn't say Yalavi, it goes back to Ritzay. As long as he didn't finish, if he takes 2 steps back when he's a shalom, then he has to repeat Shemona Esrei. Some people are saying, if the person is not using the same time, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, but he's at the end of Shemona Esrei and he doesn't say Tefillah, he must repeat Shemona Esrei. We learned in the Mishnah that you should not make your Shemona Esrei a fixed. You should make your Tefillah Shemona Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? Or being numerous stuff. One shot is that you make it as a burden. Like, over with it. When is this davening to be done with? Let's say it's soft things or something. Another shot is that it's a Shemona Esrei that you don't add your own words. You just read from a siddur and you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. The siddur said that's not true. I know how to add my own tefillah, but I don't, because that would throw me off. Another shot is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by beseeching, you don't daven mincha by shkia. All the way at the last moment. And the shoulder would curse those who push off mincha at the last moment. Come to death without it. The Mishnah discusses tefillah tzara here in situations of danger. You should take tefillah tzara short and sweet. One of the things we say in that tefillah is the whole parsha of Hebrew. In the parsha of Hebrew, the Gemara explains pregnancy. That just like when a woman is upset when she's pregnant, so too at the historical when it's upset, she never wants to find it. Because it shows up, just thinking these little parts. What does it mean, a woman is pregnant? That every good thing comes with pain and aggravation. Or it says there's a scroll in the Surah. In order to come to a beautiful, healthy child, they go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else that's involved. Just like a woman being upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end she had a beautiful thing. So too, Christ, when a person is upset, that it comes to beautiful things, as Gemara said at the beginning of the session. That the Torah wasn't upset by those days when Bilam that led people to go over there and be designed because they didn't have that fear that we talked about before. Because of the Torah actually is good for us. It's good things. And some people say that this field Torah Shas Hebrew means when Kleinscholz are not doing the right thing, a person still think about Kleinscholz. If a person is walking in a safari with dangerous animals or bandits, should take the Torah. What does the field Torah rather says? I say return to Shemayim Mimah between Nachas Ruach and Yiriyah from the Tachas. I hope in it I say Baruch Hashem Hashem Shemayim. The Lord Rebbe says Shema Tachas Hashem Yisrael. I say Meir Bakashosam Baruch Hashem Shemayim. And finally I hear it say so I think this is a song. Torah. We brought in Shadidon to give everybody what they need. Baruch Hashem Shemayim. And I this like, oh, like we said, don't get upset. That brings the Avera. In the song, etc. You want to say, have a great Shabbos, a Mazel Tov, and simple by everybody.
As their exclusive backyard, and as the old saying goes, possession is 9/10 of the law. At least that was Magellan's take on it. Explorers had
Don't forget to send some pictures. The Lord tells us that if you're going on the way after the Chazera, you can wait until you come out of the city, but do not take place that there once it has 8,000 animals, which is approximately 16,000 feet. From Sheshes hold that we think the Chazera stand still roughly. This is yet when they went together, Sheshes respected of things that they stood, they didn't want to do bad to the place of good, and in fact, Allah is preferable in the standing position where you say, you're riding on a donkey, the place whether you get off the donkey, give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi says you don't, because that's going to take away concentration, you're right down. A person is blind who doesn't have a compass, he's thinking about such as a Rothschild, his heart. The point is, you've already got the citizens of Torah, which is eventually going to get you to such a Rothschild. If you're in a control, you face blind, really not giving up your business. Always facing the friends who had the patience. The question is, what do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to doubt nationality? The father truly is going to actually clear of the Shabbat. He says that doesn't make sense. Because in the middle of the night, that's the laws are. And he says, first you take Shema, then you're sitting down, but right after Shema, and to say your answer is standing up, when you're in your school, it's better to say your answer is standing with Kavanah. The Rabbi remembers before they said Shir, they would grab him, and you knew it was really early, they would grab him and die. And once they gave the Shir, and the son came, Rabbi is very embarrassed. He would give his material by his announcer, give him a lot of material to say over. When he was saying over the material, he initially did Shema and Shema. Then he get up and go out and say Shema and Shema. Rashi and Mason thing. I don't want to be that person who the whole base of Israel Shiva that stands up and is honor. That would be too much different for everybody. He didn't want to die really early like his father. He never saw his Rabbi do it. He didn't want to bring his singing because he thought that was a poor thought. Maybe he would push off the start line. So they shoot. It says that the father said he's out of the Spanish, even if he's not a teacher, they never let me die. Also, if you have the then the Shnei Tzibur is going to you. Don't have a Tzibur that even then was for the project to go ahead. He agreed to Rabbi don't justify that it's so beyond like David is actually that's very much that it's impossible to say that he didn't have to have one, that's why he agreed with that's why he look testify to do it, he knows what he's saying. So hold the story in order to bring out a point that David needs to even be five ships or does a similar story. Received by Abba David and repeated it since was the letter said that you have to assess your situation, evaluate whether you can at least have Kavanah and walk off according to the situation. Therefore, it's possible your kid or Abba Kavanah. Therefore, it must be that you can financially because of the choices of God to say Al-Viyah. So don't forget to say Al-Viyah in Shafrit or Muslim. Instead of Muslim. Instead of after coming to the Ishmael Ezra, if he's in a Tzibur, he doesn't pronounce it from Tzibur, and he himself is going to repeat Al-Viyah later on at Mincha. That would be really short repeat Shemon Ezra. First, forget the Al-Viyah. Rashi said, never repeat Larry. None of Dusha nor Trust, they can repeat. He says, that's only if of the number of the Al-Viyah in the second night of the choice. That was one of the immediately after Abba. We must wait enough time for him to walk down. I would say this is practically 2 to 3 seconds. even if the king comes over to speak to while you got an entry, you're not allowed to enter it. If a snake wraps itself around the
diary
but
gives us
say,
the most substantial surviving record of the
what
entire
it says,
voyage.
don't learn from China that said when you're
Trade
humorous
and
weapons
financial
with a pure heart
transactions
on his
be
business,
managed by one
don't
Rabbi
look from the
who stepped into the level of vacancy as contractor and CFO.
you know,
Mentioning the word Spain as established entity. Reality, despite the unification by marriage of the two dominant kingdoms of Castile and Aragon in 1469, and its eventual centralization of power through the Habsburg line, the truth of it was that
glory,
at the time there was still a substantial autonomy within the constituent Iberian
Raven's
kingdom,
Roach,
such that this would be viewed as a Castilian
Sure
venture,
Hashem, fear.
and yet the city grew in the Spanish contingent.
Joyful,
The talented merchant sea captain who was in the spot of legal trouble will get to him
Rabbi
later.
asked Rabbi, why is it joyful?
Indeed, violate, making his communication at times.
Similar story
The
to Arabia.
Portuguese advanced forward proportionately than they were Castilian project. In any event, trouble was
It's the fire for being
as
sad.
crew members of the varying nationalities preferred to sit together aboard the same vessel.
Fearful of a chance
Presented
to
a
run
greater
around
potential
laughing
risk
and be joyful.
of mutiny.
There up.
The Spanish captains, and indeed many in the royal court, were deeply suspicious of Magellan, his being Portuguese, and they resented his leadership of the mission despite his obvious experience, and made no secret of their disdain for this secretive Portuguese interloper. No sooner had they docked in Tenerife to top up supplies than Magellan received an urgent dispatch from his father-in-law, warning him that the Spanish captains of the other vessels were planning on using the King of Portugal
Rabbi Dabarala,
like his spy network, was filled with rage
joyful
to present its action of Magellan against the Portuguese nation and even dispatched two entire fleets of warships in pursuit of his little squadron to destroy it and arrest
last night. Football.
So,
Put everybody in their place. What's your public safety? Yeah,
he played his cards restricted to the crew as well as anticipating that the Portuguese were not expecting to be stupid enough to venture into their coastal waters.
The wait
The
7
careful
days.
paid
Right?
off, and as they progressed towards parts of the peninsular coast,
The back
and
door.
from which its Portuguese discoverer, Pedro de Silva, in 1462, swore he could hear the mighty roar of lions. The name started to shade anyway, as they approached the equipment, they experienced continuous rain for 2 entire months, only to emerge from the weather into a dead calm. They were days when they eventually drifted into the southwest equatorial ocean current, which carried them westwards to the Brazilian coast. The Atlantic Ocean crossing saw Magellan's small squadron endure storms lasting several weeks, and the ship's scribe, Antonio Pigafetta, relates how, during a particularly violent storm one night, they were relieved to witness a sail on fire, burning brightly at the top of their masts. Many times the whole report seems to us that is upheld, and in a storm, among others, which we suspended in the darkest night, showdogs on top of the largest cage of such splendor that it looked like a burning torch. sailors
female
made
friend,
elbow
people.
guarding their ship from danger.
What should happen
Archer, frequently associated,
ask
as in
for a
this
lot
case,
and talk a
with the
lot about
easing of
horrible
the tempest.
that over at the end of an answer.
The phenomenon is caused by
You
the
know,
increase
the
in
famous word
atmospheric
you
electrical
know,
activity that occurs when cloud and other
I
gas
was in the field,
particles
right? So
become
funny enough,
charged
and
through
she that
friction.
she went to
If
the
she lashes
like
in the air,
diving and taking that
this
fight.
friction
And those
causes
were
the otherwise neutral
Yeah,
gas
she
in the
ended up
water
having
atoms to become highly energized, ionized, which generates a huge voltage differential between the cloud and the ground, resulting in an electric field. When these charges become extreme, the atoms suddenly shed their outer electrons to release this excess energy in the form of lightning, which turns the surrounding air into what scientists call plasma emitted during the discharge of electrical energy. In a less area of the field, pointed objects, such as the protruding masts of ships, like energy that occurs around these objects. The electrons of the charged particles not about charging electrical energy to dance around their pole in what is technically called discharge. The bluish-purple color arises from the composition of the ionized gases while shedding their electrons, blue in the case of nitrogen and purple in the case of oxygen. It's not been observed to present any danger of fire or electrocution, but Tesla demonstrated its relative potential when he generated centimeters while in his experiments at Colorado. When the wings of butterflies need to emit significant glow, they flitter around. Fireports and filmers
said I'm upset. I'm certain.
Charles
They weren't
Erasmus of Borneo,
also
also known as
I am
Elmo,
not. Why do I deserve
will tell
giving
you
me?
who was the
Says
bishop
I'm
of the Italian city of Bologna in about 300 during the reign of Roman Bishop and notorious persecutor of Christians. He soon fled to the mountains of Lebanon, where he remained in solitude for 7 years. Stories tell us that he was attended and fed by a black raven. Eventually, an angel appears to him and chastised him for abandoning his duty, returning by road. He was intercepted by soldiers at a checkpoint where he admitted his identity and whereupon he was sent to Antioch to stand trial for Diocletian. During the trial, he was severely tortured and thrown into prison, but again the angel appeared and led him to escape. He now continued on his way through Lycia in modern Turkey, where he went on quite a baptism spree and converted many people to Christianity. One time, he was preaching for a crowd when a lightning bolt struck the ground. Quite unfazed, he barely paused and carried on speaking, while the crowd cowered in fear as the ground smoldered around him. It wasn't long before his proselytizing was reported to the Western Emperor Maximian, who despised Christians even more than Diocletian. Once again, Bishop Elmo was arrested and led towards the pagan temple for humiliation. But the statues lining the avenue crumbled as he passed them by, and when they got to the temple entrance, it suddenly erupted into flames, preventing their entrance. Furious, Maximian had him bound and sealed in a barrel that was lined by spikes, and then followed him down the hill. But an angel instantly healed his wounds, and he emerged unscathed. This time, had him flogged, smothered in tar, and then set alight. Again, the guardian angel put out the flames, and Bishop Erasmus was starting to look like a 4th century unkillable Rasputin. Frustrated and hoping he would starve him to death, Erasmus was thrown into prison, but the angel not only fed him,
Stop on the base, one extend the heart of
recaptured soon after because Jacob helped locate his way. And this time, the Emperor had him tied to a and he sent Bell that five bishops in destiny to a small island.
good answer, why he said, talks about sure, I'm the one who's working it's fault. That's
Lightning on the inside to accomplish the island of its presence and protect
which gives strong lesson of nature is growing its
is also petitioned for intercession being considered one of the powerful 14 holy government saints of the Catholic Church that people praise and pray.
without that we wouldn't be able to sin.
Now,
The Bible
however,
is a person had a
Ladies and gentlemen,
cow with
getting right back to that story,
bed of a lot,
having survived the ravages of
it's called
storm
the
and sea
owner
in
fed it.
the
We got kicked.
squadron finally reached the coast of Brazil, down coast to the United States today as Rio de Janeiro. Seeing those ships in the bay that indicated the Portuguese presence, Magellan decided to flank here in order to replenish supplies and get their battered ships.
That's your basic. I gave you a lot of
Their
money out
arrival
of silver.
coincided with
So
a
much
rain
of
shower
a
that rained in for some months.
down.
The local indigenous people needed some kind of miracle,
Down.
so the room was treated with godlike
I
deference,
just give you
and
your
locals
guidance.
adopted Christianity with enthusiasm.
I don't know if I saw. Therefore,
They spent some weeks there among
anything
visual flavors.
destroy the
The
music.
sailors enjoy a holiday in this tropical paradise. I guess Brazilians didn't know how to get on. The crew got on so well with the natives that when they waited at the equator, the natives canoed beside the ships as they departed, pleading for them to stay. But it was risky to remain any longer, as the Portuguese were likely to shoot time. Magellan had to also contend with the long-suspected mutiny by his Spanish co-captain, Nathaniel, who accused him of being a double agent and secretly wanted to run into the Portuguese Navy.
Options. How to learn
The
the word
conspirator was quickly apprehended, and Magellan was well within his rights to execute him, but in the interest of harmony, and to placate the other two Spanish captains, merely relieved him of his command and confined him to the supervision of the waters near Dusky Island to find the squadron now continued south and into the massive Rio de la Plata estuary, thinking that they had found the naval passage, but within several days of exploring the reaches, it became apparent that it was actually a really nameless wreckage. Here they encountered groups of cannibals of a tall and fearsome stature, voices, but it seems these locals were afraid of the visitors, the Spanish and the natives fled inland, and the crew continued their effort. Without incident, knowing that this waste of fate, they set off south once again, passing close to shore, and only sailing by day to better observe the coastline for a passage. But this hunting of the coast substantially increased their risk of underground on shoals, putting one or two rocks in the storm. Nevertheless, this close proximity to the land gave them opportunities to observe vast colonies of penguins and seals. The crew were particularly wary of the seals. Believing dangerousness. The weather was now getting progressively colder, as well. Violent. It's frequent, but in Africa was just under 35 degree latitude.
100 more powerful than Woodley's. The goal is greater than what they're doing.
Weather forced the captain to scour the coast for suitable anchorage to wait out the winter.
Kindness is more powerful than struggle.
No sooner had they found a sheltered harbour and a place they called Juliet than another mutiny occurred, again instigated by Cutter Heather. But it seems that this time meticulous planning had gone into the rebellion. The other two Spanish captains acted by what they saw as not only Magellan's opposite prediction, but also his reckless sailing close to shore, again colluded in the plan, sending 30 armed sailors in a rowboat over to the San Antonio in the dead of night, which was being skippered by Magellan's cousin. As the mutinous sailed off, they overwhelmed the crew with its officers, killing one of them in the backhouse. The next morning, another boat was sent full of sailors to consolidate their control of the vessel, but it was too strong. They drifted straight down. Quickly apprehended,
It's so powerful that Shem must answer
eyeing the recapture of the ship. This time, Magellan was in for generosity, and he handed two offending lesser hanging from various top of the ship for several months. This execution, but was instead to be reversed. One of the Ohio effectively an endpoint starvation, were found guilty in his aforementioned Delgado, and they were all sentenced to hard labor in chains for the following 5 months, which included completely
says like
lots of ships, as well as building shelter on land.
However, I sometimes lose my memory.
This brutal suppression had the intended effect as the weather closed in all around. Nevertheless, Magellan was patient to scout the area, still convinced that the passage was just around them. So he sent the ship out to reconnoitre. They soon found another harbour, Rothschild'S, and favourable that they were based in, with fresh water and ample food. But as they sailed back to the July reefs and conditions, some cargo was loaded onto sandbags, breaking up soon after. Fortunately, there were no a couple of weeks of trekking on the land. They finally made it back safely to base, exhausted but alive. Despite the loss, Magellan packed up the camp and had the now reduced squadron favourable anchorage, where they remained for another 6 weeks, risking no more ships.
Rabbi Zablam given the Lord tells us a story. There's a pasuk davening for answering, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer because he was answering. Said the officer, "So your own part says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing?" He said, "Give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to a king, and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do?" The guy says, "Cut my head off." Okay. We learned in the Mishnah that if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's damaged for answering, you don't stop short answering. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop short answering. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're in a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead. Because lions don't always attack, unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down short answering, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 ammo, you run. And if the bull that attacks humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. So there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see famous story with Rabbi ben Dosan and Roy, which is called Harvad. There's a very special animal that the amount of the snake that bites a human being, there's a race where they get to the water first. And there was a Roy, he wasn't allowed to tell me, he went to Rabbi ben Dosan, he said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on the hole, and the Roy bit him. And when this happened, there was a Mayan that right below his feet, and he got to the water first, and he killed that Roy. He took that Roy, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the base of Mention and said, they not really made it. That Roy doesn't kill, it's our sin that causes us to die. People said, that bumped in from Hanina Dosa. It says in the Mishnah, I'm saying, Masha Ruach. Where? In the bracha of Mechayam is because say the same time the one day in bracha. In the Birkus Hashanim, that's the bracha for Nasa, because having our field, the rain, and the food, that's our Nasa. Havdalah comes in the bracha of Hanina. You need that, so you need to say the friendship between Kodesh and Chol coming in part. How to say because it's the first bracha that he's saying in Yisrael. Every Shemon Esrei is saying three brachas in the beginning, and then for the thing, three words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Leah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel. And in fact, if you know a person that doesn't use Seichel, you don't have Rahman. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. First they use the Seichel, Zeh, do the Beis Hamikdash. Mikvah revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. Once you know, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva say that the bracha of the question is, where does this machlokes come from? Where can Allah show this one answer? Because Israel didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said, no more shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Israel became poor, so they had to change it. They said, let's instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one time. We'll say it in shul, and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can support it, will be gates up with shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person, he has to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei, because the first Havdalah was to say it on Shemon Esrei. But what if it's the reverse? The person said Havdalah in Shemon Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer, we repeat it at home. But there's a price that says you don't repeat it because it's shame Hashem. It's a problem of Havdalah. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says, they see so. This is their right. According to the judgment, you do repeat it at home, and that's not allowed. But this brings us down to we can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats one kazayis of bread, will be higher in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemon Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemon Esrei, plus he has to make for the Muslim, that's 24 brachas. What's the Shabbos that falls out on him? There's no other fight. Where do you know it? So if your legend is not a God, they insert it in one bracha. Or the white one. The answer is that the Shana is he's a black poison, which means that everybody agrees that we lean towards Rabbi. We don't tell people in following the Bible that it's certain. And the final lesson is we conceive of the other word. In other words, we don't tell not a public, we don't pass them like that to an individual. But it looks individual said Havdalah by himself.
and at the subsequent
But
trial,
according to Rabbi Yosef,
they related
we
what
say,
they felt
and that's how we pass it today, we say we start to say that the
tyrannical
name
leadership
was described great and differentiating between Shabbos is greater than Yom Kippur.
under his command.
Says the Mishnah,
Surely in the
if
stubborn
somebody tries to give a shot of Yishmael and says, no, the Baruch Hu, you even have a honest purpose, you should go make
fearlessly
or
own up to
because you think you understand Hashem's when you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah despite Hashem says logic behind the mitzvah.
the judge swallowed the story.
The person says,
The mutiny
avoid them,
released
and it looks as if he's going to two different entities, so he tells him to be quiet. He says, well, it's good that he does. He tells him to be quiet, because we have to thank Hashem for the bad. It's like, thank Hashem for the good, Hashem for the bad. And he started saying, okay, I've done the keeper. Those are releasing, but he added, when he finished with me and said, that's all you have, that's all you got. So only three shkafim. And Israel, and actually what's the deal with reciting three? That person that has that much gold out of silver. We know that everything's in the hands, and we see that there's only hands. It is only has Yerushalayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. He considered it a small thing, but a wonderful thing.
Had worked closely with the Portuguese court to produce maps of West Africa. Rabbi was a bit of a celebrity, it seems, with his maps and his globe, the oldest surviving one in the world, having lots of interesting, though erroneous details. And scholars today doubt that he claimed to have charted using his imagination to fill in the blanks of Moscow. But also Rabbi idea into Columbus's head of his passage to India, and it appears that once America had been discovered, he also sold Magellan on the idea that a passage through the continent would be found. At around the latitude of just as well, because despite the strong narrow fjords, the Prince of Magellan, other Narrows, so named after the took the long way around a couple of years later. Because the southern route around Cape Horn is a relatively narrow bottleneck between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, the currents and convergence of cold and water streams are so dynamic that the 12 meters in weather so violent that it is considered to be the most treacherous port in the world, causing countless tragic sinking and being a rite of passage, as well as the source of much of sea shanties for generations of sailors for centuries to come. Anyway, Magellan had calculated Spice Islands for only 3 or 4 days to sail out. It would take almost months for an expedition of a couple of weeks worth of food and water. He directed strike into the unreasonable currents. They failed on the islands that might be suitable and dry meats, typical for naval oil. soon eradicated by the ravenous crew. Scurvy also soon took a hold of the Roman sword. Saul was lost gums and delirium, and many deaths, and 20 or so members, with dozens more fully great killers. Of the 166 souls who emerged from the straits, there were now barely 100 fit enough to work. Interestingly, the senior officers who didn't succumb to it, it appears that their privileged ration, which Gab provided enough vitamin C to stay on through his death. And it seems that they either didn't think to any front crew who would become disillusioned with their captains in the middle to explain why they hadn't reached Japan despite 3 months of the group squandering. Some were beginning to think he was a madman. Eventually, they passed a couple of small islands, but no real sustenance. Rebels once again, they continued without sighting any of the archipelagos and atolls that were clustered in the vicinity, until they eventually came to the Mariana, anchoring off the island. Suddenly, there were dozens of boats swarming around the 3 Spanish ships, and Austronesian Chamorro natives swarmed on board without so much as a greeting, and proceeded to make off anything that wasn't nailed down. Even managed to abscond with a mercantile or Spanish pinnace that was tied to the stern of Magellan's flagship, which was tendering and exploring. Unsurprisingly, a scuffle soon broke out. The warriors were shot, but having recovered most of the stolen goods, the party returned their ships and sailed off before the natives could organize a larger counterattack. Astonished at the audacity of these locals, Magellan named the islands Ladrones, which is the Spanish word for island of thieves. The crew now becoming increasingly ill and debilitated from starvation, they finally sighted land 10 days later on the 16th of March, 1521. Being a Sunday, instead of St. Lazarus, Magellan named this down the east coast of the island of Samar. Uninhabited island of Omaha. Native people soon appeared by canoe, but unlike the recent experience of these people seeking and hospitable, gifts were soon exchanged. Food was generously provided by the local Raja, seeing so many firm members. As in Brazil, a rapport soon developed between the crew and the locals, with much conversation being had about food, customs, and language of the 2 cultures. After 10 days of rest and recovery, the ships once again set off at the instruction of the chief to head for an island called Cebu, where there was a much more powerful Raja he might make contact with. With Easter approaching, the crew laid anchor off the small island of Limassol, where they planned to celebrate the holy day mounted a pair of large warships, which belonged to 2 Rajas from the local area who were out on a hunt. Magellan's slave, Inge, suddenly realized he could understand
the size of bread, which you
virtually his rotten bride sits up.
cabbage, lettuce,
Goes to India, the Chola and the Kalinga, extensive thalassocracy, that is to say, a maritime empire built on trade that spread all the way down through southeast New Zealand and thence through to Sumatra, Java, and beyond. Their sophisticated culture, religion, and architecture became fashionable, with the Indian language soon becoming the lingua franca among the thousands of indigenous cultures that now adopted those customs and titles for themselves. By virtue of the solid trade to China in the 6th century AD, many of these Indianized chiefdoms became powerful dynasties in their own right and began projecting their own influence on the less successful neighbors. So it was that in the 4th century AD, there were a number of powerful maritime kingdoms merging out of Sumatra and Java, claimed in from the Cholas and Kalingas of India, with tributary states of their own extending all the way north to the Philippines and even to New Guinea. These kingdoms rose to noticeable prominence with the Srivijayas in Sumatra and the Mataram kingdom in Java.
If I make a bracha after
1292, Kublai Khan sent a force of 1,000 ships from China to conquer the wealthy Singisari Empire, which was the current dynasty that ruled Java. His expedition ultimately failed, but internal feuds and competition between rival kingdoms saw continuous warfare rage throughout the entire region, weakening their naval power. By the 14th century, Muslim traders and colonizers eventually began to settle in Sumatra, and soon enough began to exert their influence in turn. Support their own kinship in the region.
how does he know?
At the time,
Until
until 1521, became the Hindu Buddhist culture. Rajas and Magellan met in the Philippines were nominal vassals of Java and the Muslim sultans from the west, who were expanding their own territories into Borneo, as well as parts of the Spice Islands, would themselves be overthrown by the never resulted in the Indonesian islands for over
before you make a bracha,
retreats to London. Few small outposts, such
buy
as
it on
Bali,
Hashem, you have
which still retains a 1521,
hours.
accompanied a large hill with a huge mass and planted a large cross, claiming these newly discovered islands, today known as the Philippines, were gone in Spain. Rajas who hosted it were intrigued by the ceremony and took an interest in the religion of these foreigners. Many belonged on the same hand, with Magellan and one of the Rajas even exchanging bonds of brotherhood. It seems that this inspired some kind of renewed religious zealotry in the captain, and like the previous Raja, his new brother recommended he travel to a much larger trading hub of Cebu, where he might find a ready supply of both converts and trade concessions, as well as a cheap source of gold. Apparently, during the conference, Magellan's other commanders counted North Cebu and its sailed south to the below Spice Islands, having not received sufficient intelligence as to their whereabouts. Literally, over weeks sailing away, Magellan took his own advice and headed for the local capital instead, where he was brought before the local Rothschild'S. This chieftain was similarly impressed by both the Europeans' peculiar religion and a demonstration of his armor and weaponry, such that within a week his arrival, Magellan had not a week,
create a few of
the
like
hundreds of locals
live
who
for
followed suit.
Pharaoh,
The newly
stay
Christian
as
Raja
their livelihood. They
now
didn't
got
live
the idea of taking
the other
advantage
generation,
of
when
the
they made their
jealous
livelihood,
newly
they part of
awoken
the
passion
church,
for missionary
small
work
part of the
by
then they
suggesting
became
to him
strict,
that the neighboring island of Mactan
having to give
were
money to
not
refugees
only
and food
resistant
to
to joining the true faith,
the
they
skylight.
openly mocked it.
They didn't learn Pharaoh.
Magellan set fire to a number of their villages,
On
and
olive oil,
when
you
its
don't make the
Raja,
rough of fiery
Abu showed up in hostile array,
you don't become
Magellan,
satiated with olive oil.
of the Holy Spirit,
Wine
that
is
he to
satiating
show off,
and also
told
makes
his
you happy.
host
You
to
make
stand
spirit for your
by and
weapons.
watch
You don't make
as he
other
wiped
people
the
don't
floor
want
with these
to
unbelievers.
through the wine.
Unfortunately for our captain,
But the
neither his faith nor his fine breastplate proved sufficient, as the 50 or so Spaniards that came ashore were completely overwhelmed. Rampaging natives in what would become known as the Hive, closing in on him. He soon cut down multiples of the enemy during the fighting retreat. It was more like the bloodbath than a battle. The routed Europeans were speared and bludgeoned to death, and the few who escaped, including Pigafetta, barely made it back to their boats under the cover of cannon fire. Lapu-Lapu would enter indigenous folklore as a Philippine national hero for centuries to come. The remaining officers now huddled to discuss leadership, and it was agreed that Magellan's brother-in-law, Juan Barbosa, as well as Juan Serrano, would act as co-commanders. Having his chance to conquering the neighboring Raja was squandered by so this Europe must have infuriated civilians. Significantly lower against the captain words when reviewing Magellan's last received that to attend the banquet
Yet on the
at
other
the
hand,
king's palace, where
the art
was a present to be given to
tasted
the king of Spain.
reports in Chicago. Part of the special
Magellan's
fire
real
now
okay,
eventually
but
becomes
the
part
heavy
of
dependence placed on him as all the captain denied this
Rabbi
most
says we make
important
fire
cause
like
of
shit on them.
regaining
The shark one. You know, I
perpetual
so they heard of
servitude
even though they
and
become
it's
toxic,
the
it's not a
kings
good ride
who
up.
earned their
But heard
influence
people
and banquet.
planted
Young
eating it
Henry
now
gave
with
the few things he needed to get off his chest.
reports on Hadama.
He learned what was
I
said,
love it like Shmuel,
whether it
that
was
I love that
Enrique
it is
against the
making
king
Chicago.
that the Spanish were after his
The
crown,
Lord discusses a great
or
plan.
indeed the
Slav,
Bourbon
which
thought
are
he
keeping
should
there.
make a
Keep the
goodwill
berries have
gesture to his
four
now
parts
angry
of them.
neighbor
Have the actual
Lapu-Lapu.
berry.
But
They
when
have the husk
30 of
that
the ranking
around
officers
the berry
showed
pulled
up
up
for the feast a couple of days
before
later,
you have a chance
following the
to
banquet,
take the berry.
the king called out his guards and
You
strangled almost
have
all of them
dates,
before they could get away.
small seeds that grow on the leaf. The law is tomorrow
Deck of their ships
that
and shot
their
their key
supposed
officers.
to make a buck on
The crew
the
were boarded hard with new
on the
mace,
berry
so
cells on
they
the
weighed
husk that's
anchor
around
and
the
got out
you know,
while the going
on
was
the
good.
you make a lot of
As
we
they
know that
sailed away,
volleyball
they saw Enrique
are
standing
the
on
right
shore
yeah,
next to the king,
the right
waved bon voyage to both the Spaniards, and along
and we
with
have a
them,
concept
his ongoing slavery.
like
Many today speculate that he soon made his way back home to London. If so, the honor of first viewing history of the circumnavigating the world would go to an illiterate teenage Malayan slave rather than some pompous
only our
European.
kind of berry itself.
History sure can have a peculiar sense of humor.
More than cheese, that's that a fish shop.
Concepcion was set alight to discover while the Sheikh and crew made frequent stops at different islands and villages scattered throughout the archipelago, where they usually received welcome and ready assistance with supplies. They encountered a well-established pearling industry and plantations of silk, sandal, ginger, pepper, and other spices. Italian scribe Pigafetta, in his diary, depicts the idyllic lifestyles of the various communities they came across, noting interest in curious adornments and peculiar rituals, such as penis piercings in American cultures thousands of kilometers away. Apparently the phrase, happy wife, happy life, lies even among came across chiefs who were for silk and furs. On their trade with China, began to encounter occasional Muslim communities the further south. Our Italian scribe made a widespread practice on chewing metal leaf, a peculiar and addictive. To their discredit, the crew occasionally engaged in acts of piracy against merchant vessels, which brought them into conflict with the soldiers. But in a note, the Spaniards defeated this naval force and even captured the commanding prince, negotiating a substantial ransom for his release some weeks later. During their tours of the Philippine archipelago, the crew of the Victoria and Trinidad, grieving at the loss of the captain, Magellan, and the betrayal of Raja of 27, placed the last remaining Portuguese captain, Armando, at the head of the Paraguay squadron, which was now reduced from 5 to 2 ships. But his selfishness began to undermine quality. The crew became increasingly under questionable circumstances. Once Sebastian Lecano, now pretty much the entire voyage. I've already mentioned Lecano as who had got into some legal trouble over unhis ships a few years ago back in Spain. All ships were just potential military vessels and could not be sold without appropriate government. But Elcano at the time was in debt to some Savoyard financiers and was obliged to hand over. Fortunately, the court case was still going on back in Castile. He signed up for this voyage, hoping to receive a royal pardon and avoid prison for his participation. But being a Spaniard and expressing no personal dislike of Magellan, he felt compelled to support his countrymen, using it on both prior occasions of Julian. One of the continuous uprisings against Magellan was the complete secrecy which commanded the voyage, typically reduced to divulge his daily plans and the source of his predictions, which led many of the officers to believe he was just making things up and harsh demands of the crew only at the very times that they needed a charismatic, or as he himself spelled his name, was one of those unassuming, experienced sailors who knew smoke
you have to make like the 5 years after we find the shop.
Eventually, Island
Now we're discussing the subject of Has, Oiras, and Hatil. Red of Oiras and Oiras. What is Oiras? Rashi says Oiras is millet, and Milchan is panic. But trying to Rishonim or Muslim Rashi that Oiras is what's spoken in Christ. In Israel, Oiras is rice. So what drop of the way would you eat rice, bread, or one drop of rice?
It was there that
Only Machlokes.
Portuguese
Rashi will hold the
jealous
Jewish
surveyed his home
Oiras
Santiago, and from
This is called a
Philip
very
learned
right
the
a lot of people.
location of the spot.
The legend of the Nuri holds on the other end.
It turned out that Francisco Serrao had died at roughly the same time as Magellan, so the two old friends never managed to actually meet up, though they were so close and only a week's sailing distance away from one another.
Mentioned bird of bushels.
Had Magellan decided to stick to his mission rather than meddle in Cebu politics,
Says
the two would have
bird
embraced
of
the
bushels
historic occasion of East-West conjunction, about which songs and
running
paintings
water.
would no doubt have been long celebrated.
Thomas Barroso la
But
Hache is
it
the
was
next
also
one.
then,
It's
and
just
fortunately for the
all
Spaniards,
the
the Tito
luxuries
was
that
more
are
than
not
happy to
essential to
ally
life.
himself with Spain
Imagine
to
if
offset
you give us
alliance
just
that
red and
Ternate
white,
had.
all we need.
It wasn't
Now,
long
boring.
before a Portuguese
Some
agent
gave us
found
steak,
out about their arrival
chocolate,
and made his way over to parley
all
with the
great
Spaniards.
stuff.
Apparently,
Like
the
Hache is
Sultan
the next one.
Sultan over in Ternate was also
What about
unhappy about his
oatmeal?
Portuguese
Oatmeal,
and was seriously considering
The first
switching
one on
sides
you
with
that's what we do today. We make
Serrao
this
and
is
actually
the
had
make
avoided.
the purpose of
So
us.
rather nervous that
Somebody
he might be next.
great.
However,
Very free out.
they were the
Around
Portuguese
the
viceroy of the region and received the intelligence of the Spanish mission and was instructed to hunt them down and destroy them. They hastily bursting
Initially, he said
all
that
the clothes they had
had to
snuck
let it
into
to
their
make
holes
all
now
the
discuss their options.
shoot.
Nor
Great.
was there
If you make
Spinoza
very
wanted to
make
return to Spain via the Pacific route they had just come from,
shoot.
claiming
Right.
that those
Make also
orders
very
they were actually given at the
Around
outset of
the
the voyage,
looking
while
and
Tucano
make looking
proposed
right
heading
there,
southwest instead, deep into the Indian Ocean
all
toward Africa, keeping well away from Portuguese-controlled sea lanes.
have to make a
Both
purpose of
options
done
entailed sailing long stretches of the open ocean
like
with little opportunity, but as they got to read, they decided to part company
and
and
made
take their chances to his own.
under I hold
Moreover, the dozen or so like either option, it chose to remain in paradise,
go by the
listing
right
Portuguese
right
prison
home
rather than
make
starving to
mistakes
death on the
something
dead
you
water.
make on a mission
47 men
Mark
chose to sail with Delgado on the Victoria, including the dozen or so Malayans
almost like
the Sultan pressed into their
Halifax. It's a
So,
capsule
in the
that has
center of 15
bread
to
in it.
20 ships
Bread is
prepared
designed,
to depart,
you have to make that
it
much
was
design
designed
to
to
design.
tons of clothes.
This is
The Trinidad
all drinks is mixed up.
and was
And he hasn't
retired
drawn one
to
of
the
the very
dock
long
to repair the
comic makes
damage.
the chef the other.
The midget from the
Makes
original
that
squadron
provided
carried her weight
are designed to
playing well
that
and
you need
now
to
made
design
their
in
way
order to make that
gradually
much.
southward towards Timor. Island
The
on
right
the
that says that if somebody gathered
and being met by
drums from
generous and
the
friendly locals along
And
the way,
drum
finishing in forests,
or
acting like tribesmen,
yeah,
and even at high the
just
Amazons
the
that kill any man
not
who
the
comes near
so
of ancient
also
Greece
high
and meandered their way through its tropical
must say that
labyrinth
talking about a
timeless
situation where
secrets
these
until
drums
they
come from a
eventually
larger breath
struck out into the Indian Ocean
therefore these
and
drums
headed
have
southwest,
achievements.
well away from the Somaliland and Indian coastlines, and in fact, passing only within several hundred kilometers of Australian shores, where they might have stopped for rest and supply.
That
But they pushed onward, sea,
bound together through some other thing, like
their
eggs or
supplies
something.
dwindled, and all there was
And
left to eat
only in that
rations of
situation
rice,
you needed to
oil, and seawater.
but a lot of
Unsurprisingly,
have
the scurvy once again ravaged the crew, and several sailors begged
how finding together
to Mozambique on
definitely
the
have
African imprisonment
which is
and torture
also known
by
as
the Portuguese authorities.
it's a very
More democratic
liquidy
leader than
dough,
his unfortunate
maybe perhaps
predecessors,
something like
the captain put it to a vote,
and you
and
put
the
it
crew
on it.
decided in favor of keeping their honor
Says
and
the
pushing
Gemara
on to
that according
complete
to
the
Rabbi,
mission.
it's higher than
But
college,
as they
and according to
approached the
Rabbi,
Cape
it's
of
higher
Good
than college.
impossible headwinds held them up for weeks and
What is
forced the decision to head close to shore, risking either being wrecked on the dangerous reefs along the
Maybe
coast
something
or
like
captured by the Portuguese. By
the
some
other side
miracle,
is
they eluded
taking
both,
bread
but as they
so
rounded the
that's on
Cape,
a
the situation was
bit and
becoming
turned
more
around
dire by the day.
donut
As they
station. Something bread is made in the
and
sun.
men were dying like
All
flies
these
from
things,
starvation,
whatever the
so they
spot is,
searched fruitlessly for a landing along the coast
now we
of
know that
Guinea and
the
Senegal,
it's high
but
enough.
to
We
no
must
avail.
say that the
This time,
person
another boat was had
decided
to
to
call
make
in
it bread.
to the captain
He
of
went
their
to the
islands
effort, he made a
and
nice
fake
design
their
on the shape.
identity as
That's
having
kind of how
landed
it
from
was
America.
just down.
21
And it looks
men
like
were now dead,
playing
including
forward.
7 Malayan sacrifices that could longer be justified. So they called in 4 and sent out a party of men to procure supplies, as well as African slaves, to man the building up.
Somebody's down nonetheless.
Right.
The
The authorities were tipped off about their hardly 13 sailors stranded on the dock,
But
who were
God
soon
says,
rounded up by the governor and imprisoned.
and
Having escaped the clutches of the
Israel says
Portuguese authorities
that
on the
this is
Cape
considered
Verde Islands,
regular
the
bread.
18
For
surviving
this,
men
you make
left
a whole
aboard
meal
the
out of the
Victoria
we make a
now
monkey
set course
and
for home.
give them up.
But
Barbarian.
in their making a simple beeline up the coast of
Make
Africa,
nuts out of
you see, the various
Well,
wind patterns that exist because of the Coriolis effect
juices that
create a consistent gyre of air circulating clockwise in the northern hemisphere
take out
and counterclockwise in the southern.
the same halakha as the food stuff and make a special
This
bracha.
means that the
What about
prevailing winds at the
apple
location
vinegar?
of the
What
islands
about
at
honey that
roughly
comes out of a
15
pig?
degrees
What
north
probably
of
you
the
make
equator
what about
would be
normally
blowing
says
head on and out to the west.
are considered like
The Portuguese navigators had long learned that it was actually more efficient and counterintuitive
whatever it is.
to sail out to sea perpendicular to the winds we now call the northeasterly trade, and then ride the clockwise turn of the winds as they become the southwesterlies that would now be at their backs as they approach the Iberian coast. This turn of the breeze was known as the Volta do Mar, and it enabled to strike out with confidence across the vast expanses of ocean and predict the latest solar latitude.
Yes,
So it was one last broad loop to sail before finally making its way through Salamena and up the Guadalquivir, Dolly and Seville. But
try them out in the oven.
exhausted, emaciated survivors managed to fire on the
I
break.
think they're very thin. That would be
Meanwhile,
purposes.
the poor old Trinidad
You know, Shabbos, you're allowed to
months to repair
better
what
than a
sailed
Shabbos.
off
That's
north
really
to westerly winds,
so
and
happy
by that they were hound by a relentless storm
to give
for weeks
sustenance to the
that
body.
forced them
Wait to make a drum on it another day. That any
They
medicine
returned only to find the Portuguese had occupied their former holdings, and 2/3 of the 50 or so sailors left behind were dead,
about the past.
themselves emaciated and ravaged by scurvy, their failed adventure complete. Espinosa surrendered to the occupiers with the ship, its maps, goods, and outside and severely executed
What
for
does
treason.
that
Only 4 of the
Byron
50 or so men of the Trinidad made it back to Spain alive. While the Trinidad was awaiting its fate, Elcano, back in Seville, was busy writing a short letter to King Charles, briefly outlining their journey, their suffering and sacrifices, the lamented death of their leader, while spreading the Christian faith, and the capture of their comrade, and the king to rescue him. He gave an account of their diplomatic mission to the peoples of Maluka and their readiness to trade under Spanish protection. Nowhere in his account mentioned himself of the staggering voyage he successfully returned home, albeit battered and managed to negotiate a pension and honours for himself, though he never quite made it into the circle of court. With the eventual release of the prisoners in Campamende and the arrival of those last 4 members of the Trinidad, only 35 of the original 270 crew members made it back to Spain with 4 Malucans from a king's a subsequent mission to capitalize on their newfound trade route known as the Loaiza expedition. Elcano once again participates, ended in complete disaster, scurvy, and the fleet, this time comprised of 7 ships, was scattered, wrecked, or abandoned the mission, yet making it to their destination and on board, barely making it there alive. No sooner had they arrived, they were arrested by the Portuguese patrol, and eventually, having been aboard Magellan's voyage, now being the first man to navigate the global light. It should be said that the cargo of clothes brought back by the Victoria, when costs were accounted for, given the extraordinary price of spice on the European market, such that the cash term actually a complete success, and the surviving sailors became rich enough through their share of the profits to retire. Of course, the loss was the 20% through the horrors of disease and battle is hardly an achievement for celebrating, but such a casualty rate was typical of the golden age of sail until the 1770s when James Cook proved that dietary supplementation what can we say about the legacy of Magellan and the circuit, as well as a vast national, was given a cold shoulder by the Castilian court as such an incredible enterprise has proved in historicity and dimensions of it. Considered honours only for a gentleman, and the distaste for the competitor shifted public focus instead on Magellan, such that Elcano's role was initially marginalised. Nevertheless, Magellan's image too continued to suffer from the ongoing inquest into his harsh conduct that's tarnished his reputation in the eyes of the crowd and ordinary Spaniards. It didn't help that he was himself Portuguese rather than Spanish, which his original homeland condemned him as a traitor of the highest order. Indeed, the rivalry between the two Iberian powers now accelerated in earnest with continual skirmishing for control of lucrative outposts throughout Southeast Asia, escalating the already volatile atmosphere in which Muslim sultans were seriously displacing the indigenous culture long residing Hindu states in the region of the South Pacific. city
of this
to
story.
Veracruz,
The
a safer and eventually more efficient route than the Southwest Passage of Magellan.
Not to say that everybody knows the cabbage and the
Spain's ravenous
another
conquest
question.
of the New World
Like,
and its exploitation of indigenous
when
people
you have a situation
in a side from which they have yet to
you both
recover,
have the same drop habit,
and
but
perhaps
the meat have the drop. But one you like more, you like the meat more. And one is more filling, the
the
cabbage is more
Gepetto,
filling. You
the
get your
Italian
drop
scribe
one
who
makes the
gave
drop
us
on.
the most comprehensive narrative of the voyage, will go on to publish his fresh journal in several languages, traveling through Europe
The
and
third that
becoming
are
quite before
what it says
returning
it
home
goes
to
to
Florence to a life
very
of
large
relative
pieces
obscurity.
made the original form and
The painstaking daily measurements taken during even a single
then the very
entry ship's log,
because you want
but the Gepetto and Delcano, the date of their arrival on
But it says
Cape
if you
Verde
have
Islands,
fish, you have
seems to be contained
and it
later
has
than
nothing
the
has that
local
much
calendar
flour.
suggested.
Make
Navigators
flour
traveling
there
westwards,
only to find
what
it.
is known as the
Yes.
circumnavigator's
Or it
paradox,
that
would accumulate on one day offset
now
as one day
so
relative to starting point.
what it sounds really
The
smart to
concept
you
is
actually that way.
formally Jules
Trick
Verne's
question. There's no
dissertation
trick question.
novel, Arrangements have set an international deadline and boundaries to better
And now what it
demarcate
is,
one
what it's
calendar
Mazova
from the next.
is exactly like the vegetable, but it
The
comes
explosion of the spice
that's
trade
exactly what it
saw
says.
the emergence of a completely new social and economic theory of venture capitalism, mercantile trade, and academies of science as the world-bound ever smaller and well-connected distant individualism. As a gradual and intellectual began promoting feminism, the separation of church and state.
Very comfortable bed. You want to be able to use
It also saw the permanent collapse of Islamic influence,
I mean,
both
here
the
are
Silk
actually
Road
holding make
and
up
maritime Indian Ocean networks produced incredible finance wars against Christian Europe. By the 1700s, the Islamic world would be up against some of its former glory as Portuguese, Spanish, and increasingly other trade companies and nations in their economic and political influence. The rise of the oligarchs would however one form or another to this very day.
what is broken. Who says you make the broken bread more important to a function on the whole one. Or kind of came and said we should do it. The lawyer said and put it under the whole one in the said it's amazing. He asked the guy, what's your name? He said, my name's Sean.
Imagine
He
for a
said,
moment living in
very
16th century
and you make Shalom
continuous wars,
and
famines, blackness, and so traumatize
versus
the
what's
ordinary
great
person
broken
that
bread.
they scarcely have knowledge around
Is
their
large
life, and the church was itself being raised to receive the Eastern Europe and completely dominate
put
the
aside for
Mediterranean.
half an onion. But wait, so one
Exotic
bread
paying exorbitant fees for the bread.
and
In
a
some
whole
years,
bread
one it was possible to bypass the land and to the source and thus cut out the profiteering middleman. Stolen, and smuggled Arabic maps suggested it was possible. The idea began to gain traction, and a number of intrepid seamen from England and Portugal took the challenge of venturing out into the Atlantic Ocean, probing their way down the great unknown coast of Africa, eventually breaking through into the Indian Ocean, Asia now lying wide open for direct trade. Others proposed going west and found America. September 2022 marks the 500th anniversary of one such voyage exploration, sailed by Portuguese dreamer Ferdinand Magellan, and the unshakable belief that the edge of India via an as yet undiscovered southwest passage would afford an easy journey. On his journey, he would be right and wrong many times, and ultimately would take one gamble too many. But on the way, they would discover new lands, bizarre wildlife, and strange people. In an expedition that for the first time in history saw mankind circumnavigate the entire globe. Join us as we dive into the Magellan-Elcano expedition of 1519 and get a sense of the history, drama, and wonder of a world that was rapidly shrinking and after which trade would never be the same again. But before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe for updates. And if you enjoy our content, please show your support by making a small, easy donation through the heart-shaped next to the right share button below, or via the PayPal link in the description. Better still, why not get better access and personal involvement by becoming a non-supporter? Your generous help will hit this unfunded educational channel. If you go over version of this and all our other videos, is available in channel podcast, available through Spotify, iTunes, and other leading you want to listen in your car every day it's on there. Don't forget to share with your friends on our Facebook and web pages. I encourage you to visit, like, and as always, thanks for watching.
That breath and still through your stomach, so to speak.
Our story begins in Lisbon, 14th Christopher Columbus,
That's really
why
good.
the Italian business agent and opportunist writing to his paisano, the Florentine astronomer and mathematician Paolo del Monte, picking his brain about the proposition he made some years ago
Good.
to the Portuguese king Alfonso V
Small fish that start to prevent
to the westward route to the spice lands of
there
Peru
in Harbor.
and Archipelago Island in eastern modern Indonesia.
One is Hector.
Toscanelli,
One
a
shot
high
not
caliber and well-dated Renaissance intellectual, whose friends included the architect Filippo Brunelleschi and
did a lot of
philosopher
that.
Marsilio Ficino.
Prevent heartache.
He was part of a tight circle of academics
Smell.
devoted to rediscovering lost Greek, Roman scientific works. For example, coming into possession of the travelogue and maps of first century Greek
One of the
geographer Rabbi,
previous mother was the big red with heads up.
which before Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks in
To
1453,
make that previous
the long-established trade links with exotic
narrow it
goods
down
to
a little
Europe
more. So
via the Silk Road,
you have to say,
some
where you need it.
they closed,
We're going to get
and the scramble was now on
All it says
to
is,
find
oh,
alternative routes. Exotic textile despite major believed to be flat, but historians of science scarcely Christian scholar of the works of Demosthenes in 240 BC. According to the Earth, the rough sphericity of the Earth was widely known throughout the Middle Ages.
So another shot
Several
is
scholars have traced the flat Earth myth to the 19th century opponents of evolutionary theory, as well as to philosophers substantially until it is stored. Eventually, these myths make way into school textbooks and generations of misinformed people just accepted it without question. Some things have changed.
The land that you gave me, what happens if you had
The revolutionary Renaissance scholars
chopped
lay
down
not in the
your
belief in the
dream
spirit
disappeared?
world. Several writers after it across the newspapers
The whole,
used the
the
system
land,
of measurement which was about 25, grossly underestimating the width of the degree of longitude.
but the thing it says,
Now,
the thing,
while he was in Lisbon, Columbus had married into a wealthy merchant family and had come into possession of a significant geography and
finally
travel
review the whole,
several maps he acquired while sailing as a cargo agent for his small boss.
he gave him
Contemporary sources tell us that he was not a particularly good his keen interest in maps and entrepreneurial
in other words, that's how
streak
he had
led him to study a large number of geography, astronomy, and history works, a number of which still exist, extensively covered in handwritten margin notes, notes
grow.
scrolls.
Once you pick it, that's it. So you don't say, well, hey,
He worked with his brother,
what it says,
making shopping down
you
to
say
Lisbon,
Chicago, are going to touch everything beside
from savory
everything
experiences at sea.
even wine and bread.
We know that the method most influenced his and Vasco da Gama's earlier voyage to India was based on a copy of 12th century Arab traveller Muhammad al-Idrisi's map
How beautiful
for the
is
Norman
this state?
king Roger II of Sicily.
Less than the normal.
So, with the sun of desperation for the Orient,
Better
Columbus would only be available calculating the distances required to get to Timbuktu, which is about 1,400
I mentioned,
miles,
you said,
just under 1,500
the
from the Canary Islands west.
the master of this
The actual distance is 10,602 miles, or just under 12 miles, and it was far to the Arrow So ship in the 15th century undertook food was such a long and dangerous voyage. Both the treacherous and the expedition west, as well as successor John II of Portugal, his native advisors balked at the idea, and it was rejected out of hand. Again, not because they believed he was wrong about it, but because they correctly assessed his calculations as being only a quarter of the actual distance. They fully understood the logistics of the time, made suitable selection. The case was definitely closed. The penetration in 1488 of local mountaineers around the Portugal ruck its hands at the prospect of the maritime trade leading to the east, like those of the Arabs.
Salt,
Columbus packed up his gear and headed to Castile,
what is
which was busy mopping up
So
the
we must
last
say
Isabella preferred Castile, and Philip II of Aragon supplied their realms through marriage and were keen to cement their added cash flow that the Orient spice trade. So when Columbus showed up and floated his idea to her, she passed it on to her own advisors, like Portuguese scholars beforehand, missed it as untenable for the time being. As he had put so much ancillary work into the project, however, they retained a role key to Columbus from giving anyone the fruits of all his research. The ambitious Italian was having done a however, had promptly set out from England, hoping to sell it. Once again, it fell flat. He was about to settle to see if the French might be convinced to have a go, but Isabella summoned him back to court and finally agreed to fund the voyage. Any Westerners were outmaneuvering their rivals, the Portuguese, who had managed to make control of southern Atlantic shipping routes from them. In the Treaty of Alcazar some few years earlier, this meant that the entire west coast of Africa, south of the Canaries, along with its adjacent Atlantic waters, was basically a Portuguese playground. All Spanish ships now required a license and payment of hefty tariffs even to sail through there. So Columbus got his ships, and in 1492 he sailed the ocean blue, and the rest is history. Which brings us to 1493. On his return voyage to Europe, Columbus first docks from Lisbon Harbour, strides into the Portuguese royal court, and rubs King John's nose in it. The king spits the dummy and accuses Castile of breaching their treaty, advising them that these newly discovered islands now belong to Portugal, given their ownership of the Atlantic. And what's more, he's about to send a huge armada to secure this new territory and sink any Spanish vessel that dares to show up. Isabella recognized the navy, so Ferdinand Barca, now Alexander VI, to intervene on their behalf, claiming that it was unfair that Portugal should get to own an entire ocean. The Pope agreed, decreeing that these west of the Azores belonged to Castile, and wrapped all the way around to India. Furious, the Portuguese king knew better than to challenge the Pope, but he nevertheless managed to negotiate shifting the goalposts a little further west, which would effectively give him full ownership west of the straight line past through eastern Brazil, in what would become known as the Treaty of Tordesillas. Anyway, this way the problem with the two sides of the world. With the Portuguese had established trading outposts on the Spice Islands, that the Spanish were actually in their sphere of influence. You see, the Spanish insisted that the demarcation meridian of the Treaty of Tordesillas went fully around the globe, which, according to their estimation, would situate the Spice Islands firmly in their own hemisphere. But the Portuguese were indignant, and by the time it became a serious issue in 1518, Leo X, a Medici, moreover, a beneficiary of the Portuguese, so decreed that the anti-meridian running through Asia would be set at 17 degrees east of the Molucca Islands. This disparity would go on to seed substantial conflict and rivalry between the two countries, dating back to the first Columbus agreement of 1404. The two sides generally accepted the Atlantic meridian set by the Pope, and the Portuguese themselves soon initiated an expedition led by Pedro Alvarez Cabral on a similar mission to reach India via the west, in which they sailed south from Lisbon until they reached their colony on the Cape Verde Islands, then heading around and heading directly easternmost tip of the Brazil. Traded indigenous chiefs and officially claimed the territory for God and King. This fortuitously accurate geography into the easternmost promontory of South America has prompted some scholars to suggest that the Portuguese already knew about the existence of lands in the southwest Atlantic, although they had prevent the Spanish from putting their claws into it. In fact, there has been some suggestion that they had already established the Amazonian timber. made inaccurate between both Spain and Portugal, who were busy taking pot shots at each other, or otherwise conquering the areas that they encountered.
Rashi explains.
The reason I go into this protracted background is to demonstrate the fierce rivalry and disdain these two Iberian kingdoms had for one another, which has set the baseline for the antagonism to come in the further expansion westward beyond South America by Magellan. But we'll get to that in a moment. Anyway, as the next few years went by, the Spanish got busy enslaving many justices to call the encomienda, whereby all the Christian communities of conquered lands were expected to provide a permanent rotating workforce that was usually exploited to complete exhaustion and death. It seemed like a total himself in depth discussion of this subject. One of these notorious conquistadors by the name of Rothschild'S heard tales of incredibly wealthy land cities, so he set out in 1513 on a military expedition using a mix of diplomacy and force of arms, making his way across modern Panama until he reached what was a sea, but the Pacific Ocean. Having divested the region natives of their wealth and frequently also their lives and liberty, he sent reports back to Spain of this vast sea, which prompted discussions at court about the possibility of the Spice Islands being not too far offshore, such that away from Panama, they would have a shortcut into Asia, while at the same time avoiding the entire Portuguese hemisphere. Meanwhile, one Fernando Guys, was in English as Ferdinand Magellan, a brave naval officer, had just returned to Lisbon from the Far East, where he was by the Portuguese Viceroy of India. You see, following the violence of the Portuguese court in the ocean, in pursuit of three primary objectives. Firstly, to chunk off Muslim sources of wealth and thereby cripple their power. Secondly, to spread Christianity. And thirdly, to dominate the entire spice trade back in Europe. Now, the spice trade was clearly their highest priority, as the nutmeg and mace were not only used as preservatives and interesting flavors in food, but were also military potent medicines that prevent cure black death. That also recently devastated the entire population of Europe. Market was astronomical, and in Portugal was secure it would become wealthy so legendary commander knows the India and annexed his Muslim islands, for which the Portuguese were granted favors and only outpost Portuguese maritime trading empire to come. They were soon trading Pacific pepper and activities that spread slowly south to Sri Lanka, where they discovered the source of the cinnamon trade. By 1507, they had built a series of forts along the entire African coast, blockaded in Melbourne, and damaged merchant shipping to its knees.
find he understood that the Rothschild'S that came out after. The third opinion is that if you wash your hands with your hands, that signifies that it's good for you. Anything that's actually the point that you make it the problem. And finally, the fourth opinion is that's not is that it's my opinion that establishes this. Once you wash your hands with your hands, then skills are literally bench. After that point, you have to make a new blood. Four people. Four things that must happen immediately after the first one is
The king of Portugal was
on the animal
curry favor with the salt. And they fund Jewish friendship in alliance if they would be allowed alongside the Chinese, Hindu, and Muslim merchants. However, the embassy's initiative was soon undermined by disgruntled Muslim merchants who convinced the Sultan that the Portuguese were actually their enemy. And as a Muslim, if the duty bound, not only to reject their embassy, but to attack them. Consequently, a surprise attack on the ambassador led to naked and a hasty withdrawal.
the Mishnah that if you make a bracha on the wine that comes
The diplomatic insult was a mere weapon when
after the meal before,
the retaliatory strike of Malacca that quickly led into an amphibious assault, and soon after, the swift conquest of the city.
the Gemara says that
Favorable terms to the Hindu and Chinese merchants aftermath cemented their ongoing support and partnership with
in other
Portugal,
words,
such that Malacca became
after
a
blood
new
letting
base
or after
border
coming out of a
from
battle,
which Portugal projected its power into
multiple
the
wine has nothing to do with other types
the
of
next
wine
several centuries, eventually coming to control the entire trade in spices from the Moluccan Islands on Sulawesi.
then you would have to make a bracha
Ferdinand
also
Magellan,
on the second cup of wine.
behind a note
He didn't have a
that
wine
entered the
when he drank the first cup. He actually had
Portuguese
second cup,
king's
therefore he has to make a
service
bracha
at a young
on the
age.
second cup as well.
By 25, he was in India waiting in the establishment of Portuguese outposts over the course of the next 8 years, fighting in a number of significant battles, including the Battle of the
But not that
in which the
make the
Portuguese
bracha
fleet effectively crushed the Islamic and allied
My
naval
bread is
presence in
coming
the
tomorrow.
Indian Ocean, opening the way for eventual European domination of the
to
Orient.
lay down on their bed.
He was involved in both the failed embassy mission and the subsequent conquest of Malacca, but then returned home to Portugal in 1513, catched up to the eyeballs from his participation in the sacking of the city, and now accompanied by a young Malay slave he purchased in the local
Learning
market.
to sue them.
This 14-year-old Malacca, possibly sojourner of English to Umanland,
Drinking
and
wine
being
for
baptized and named
therefore
Abraham,
weather
remained by his side throughout his future voyages and would prove instrumental. Not only as a guide and
after the meal.
dramatist, but to circumnavigate the globe. But once again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. So while Magellan was living it up back in Lisbon, his cousin Francisco Serrao, meanwhile, was sent beyond Malacca into the deeper Indonesian island, trying to find the exact location of the Spice Islands. His ship was unfortunately wrecked 3 weeks ago, but the crew rescued and eventually found themselves at the court of a lord who was keen to ally himself with a strong foreign power that might dominate the Mediterranean region. Serrao well received in the Sultanate of Tep, becoming a close friend and advisor of the Muslim lord, and set up a home for him, taking advantage of the knowledge this European had of him. Serrao never forgot his mission. Mission, however, providing to Magellan back home information on the exact location and political situation of the Spice Islands in our own time. Now, with this new intelligence on the Spice Islands arriving from Serrao, as well as in the Great Western Sea, Panama by Balboa, Magellan began earnest studying of the Portuguese along the Atlantic coast of South America, they might justifiably claim it under the terms of their previous Treaty of Alcazar, which gave claim to any southern land. It was a contentious claim, given the recent patent of the meridian of Tordesillas, marking everything west of Spain. But it was unclear whether this decree superseded the entire previous treaty or only part of it. The Portuguese certainly considered the Atlantic Ocean as their exclusive backyard, and as the old saying goes, possession is 9/10 of law. At least that was Magellan's take on it. Explorers had already made it down to the Rio de la Plata near modern-day Buenos Aires, and Magellan was confident that the elusive cape was just a little farther south beyond the 40th parallel. If they could pull it off, Portugal could control the eastern and western shipping lanes out of the Atlantic, choke off Spanish pretensions to the Spice Islands for decades, and the monopoly on exotic oriental trade by both the east and west would make it. In any case, by now, the Portuguese had already established quite a stranglehold on trade and shipping along the eastern route and thence throughout the ocean. So, King Manuel I saw no need to waste unnecessary antagonism on both the Spanish and the Pope. When they were already so comfortably entrenched, meaning this expedition, Magellan went on leave without any crew, which only served to worsen his standing at court. His appointments to pay dried up, and he was left looking to attract the dummy, renounced his Portuguese nationality, and in 1517, along with his mate, and maker of some reviews, made his word of it, and left him the opportunity to use the intelligence of one of the few Europeans who had ever been to South Asia. Magellan and Palermo's touch was right. The Spanish would not necessary toil moving roads through the muddy jungles of Panama, but also bypassed all the naval checkpoints and expensive tariffs that would be levied by their rivals. South African route. Moreover, on the servant of a Portuguese king coming over to their side, it would make their success sweeter. 12 months, Charles had integrated the two partners into commanders in Santiago and raised them to the rank of captain, so they could effectively spring wedge under the Spanish. In addition, Magellan guaranteed territories, just tax exemptions, and a lucrative share of profits, and some spice trade that was subsequently established. You a sense of how enthusiastic the king got, he agreed to personally fund the entire job, but as he was already deeply in debt, he basically the family jewels and took out even more loans. In 1519, the 5 ships on tariffs, Mesa de Armada del Maduro, set sail from San Juan de Barrameda at the mouth of the Guadalquivir River and set course for Tenerife, then the southernmost Spanish holding in the Atlantic. Ferdinand, Magellan's flagship, the San Antonio, As Mar de Quisada, de Santiago, captained by Joao Serrano, Magellan's other cousin, Albert Francisco Serrano, and the Victoria, captained by Luis Mendoza. On board was a crew of 270 men, comprised not only of Spaniards, but significantly 40 Portuguese, 29 Italians, 17 French, and a smattering of Greek, Irish, English, Black Moors, and a number of Asians, including Magellan's Malaccan slave, Enrique. Malena, who was Magellan's co-captain and designated astronomer / cartographer, was one of the first Europeans to accurately portray the principles of latitude and longitude, and drew many of the charts to be used in the voyage. But lately, he appears to be descending into severe bouts of schizophrenic psychosis. So at the last minute, Ken disqualified him from the mission and eventually pensioned him off for services rendered to the Crown. He was replaced by a funeral photographer, someone new, and joined by another civilian, the Venetian scholar Antonio Pigafetta, who would act as personal secretary to Magellan, and whose meticulous diary of all trade and financial transactions were managed by Juan de Cartagena, skipper of the San Antonio, who stepped into Valerro's vacancy as and CFO. Now, I keep mentioning the word Spain as if it were an established kingdom of Castile and Aragon in 1469, and its eventual centralized power through the Habsburg line. The truth of it was that at the time, there was still a substantial autonomy within the constituent Iberian kingdoms, such that this voyage was essentially viewed as a Castilian venture. Leaving a number of crew in the Spanish contingent were vast nationals, including Juan Sebastián Elcano, a talented merchant sea captain who was in a spot of legal trouble. We'll get to him later. Indeed, many Aragonese Catalonians did not speak the Castellano dialect, making for difficulties in communication at times. In fact, some sources note that there were more Portuguese and than there were Castilians, being nominally Castilian project. It was already brewing as crew members of nationalities preferred to serve together and presented a greater potential risk of mutiny. The Spanish captains, and indeed many within the royal court, were deeply suspicious of Magellan. His being Portuguese, and they resented his experience and made no secret of this Portuguese anytime. And it's dispatch from the Spanish captains of other vessels was planning a mutiny. And that the King of Portugal, well informed by his own spy network, would clearly most Portuguese national interests. He had even dispatched 2 squadrons to destroy it and arrest them. So burdened with the threat of both internal and external enemies, guards close to his same. He resumed sailing due south along the coast of Africa, anticipating the Portuguese would not expect and as they progressed steadily south, past the Cabo Verde Islands, known as Leone, which was a peninsula on the coast, and Portuguese
water
to the experience of continuous rain
brothers
to
who Israel
fire up,
running by
emerge from the weather into a dead calm.
a meal without salt is not
Countless
considered a meal. A
days
meal
went
without
by
soup is not
until
considered a
they
meal.
eventually
Says the
drifted
Mishnah.
into the southwest
Real old
equatorial ocean current, which carried them westwards to the Brazilian coast.
Why?
The
Because
Atlantic Ocean crossing saw Magellan's small squadron enter a storm lasting several weeks, and the ship's scribe, Antonio Pimenta, relates how during a particularly violent storm one night, they were relieved. Many times the whole body appears to us, that is untellable, and in a storm among others, which we suspended in the darkest night, showed themselves on top of the largest cave of such splendor that they looked like a burning torch, which stayed there for more than 2 hours. It was a consolation when he wanted to leave prepared to throw some light splendor into our lives. We remained there. It consisted of the southern hemisphere storms, unsettled weather, of a bluish purple flame-like, less mysterious than it was interpreted by sailors as the presence of St. Elmo guarding their ship from danger during the storm. Its departure frequently associated, as in this case, with the easing of the tempest. The phenomenon is caused by the increase of the air. This friction causes the otherwise neutral gas, water atom, to become highly energized, which generates a huge voltage current. Clouds on the ground result an extreme heat attracted discharge of electrical energy to the ground. A less charged area of the field, pointed objects such as the fraternity masts of ships, concentrated the energy of the field somewhat locally. The less intense heat occurs around these objects, charged particles knock about, much as plasma cause discharge of electrical energy to dance around their molecules. What is technically called chromatic gases while shedding their electrons. In the case of hydrogen and purple, takes a lot temperature of fire or
Vegetables, raw vegetables.
and Nikola Tesla demonstrated its relatively benign nature when he generated Rothschild'S fire in his experiments in Colorado in 1899, or when the wings of butterflies were seen to emit a glow as they glittered around him. Pilots today occasionally report Rothschild'S fire on their wingtips and nose cone. Charles Darwin observed the storm that Juan Anchor in the Rio de la Plata. St. Elmo's century Christian martyr, Erasmus of Bormio, also known as Elmo, in about 300 AD, during the reign of Emperor Diocletian, a notorious persecutor of Christians. He soon fled to the mountains of Lebanon, where he remained in solitude, endured for 7 years. Oral stories tell us that he was attended and fed by a black raven. An angel appears to him, chastised him for abandoning his duty. everybody was sent to
That
Antioch
Rebbe was
to
telling
stand
servants,
trial before Diocletian.
don't ever ask
During
me
the
to
trial,
buy it. I
he
would like
was
to
severely tortured and thrown into prison, but again the angel appeared and led him to an escape. He now continued on his way through Lycia in modern Turkey, where he went on quite a baptism spree and converted many into Christianity. At one time, he was preaching before a crowd who went on the ground right next to him. Unfazed, he carried on speaking for the crowd. The dismal Christians even more than Diocletian. Once again, Bishop Elmer was arrested. He had made a temple for purification with the statues lining the avenue. Crumbled, and when they got to the temple entrance, erupted into flames, preventing their entry. Furious, Maximian had him bound and sealed in a barrel that was lined by spikes, and then instantly healed his wounds and emerged unscathed. This time, the emperor had him run in tar and then set alight. Again, the guardian angel put out the flames, and Bishop Erasmus was starting to look like a 4th century unkillable Rasputin. Frustrated and hoping he could starve him to death, Erasmus was thrown in prison, but the angel not only fed him, but also arranged his escape once more. He was recaptured soon after because he couldn't help preaching to whomever came his way, and this time the emperor had him tied to a table and disemboweled him with an iron rod tied to a window. These Moravians and patrons sainted sailors. They were not only adept at using the windlass, but also vulnerable to flames depending on their tar covered wooden ships. When furious, flames would appear on their masts during a storm. They considered it a comforting omen of his presence and protection. Given the gruesome nature of his death, he is also petitioned for intercession by people with abdominal pain, and women in childbirth. 14 holy Elder Saints of the Catholic Church, Big Great Moray. One of them didn't run away. The little squadron finally reached the coast of Brazil and made their way down the coast to the inlet known to us today, Rio de Janeiro. Seeing ships in the bay that indicates a Portuguese presence, Magellan decided to anchor to replenish supplies and prepare their battered ships. Their arrival, and considering it had not rained there for some months, the local indigenous communities somewhat buried them. So the crew was treated with goods, and the locals adopted Christianity for them. They spent some weeks there among the natives, trading lion tools, cloth, and blankets, food, and sexual favors. The sailors enjoyed an idyllic holiday in this tropical paradise. I guess Brazilians always did know how to have fun. The crew got on so well with the natives that when they weighed anchor 2 weeks later, beside the ships as they departed, pleading for them to stay. But it was risky to stay any longer, as the Portuguese were likely to show up at any moment. And in the meantime, Magellan had to also contend with the long-suspended mutiny by his Spanish co-captain, Cartagena, who accused him of being a double agent and secretly wanting to run into the Portuguese navy. The conspirator, Magellan, was well within his rights to execute him, but in the interest of harmony, and to placate the other two Spanish captains, merely released on his command and supervision of the war. Behind, the squadron now continued south into the massive Rio de la Plata estuary, thinking that they had found the naval passage. But within several days of exploring the inner reaches, it became apparent that it was as the water slowly became less brackish. Counting groups of cannibals were beautiful and fierce senators and the Spanish were there. So the natives fled inland and the crew continued their navigation without incident. Substantially increased their risk of running around on shoals or flying onto rocks in the storm. Nevertheless, this closer proximity to the land gave them opportunities to observe vast colonies of seals. The crew once particularly referred to them as seals. Without getting progressively colder, the smell was violent and storms frequent. But concerningly, they were now well below the 40th parallel, which Magellan had predicted would be the vicinity of the passage. Rabbi, who had hoped in Africa, was just under, so confidence in the captain's calculations was eroded every sail. Indeed, they continued for a week for fatigue and forced the captain to scour the coast for a suitable anchorage to wait out the winter. No sooner had they found a sheltered harbour and a place they called and another using Cartagena, but it seems that this time the rebellion. The other two Spanish captains, angered by what they saw as not only Magellan's incompetent predictions, but also his reckless sailing close to shore, again colluded in the plan, sending 30 armed sailors in a rowboat over to the Santos, being skippered by male sailors over the top. They overwhelmed the crew and its officers, killing one of them in the fracas. The next morning, another longboat was sent full of sailors to consolidate their control. The vessel, but the current was too strong, and they drifted straight into Magellan's ship and quickly overheaded. Eyeing the recapture of the ship from their own vessel, the other two realized they were now outdone and outmaneuvered, so they begged for clemency. This time was in no generosity, and he had them to offending less than drawn and watered various body parts of the children for several months. Sworn by the king, escaped this gruesome execution, but was instead sentenced to be burned on a nearby island, which was a miracle, effectively a death by starvation. 40 additional conspirators were found guilty, including the aforementioned Army, and they were all sentenced to hard labour for 5 months, which involved careening and repairing the hulls of ships, as well as building shelter on land. This brutal suppression had the intended effect, and life settled into a desperate and puzzled order as the weather closed in all around them. Nevertheless, Magellan was impatient to scout the area, still convinced that the passage was just around the proverbial corner, so he sent a ship out to reconnoitre. They soon found another harbour, favourable to the one they were based in, with fresh water and food. But as they sailed back to Magellan's place, their ship, the Santiago, was blown off the sandbank, breaking up soon after. Fortunately, there were no casualties. source that underlies. Despite the loss, Rothschild packed up the camp and had the now squadron sail to the more favorable anchorage where they remained for another 6 weeks. Ships until the weather improved in the atmosphere, but the squadron finally ventured out. Who speaks day to day. Okay, obviously, we took a quick look at who this saint was, and why on earth she had 11,000 virgins with her. The name Ursula derives from the Latin word for sheep, and legend has it she was the daughter of a Greek king called Dionysus of Ionia, who ruled over a territory roughly numbering more than England. She was regent of Britain in the late 4th century before the collapse of the Roman Empire, and the story goes that he was asked by the legendary Celtic leader Meriadoc Count of Brittany for his daughter's hand in marriage. Now, busy fighting off so he initially requested King Dionysus to send him several thousand eligible women who might marry and settle into new communities. Obligingly, the king sent his daughter, who was apparently accompanied by 11,000 virgins. They travelled across the English Channel in ships, but when they questioned the princess, it related to her work to me before she considered herself becoming his wife. She was first deemed to travel to Rome on a pilgrimage of Britain of chaste maidens. Now, being a headstrong woman, it was told the groom that she wasn't asking for his permission, and legend tells us that he was so in love with her that he would have granted her every request. So off she went with an army of rollicking virgins deep into insurgent territory, and as luck would have it, in the vicinity of Waterford alone, they ran into a raging army of nuns who had just laid seized and unsuspecting maidens, deflowering them, and then executing the ensorcement. The tragic romance of the Christian princess going on a pilgrimage in order to delay her marriage. To a pagan student, then meeting a grisly end. In other words, is a recurring motif in people who have been martyred in this unfortunate way. Anyway, some seed was eventually discovered by other horrified Christians, and the bones of the unfortunate virgins were said to have been collected and later venerated as relics within the Basilica of St. Ursula in Cologne. Her feast day is so when Magellan found her inland in Tierra del Fuego on her feast day in 1520, he named the cape in her honor. And incidentally, her legend is also the source of the name of the Virgin Islands, so named by Columbus when he sailed past that Caribbean paradise on the same day in 1493. Now, you might also be wondering why he named the area that they were sailing through Tierra del Fuego, or the land of fire in English. The extreme edge of the South American continent was named Tierra del Fuego by Magellan during his famous voyage of discovery in 1520. It was so named on account of the many campfires they observed on shore while passing through the region. Like the Splinter Waters expedition had come across family groups of indigenous Otago people who, despite the cold, dancing fellow. Having entered the bay, a fierce storm blew up and separated the ships, with two of them being blown deeper into the water. When they eventually reunited, they found to be conducive to navigation, so they cautiously made their way to the no noticeable change in the saltiness of the water. There also appeared to be violent currents moving the other way, giving them some reason for encouragement. They eventually came to the large island, which Magellan directed the two ships toward the land and turned to the right, after which they would meet up again and rearrange rendezvous. When Magellan's vessel returned, only one of the other ships was there to meet them. The San Antonio, the largest of the ships in the squadron, placement and chock full of his cousin, was subjected to another mutiny. Its Portuguese pilot, Gomez, stabbed the unfortunate captain after the vessel tried to set off the cannon. The mutinous crew, in Albert promptly, eventually arriving back in Spain along their original route. 6 months later, leaving Magellan in Spain, the mutinous crew were of course arrested, and at the subsequent trial, they related what they felt was continuous brutal treatment endured under Magellan's tyrannical leadership, describing him in the worst possible terms as a reckless and cruel captain who was prepared to endanger the king's ships and the lives of all the men under his command, purely in the stubborn pursuit of his own dreams. They reported that Magellan never took the advice of the council of his subordinate captains and treated them with such contempt that the crew carelessly owned up to and even justified their two previously failed mutinies, despite domestic court-martial and a death sentence. The judges swallowed the story, the mutineers were released, and Magellan's reputation was significantly tarnished by their testimony. Magellan's wife, back in Seville, became a court pariah, and her husband's income was cancelled, leaving her virtually destitute, independent of the generosity of friends. Meanwhile, the three remaining ships searched fruitlessly for the San Antonio for weeks, assuming they must have sunk. But while they waited for any sign of the ship, Magellan sent a scouting vessel through the northern fjord-like channels till they finally emerged into the vast ocean beyond. When Magellan heard of the breakthrough, he was said to have wept tears of joy, and upon seeing the expanse of ocean for himself, a couple of days later, he named it the Pacific Sea, that is to say, ocean, because of its apparent calm. If you think it was just about to get comfortable, worse, it's through the southern reaches of the continent, and where he assumed the Spice Island would be, by largely relying on the faulty maps produced by German merchants then nothing with the Portuguese court to produce maps of West Africa. And Hyde was a bit of a celebrity, it seems, with his maps and his globes. Surviving one in the world, now he had visited London, using his imagination to fill in the blanks. Apparently, it wasn't just Toscanelli, but also Rabbi, who put the idea of Columbus's head on a westward passage that appears that once America had been discovered, but he also sold Magellan on the idea that a passage through the new continent would be found at around the latitude of modern Buenos Aires. It's just as well because, despite the strong currents and narrow fjords, Magellan, another option for navigation and the famed passage to Rothschild'S, so named after the two intrepid captains who took the long way round a couple of years later. Because the southern route around the relatively narrow waterway connecting the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, the currents and movements of cold and water streams are so dynamic that the swell can reach in excess of 12 meters, with the weather so violent that it is considered to be the most treacherous waterway in the world, causing countless tragic sinkings and being a rite of passage as well as a source of macho sea shanties for generations of sailors for centuries to come. Magellan had calculated the Spice Islands were only 3 or 4 days away, but as it turned out, it would take for an expedition that barely had a couple of weeks' worth of food and water. He directed the now dwindling squadron to strike out into the vast expanse, and though they enjoyed warm weather and reasonable currents, they failed to spot any islands that might be suitable for food and water, for what would amount to thousands of kilometers of dry ice, tipping voyages, spoiled weather, and as the weeks passed, they resorted to boiling leather and eating sawdust as starvation slowly set in. Rats, if they could catch them, were a prized delicacy, but they were soon eradicated by the ravenous crew. Scurvy also soon took them on. The vermin sores, causing gums and delirium, eventually causing the deaths of 20 or so crew members, with dozens more falling gravely ill. Of the 166 souls who emerged from the straits, there were now barely 100 fit enough to work. Interestingly, the senior officers didn't succumb to symptoms of scurvy, and it appears that their privileged ration of Wits jam provided enough vitamin C to stave off the disease, and it seems that they either didn't think to analyse why, or they kept it to themselves, not wanting to share their privileged rations with an increasingly mutiny-prone crew who were becoming ever more disillusioned with their captain's inability to explain why they had yet reached Japan, despite 3 months of fruitless wandering. Some were beginning to think he was a madman. Eventually, they hunted past a couple of small islands that were uninhabited and offered no real sustenance besides a large presence of sharks that they spent a few days bellies once again continued westwards without sighting any more of them until they eventually came to the Marianas, anchoring off the island of Guam. Suddenly, there were dozens of outrigger boats swarming around the 3 Spanish ships. Australian natives proceeded to make off with anything that wasn't nailed down, and managed to abscond the Mercadina or Spanish pinnace that was tied to the stern of Magellan's flagship and exploring. Unsurprisingly, a scum soon broke out, and the Chamorros fled back to their village. Outraged, the captain ordered retaliation, and the crew armed themselves for a raid the next morning. Burning several huts plundering the village. In the fight that ensued, 7 of the warriors were shot, but having recovered most of the stolen goods, the party returned to their ships and sailed off before the natives could organize a larger counterattack. Astonished at the audacity of the locals, Magellan named the island, which is the Spanish word for island of leaves. The crew are now becoming increasingly violently sight of land. 10 days later, on the 16th of March, 1521. Being a Sunday, the feast day of St. Magellan named this island in his honour. convalescence of
Therefore,
Canadian sailors.
take a cup of wine and drink
Here
it
too,
in order to
native
stop
people
the
soon
fear.
appeared
And
like
then they
dew
give another
on a
cup of wine.
neighbouring
The Lord
island.
says that
But unlike the recent experience,
as soon as
these
they
people seem to make so many members. As in Brazil, a
the
report said
I'm
there
not sure
was
I'm being
between
the
the
right
pro-locals, with much conversation being had about food,
we did that
customs,
when
and language of the two cultures.
Yeshua, when they went in their straw, we made the bracha on the better straw.
The ships once again set off with the instruction of the chief to head for an island
And later on,
or sea
when
where there was a much
said,
more
our guys
powerful
have done
partner
it,
who might make contact
I know that we did. It was throughout Ghana.
with Easter
When
approaching.
the Aruke
We
Beitar,
laid anchor off the small
many
island of
victims,
Lasawa,
millions of victims from Beitar weren't
where they
buried.
planned to
Many
celebrate
years
the holiday.
Shaman says that it's
Presently, they encountered a pair of large warships
tremendous
which
snakes.
belonged to
No,
two
there's no smell
Rajas
about it.
from the local area
Come
who
here,
were out
brother.
on a
I tell you
hunting trip on
that
the
there's no
island.
smell when I make it. It was
The
very
jealous slave, Nike,
So we
suddenly
have
realized he could understand the dialect, and the two noblemen, uniting the jealous party,
insert that
their
in
guests and their Now, most people are taking a quick look at the cultural history of the Indo-Pacific region. Just like Columbus, Hispaniola treated him, was convinced that the land he encountered on the Philippines, ironically, in a cultural sense, he may have not been too far off the mark. You see, Indian trade and colonization of Southeast Asia had been going on since at least 300 BC, with references to Indonesian city-states in its literature, such as the Ramayana romance story, where the hero Rama sent his best general to Java in search of his lost bride Sita.
certainly when
Two major empires on the east coast of India, the China, had an extensive philosophical,
I don't even use the
that is
word
to say, a
maritime
maritime empire built on trade that spread all the way down through Southeast Asia
that makes
into
it
the Malay Peninsula and thence through to Sumatra, Java, and Borneo. Their sophisticated culture, religion, and architecture became fashionable, with the Indian language soon becoming the lingua franca among the thousands of indigenous cultures that now adopted those customs and
already
titles
were read
by virtue of a solid trade network India to China in the 6th century AD. Many of these Indianized kingdoms became powerful dynasties in their own right and began projecting their own influence on successive neighbors. So it was in the 10th century AD. There were a number of powerful emerging out of Sumatra and Java, claiming descent from Cholas and Kalingas of India, with tributary states of their own, extending all the way north to the Philippines. These kingdoms rose to noticeable prominence, with the Srivijaya of Sumatra, the Mataram kingdom of Java. In 1292, Kublai Khan sent a force of 1,000 ships from China to conquer the wealthy Singasari Empire, which was the current dynasty that ruled Java. His expedition ultimately failed, but internal feuds and competition between rivals saw continuous warfare raged throughout the entire region, weakening their naval power. By the 14th century, Muslim traders and colonizers eventually began accepting Sumatra, and soon enough began to exert their influence, supporting their own candidates for kingship and then establishing dominance throughout the region. At the time, 1821, much of the west of modern Indonesia had become Muslim, while the east retained the Hindu Buddhist culture.
broken down to two.
Jelly
tell you about
current Rajapakit Empire ruling capital in Java, and they were busy warding off rival Muslim sultans from the west, who were expanding their own territories as well as parts of the Spice Islands of Malacca. Over the next few years, the Rajapakits would themselves be overthrown by the Muslim Demak Sultanate and the Hindu influence that the Asian islands were would retreat to other few small outposts, such as Bali, which still retains a strong Hindu culture to this day. Magellan and his company descended a large hill where they had planted a large cross, claiming these newly discovered islands to be the heads of God and Spain. The two Rajas who hosted him were intrigued by the ceremony and took an interest in the religion Wahab, with Magellan and one of the Rajas even exchanging forms of It seems that there was some kind of renewed religious zealotry in the captain, and like the previous Raja, played his home of Cebu, where he might find a ready supply of converts. And trade concessions to their whereabouts, literally only weeks in sail. As usual, Magellan took his own advice and before the local lord, Raja Philip. This was similarly impressed by both the Europeans' peculiar religion and the demonstration of his armor and weaponry, such that within a week, Michael, Magellan's chaplain, had not only baptized the Raja and his queen, locals who followed suit. The newly Christian Raja now got the idea of taking advantage of Magellan's newly awoken passion for missionary work by suggesting to him that the neighbouring island of Malta were not only resistant to join the true faith, they openly mocked it. Indignant, Magellan set fire to a number of their villages, and when its Raja, Lapu, showed up in hostile array, Magellan, full of the Holy Spirit, keen to show off, told his host to stand by and watch as he wiped the floor with these unbelievers. Unfortunately for our captain, neither his faith nor his iron breastplate proved sufficient as the 50 or so Spaniards that came ashore were completely over 1,500 waves in what would become known as the Battle of Malacca. Magellan's shipborne artillery and crossbowmen were way out of range, and his armour wasn't enough to stop the poisoned arrows of the mine. Closing in on him, he was soon cut down, or of the enemy during a fighting retreat in what was more like a bloodbath. The routing Europeans were speared and bludgeoned to death, escaped, including Piccoletta, who barely made it back to their boats under the cover of cannon fire. Lapu would enter indigenous as a Philippine national hero for centuries to come. The remaining officers now huddled, and it was agreed that Magellan's brother-in-law, Juan de Barbosa, as well as Juan Serrano, would act as having his chance of conquering the neighbouring Raja squandered by the hubris of this European blackguard must have infuriated Don Carlos, as he was now called, because Lapu now had a significant casus belli against him and would prove to be an ongoing enemy. So, while the new captains were licking their wounds and renewing Magellan's love, they received an invitation to attend a banquet at the king's palace, when they procured royal jewels as a present to be given to the king of Spain. Magellan's will included a provision for the emancipation of his young slave Enrique, but the heavy dependence they placed on him as an interpreter saw captains deny this post, and they insisted on him in servitude until a later date when his services might no longer be required. Obviously, Enrique didn't take this news perpetual servitude well, and it seems that when he was sent back to the camp, we don't know what was said, whether Enrique convinced the king that the Spanish were after his crown, or indeed whether Bonaparte thought he should make a royal gesture to his now angry neighbour Lapu-Lapu. But when the third of the ranking officers up for the feast a couple of days later, following the banquet, before they could get away, observed what the goings would. As they sailed away, they saw Enrique standing waving boldly to the Spaniards, and along with him we speculate that he soon made his way back home, becoming a illiterate teenage Himalayan slave rather than some thoughtless European aristocrat. Anyway, the ships now plied their way southwest, with just over 100 men left alive. There were not enough hands to man all 3 ships, so the Concepcion was set alight and scuttled, while the shaken crew made frequent stops at the islands and villages scattered through usually received welcome and testimonies of life. They encountered a well-established pearling industry and plantations of cinnamon, sandalwood, nutmeg, ginger, pepper, and other spices that suggested they were getting close. Italian scribe Pigafetta, in his diary, depicts the idyllic lifestyles of the various communities they came across, noting with interest their curious adornments and peculiar rituals, such as penis piercings, a practice which had also been observed among Mesoamerican cultures thousands of kilometers away. Apparently the phrase "happy wife" even among native people. Some inhabitants were described as being dark Ethiopians. Most were virtually naked, but occasionally they came across chiefs who were resplendent in silk robes and gold jewelry. The ships also began to encounter occasional Muslim communities the further south they went, where they nevertheless also usually received a warm welcome. Our Italian scribe was particularly fascinated by the widespread practice of chewing metal leaf, a peculiar and indignant custom that still persists there to this discredit. The crew occasionally engaged in acts of piracy against merchant vessels, which brought them into conflict with the Sultan of Brunei. But in a notable engagement, the Spaniards defeated this naval force and even captured their commanding prince, negotiating a substantial ransom for his release some weeks later. During their time flying the waters of the Philippine archipelago, the crew loss of the captain, Magellan, and the betrayal and murder of 27 of their officers, the Portuguese captain, Rabbi, at the head of their now Jews
Very good.
lied
That's a lot.
to two qualities,
How would I?
and they removed him from the
Lord,
under questionable circumstances, replacing him with one Sebastian. Being a competent and experienced merchant, who had got into some legal trouble over an unauthorized sale of one of his ships. All ships were viewed as pure military vessels. Not be sold without appropriate government approval. Fortunately, still going on back in this deal for this voyage, when we receive a royal pardon and avoid present previous participation in the venture. But being a Spaniard and expressing a personal dislike of Magellan, he felt compelled to support his countrymen when he entered the offer via occasions back the Atlantic and then spending several months in chains under the St. Julian. One of the reasons given for the continuous uprisings against Magellan was the complete secrecy with which he commanded the voyage. He typically refused to divulge his and the source of his predictions, which led many of the officers to believe he was just making things up as he went along. His paranoia, rashness, and harsh command of the crew only distanced them from him further. At the very times that they needed a charismatic and inspiring leader to get them through, it seems that Elkanah, or as he himself spelled his name, Elkanah, was one of those unassuming but experienced sailors that knew much but spoke little. His quiet competence eventually became prominent, but not before pretty much every other ranking officer had died. Nevertheless, he and Gomez Espinosa, now sharing command of the Victoria and Predator, respectively, eventually violent offered them to the brother loan of the Sultanate of Tito, November 1521, when they were warmly greeted by Sultan Al-Mansur, who readily offered them a trade agreement. Alliance with Spain. From a rival across the pond in the Ternate Sultanate of Sulawesi. It was there that the Portuguese agent and cousin of Magellan, Serrao, had long made his home some years ago, and from whom Magellan learned of the location of the Spice Islands. It turned out that Francisco Serrao had died at roughly the same time as Magellan, so the two old friends never managed to actually meet up, though they were a week's sailing distance away from one another. As Magellan decided to stick to embrace the historic vision of East-West conjunction, about which songs and paintings would no doubt have been long celebrated. But it was not to be, and fortunately for the Spaniards, the Tito Sultan was more than happy to ally himself to set the alliance that Ternate had. It wasn't long before a Portuguese found out about their arrival, made his way over to parley with the Spanish. Apparently, the Sultan over in Ternate was also unhappy about his alliance with the Portuguese and was seriously considering switching sides himself. There was a rumor that he had fallen out with Serrao and actually had him poisoned. So this new agent was feeling rather nervous that he might be next. However, they were also informed that the Portuguese viceroy of the region had received intelligence of the Spanish mission and was instructed to hunt them down. And they hastily packed their ships to near all the clothes they were stuffed. The two captains now discussed their options.
claiming
that those were the orders they were actually given at the outset of the voyage, while Elkanah proposed heading south instead, deep into the Indian Ocean, keeping well away from Portuguese both sailing long stretches of open ocean with little unity for resupply, but as they couldn't agree, they decided to part company and take their chances each to his own. Moreover, a dozen or so men disliked either option and chose to remain in paradise, risking Portuguese prison rather than starving to death on the deep blue. 47 men chose to sail with Elkanah on the Victoria, including a dozen or so Malayans who the Sultan pressed into their service. So, in December of 1521, as the lumbering ships prepared to depart, their holds lengthened with tons of clothes, the Trinidad began taking on water and was fired to the dock to repair the damage. The Victoria, the second smallest ship from the squadron, carried their weight well, and now made their way gradually southward towards Timor. Island as they did before, to be met by an friendly along the way. Each often told stories of mythical beasts enchanted forests, pygmy-like tribesmen underground, of cannibals, and even an island of Amazons that killed any man who comes near. Like the architects of ancient Greece, they meandered their way through this tropical labyrinth of timeless secrets until they eventually struck out into the Indian Ocean and headed southwest, well away from the Sumatran and Indian coastlines. In fact, passing only within several hundred kilometers of Australian shores, where they might have stitched They spent nearly 3 months battling the raging sea. Cold, lethal, and all they was left on seawater. Unsupported skirt once again ravaged the crew, and several sailors felt nothing to call into philosophy on the African coast, and even if it meant imprisonment and torture by the Portuguese authorities. A more democratic leader than his unfortunate predecessors, the capital had to vote, and the crew decided in favor of keeping their honor and pushing on to complete the mission. But as they approached the Cape of Hope, possible headwinds held them up for weeks, the decision to head close to shore, risking capture by the Portuguese. Record they delivered at first, but as they rounded the cape, the situation was becoming more dire by the day. The hull was starting to rot and leak from worm infestation, and men were dying like flies from starvation. So they searched fruitlessly for a landing along the coast of Chile and Senegal. But no avail was had to call into the Cape Verde Island. Make their identity as having won from looting seven lands, given ice sacrifices that could no longer justify. As well as having used after they had landed, while concealing the wretched worms, instantly betrayed for a very long time. They doubled the whack purchase of the company for full price, but the authorities were tipped off about Elkanah and scrambled to impound the vessel. Elkanah rolled to shove off, leaving 13 sailors stranded on the dock, who were soon rounded up by the governor and imprisoned. Having escaped the clutches of the Portuguese authorities on the and the islands, he takes a ride in Victoria, who now said that it wasn't a case of making a sailing. You see, the various wind patterns that exist because of the Borealis effect create a consistent gyre of air currents that circulate clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern. This means that the prevailing winds at the location of the islands, at roughly 15 degrees north of the equator, will be blowing head on and out to the west. Portuguese navigators had long learned that it was actually more efficient, counterintuitive, to sail out to sea, perpendicular to the winds we now call northeasterly trades, and then ride the clockwise turn of the winds. As they become southwesterlies, that would now be at their backs as they approach the Iberian coast. This turn of the trades was known as the Volta do Mar, and it enabled Europeans to strike out with confidence across vast expanses of ocean and predict the likely wind direction based solely on their latitude. Soon, the Victoria had one last port to sail, quietly making its way through southern Argentina and up the Guadalquivir River, looking at Seville. But exhausted and emaciated survivors managed to fire off Lieutenant Salvo to salute their monarch and celebrate their return. Meanwhile, back months to repair and sailed off north from the westerly winds that coast before the Pacific finally showed its true capacity for violence, and they were held by a relentless storm that forced them to head back to safety. They returned to find the Portuguese occupied their former holdings, and 2/3 of the 50 or so sailors left behind, themselves emaciated and ravaged by scurvy, failed to venture northwards. Espinosa surrendered to the occupiers, with the ship, its maps, goods, cargo seized, and the crew tackled the Their hapless Portuguese agent was taken outside and summarily executed for treason. 4 of the 50 or so men of the Trinidad dated back to Spain alive. While the Trinidad was awaiting its fate, Elcano, back in Seville, was busy writing a short letter to King Charles, briefly outlining their journey, their suffering and sacrifices, the literal death of their leader, persuading the Christian faith, and the capture of their comrades who he gave an account of the successful diplomatic mission to the peoples of Maluku and their ready-made under Spanish protection. Nowhere in his account did Elcano mention himself, brag about the staggering voyage he commanded to successfully return home, albeit battered and shattered. He did, however, manage to negotiate a future and honest for himself, though he never quite made it into the inner circle of the court. With the eventual release of the prisoners in Cabo Verde and the arrival of those last 4 members of the Trinidad, 35 of the original 200 made it back to Spain alive. Who were keen to meet the king, capitalize on their newfound trade route known as the expedition.
If a person only has 1 cup of wine and he has to do a go, and he wants to eat a meal and do singing, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Abdullah. He used the 1 cup of wine to both drink the Muslim and Abdullah. What is the what he does is he first does the go for it. Just go for the shop. What is the Tzil is in the middle. You say for some Muslim and never summon, or you say for some interview, though, everybody agrees that for some Muslim only is never before the summon or for some before that. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that the only one that says that is the Shammai according to Yehuda, Havdalah is all the way to the end. Havdalah is equal to Kiddush. And then the wine, where's the opposite? So the answer is the difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When it's possible, you make Kiddush first, and then by yourself. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make Shabbos first, only afterwards you do Havdalah. Are you required to have a cup of wine for Zima? It's still saying yes. Shammai is a machlokes, two-way machlokes. What Shammai holds? The Rabbi says specifically that according to Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine because the Rabbi says that if a person was about to finish his meal, then he brought a cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to Shammai, you don't need it. So there's no happen. It's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine. So it's a sugi of Tuman Jahara. Very you know that a corpse is a that's pretty much it for food. Unless you do one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one glass of Shuma every time you touch it. When it comes to mashkin, the 7 liquids, say water, wine, a person who's ashamed touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a rishon, and it has the power only the Rabbanan to become something else and make that a shame. So therefore, we have a place. What comes first? You wash your hands on the diet, and then pour the cup. So you pour the cup of wine, and then you wash your hands. What's the matter? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become common. Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that they come in. Concerned that if your hands wash, perhaps they will touch the cup. If your hands have liquid on them, the cup falls out. The cup has been soaked in wine that came off the top. He touches that wine. That wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to become the cup. And I'm not allowed to use it. But we still say you're allowed to use a cup. It says that your hands are going to become cup. You're not allowed to eat with clean hands. That's why we wash the meals tonight. So if the cup is coming, wash your hands and have moisture on your hands. Didn't wipe your hands. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon. And that rishon hands is shaking. And that's a problem. Now we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch the coming cup because the cup is not in your hands coming. You need the water, you need the moisture. Hands without water cannot make the cup come in easy. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? You put it on the table or you put it next to you on the couch. According to Mexilla, the table is a shady and the cushion is a shady. There should be a difference, so there is a difference. Put it on the table. The third thing is the moisture in the table will make a liquid in the table coming. I'm not concerned that my hands will become hot because that is not something that we find in the Torah that just comes in the rest of the time. Where food becomes a shame, that's the Torah. Concerned that your hands will become hot. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a shame in front of the Shammai. You're not allowed to use the table as a shame in front of the Shammai. Therefore, put the towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another thing you find in the Mishnah is you have to sweep the floor before you wash my hands. You have to clear the table from for the child. Are you allowed to use a shamash, a waiter, and an amar that doesn't know the halacha, doesn't piece up the large pieces of bread from the shamash? You are allowed to because you're allowed to use a shamash that's an art, and therefore that you might use larger pieces, and the water from your mouth will put on it and ruin those pieces. So say, I'm not concerned because you're only allowed to use it and only do those things Shabbat. Unless you switch the because we say that what the Shabbat says is what we still say. And therefore, the entire Mishnah, the entire like there's a machlokes, Silo, we use according to Rabbi, we use the word Torah. Torah means in the past. Hashem created life in the past. Torah means right now he's creating. Or perhaps it also means in the past. And that's the way the Shabbat says. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be. We say Yosef. He says, everybody holds the same Torah. Machlokes is the word ma'oire. Ma'oire means like how many according to the Shabbat is one. When you be still, it has three ma'oire. You don't say ma'oire, you say ma'oire because it has red. He did it this with it during Shabbos, which is amazing that he did it from a lot on Shabbos. He used it from a lot. So some of the guys are coming off of some sort of big party, most of the Soros, wonderful things.
Superstition and fear were rife, and the church was itself being rent apart by scandals and fraud. Ottoman invaders were sending into the Balkans and Eastern Europe and completely dominating the Mediterranean. Christian princes, when not fighting amongst themselves, were desperately trying to contain the threat of Islam, and yet they
Probably nothing given. Today we're going to be discussing mainly the Habel candle and the summit. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but before Shabbos and first before Shabbos, you're allowed to use Rabbi. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use. You'll have a combination of a flame that existed before and an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a red. Therefore, if after Shabbos, the guy lights a candle from a tree, you're allowed to use Rabbi because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other hand, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain into another domain, you are hiding because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's also used that a guy lit from another candle? That's just the tzibra that you might use God's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. If one sees a very large flame coming out of the furnace, well, at the beginning of the process of heating up stones for light, you don't make a rub on it. But at the end of the process, if you're using that light, that fire for light, then it's wonderful. What about the light in the shul? Very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of a important person that you can't use it for ourselves, it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person, there's a caretaker needs his own light, you could make it. And if there's a full moon, the caretaker doesn't need light, even if the caretaker is there, you're not using it for Abdullah. If they brought a candle into the space for Abdullah, like the Shami says, everyone should say the bracha for themselves. Because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that causes big people to fight. Just like if it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Bad smell, or for the bathroom, or your hands, do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in his store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. Acidic, therefore, if you have acidity, and a minority of the Jews use the fragrance for source for tissue, and a minority of the Jews only uses exposed fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for alcohol. And if you have a minority that are to be a majority of something that's not for alcohol. If a person smelled a nice fragrance of Torah and he had it in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, two conditions when it comes to the flame of alcohol. First, and you must benefit from it. Seeing the flame means you cannot be behind the corner. And benefiting is not like this. Rab says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You stand at a distance as long as you can possibly benefit from it, and it's not giving out oimomois with the olive. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light different points. Rab says that you don't have to search for a candle on the Shabbos, like you would search for esrog and other things. If it comes to you, it's easy, bring, but not now. You look at the mission that a person forgot to say Yerkes HaMakom, and he walked away from the things that he did. According to Bistili, he doesn't have to go back. According to Bishami, he doesn't have to go back. But Bistili, the reason he must go back. What else? He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a top full of golden coins. They sounded on the other hand, didn't big seal, but on the amazing part. He walked away on purpose. Or those amazing stories about Rabbi. He was on a trip, and he stopped to eat, and he ate, but he forgot to bench. He got back on, and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, they'll laugh at me, they'll say, bench everywhere. So he lied to them, and he said, hey, I forgot to rest because Klal Yisrael is neutral to a dove. What saves a dove is wing. That's why it's saved by Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food won't be adjusted, it's considered for Muslim. What does that mean? It says, as long as you're not hungry for that meal, still bench. If you walk 4 parts, the time of 4 parts, 72 minutes away, then you can go more than that. And that's if you eat a very large meal. If it's a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you can bench. The Mishnah tells us that the person heard a part of a drama. So the Gemara obviously is not trying to restrict this. I might see for kids, if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. But it's saying is that if you heard part of it, you're allowed to say if you don't hear a drama. If you heard part of it, you don't hear a drama. Let's say, the machlokes is what is better? Is it preferable to lead signal, or is it preferable to answer the signal? One of my says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Bryson says gets a fire before the person is. Other Manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the audience is more important. Children that are told to repeat the bracha over and over, do not say oven to my bracha. But a child would say oven to his bracha. The Gemara tells us a very interesting name. Rabbi, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi and says that hands that are absorbed, meaning that are dirty hands, one, you should wash them otherwise in this one. I don't know who these people are. I don't know who these people are. All I know about is the Bryce. The Bryce says, I learned that you should do my training to wash the plate. Yes.
century Arab traveller Muhammad al-Idrisi's map drawn for the Norman king Roger II of maritime route to the Orient, Columbus pored over the available data and began obsessively calculating the distances
Rothschild'S
required to
down
get
in a
to
third
Japan,
paragraph
then known as Timbuktu,
many different types of roughness,
which he estimated at 2,400 nautical miles, just under 4.5 thousand kilometers from the Canary Islands. The actual distance is 10,600 nautical miles. Ship in the 15th century could have carried enough food, fresh water for such a long and dangerous voyage over the treacherous Atlantic Ocean. The wedge made the because they correctly assessed his calculations as being only a quarter of the actual distance. They fully understood that the technology and logistics of the time made it a virtual suicide mission. The case was definitely closed with the subsequent penetrating 1488 of Bartholomew Diaz around the southern tip of Africa, the first European to demonstrate that a maritime route was possible. Laughed out the Portugal rubbed its hands at the prospect of a maritime bypassing the Arabs, packed up his gear and headed to Castile, which was up the last of the Islamic strongholds in its had just unified their realms through marriage and were keen to cement their growing power with the added cash flow that an Oriental spice trade would provide them was shown up in the Latino India advisors Devious he had put so much ancillary to the project, however, they retained him on their payroll, keen to prevent Columbus from anyone else in research later.
When you ask a friend,
The ambitious Italian was having none of it, however, and promptly set out for England, hoping to win. But once again, it fell flat. He was about to set off for France to see if the French might be convinced to have a go. But Isabella summoned him back to court and finally agreed to fund the voyage because, damn it, any risk worth outmaneuvering their rivals, Portugal had managed to raise control of southern Atlantic shipping route. In the Treaty of Casablanca a few years earlier, the coast of Africa, south of the Canaries, adjacent Atlantic waters, was basically a Portuguese playground. And any Spanish ships now required a license for the payment of hefty tariffs in order to sail through there. So Columbus got his ships, and in 1492 sailed the ocean blue. The rest is history. Which brings us to 1593. On his return voyage to Europe, Columbus first docks in Lisbon Harbour, strides into the Portuguese royal court, and rubs King John's nose in it. The king spits the dummy a heel for breaching their treaty, further advising them that these stubborn islands now belong to Portugal, given their ownership of the Atlantic. And what's more, he's about to send a huge armada to secure this new territory and sink any Spanish that dares to show up. Isabella and Ferdinand had either the names or the cash to engage in another protracted war with Portugal. So Ferdinand turned his own countryman, Rodrigo Rothschild, now Pope Alexander VI, to intervene on
of the mace,
claiming that
the
it
ends
was
dug a
unfair
hole
that
in the mountain,
Portugal
and
should get to
it's
the
just
entire
right over his head,
ocean.
and it's not his neck. He tried to look it up,
The
and he
quote
couldn't.
agreed,
But it says
decreeing that all lands 100 leagues west of the
came down
Azores
and
would belong to
they
Castile,
came out long,
even if it
crooked,
ran
and he
all the way
couldn't get
around
them out
to
of the
India.
At this point, he was really
Furious,
curious.
the Portuguese king knew better than to challenge the Pope, but he nevertheless managed to negotiate shifting the goalposts a little further west, which effectively give him full ownership west of the straight line that passed through the east of Brazil in what would become known as the Treaty of Tordesillas.
Like,
With the outpost on the spice island and the Spanish flag gradually their sphere of influence. You see, the Spanish insisted that the demarcation meridian of the Treaty of Tordesillas went way around the globe, which, according to their estimation, would situate the spice islands firmly in their own hemisphere. But the Portuguese were indifferent, and by the time it became a serious issue in 1518, the new Pope power broker and so decreed the anti-meridian running through Asia would be set 17 degrees east of the Molucca Islands. This disparity would go on to seed substantial conflict and rivalry between the two powers, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Now, before all this blew up, returning back to the post-Columbus Agreement of 1493,
that
the two sides were generally accepted the Atlantic meridian set by the Pope and the similar
they would spend a lot of time
of the knowledge of Brazil
this is no reason.
before scouting the coast for a suitable harbour further south, traded with indigenous chiefs, and then claimed the territory for God and the King. This fortuitous direct entry into the easternmost promontory of South America has prompted some to suggest that the Portuguese already knew about the existence of the Southwest Atlantic, but that they were keeping it under their hat to prevent from getting their claws into it. In fact, there was a suggestion that had already established a long history bringing back Amazonian timber. Of course, neither the Catholic states of Europe nor the emerged Protestant ones paid any heed to the Pope's treaty and in order to circumvently out themselves and establish colonies both well to the west and throughout the Indo-Pacific, via Cape Good Hope in Africa. At times, coming into conflict with Spain and Portugal, who were busy taking regular potshots at each other or otherwise conquering the various indigenous civilizations that they encountered.
State is good. Squatting.
The reason I go into this protracted background is to demonstrate as the next few years went by, both the Spanish and established as a rabbi and communities of conquered lands. Expected to provide permanent rotating work. See my video for man and for a more in-depth discussion of this subject. Senators by the name of Rothschild'S on a military expedition overseas and rules of arms, making his way across until he reached the 24th of the sea, but which
By the way,
was,
it sounds
in
like
fact,
good for
the
your
Pacific Ocean.
the English Rabbeinu, if I was wrong, it's certainly good for us. But Rabbeinu,
Having
something
divested
was
the
actually
natives of their wealth,
the word
and
is like
frequently also their
it's out
lives
first
and
to make a
liberty,
hard, then they
he
say
sent
on
reports
and
to
stuff
pass and
like
see
Moshe Rabbeinu, which is the word,
prompted
called by his name,
discussions
Moshe Rabbeinu.
about the
I swear that's what
possibility
I
of
said,
the
send 60
spice island
to build a house, then you pay the best of the
far
Moshe
offshore,
told him,
such that
I
in
want to tell him,
Panama,
sure the word of the shadow of Hashem might come over himself,
while at
tell
the
us,
same
that
time
was
avoiding the entire
you gotta take the letter
sphere of
that
influence.
was normally used to create the
One naval officer and Johnson, when he and his cousin Francisco Serrano had been involved by the Portuguese viceroy of India, unfortunately now
it's like a letter that hasn't been opened.
the Gama,
What you
used to
imagine
India.
you don't
In
have
1998, the Portuguese presence in the Indian Ocean pursued three primary objectives. Firstly, to choke off fossil sources of wealth
under reverse time.
by crippling
Good
power.
about himself. That actually takes away
Secondly,
from his
to spread Christianity.
Imagine if you look at his office. Learn
Thirdly,
from his
to
Tzaddik,
dominate
not
the
every
entire spice trade back to Europe.
talking about his mother. Family.
Now,
In other words,
the
his life
spice trade was clearly at base, where
the
it
Tzaddik
was
was
to
never to
examine interesting
a
flavors of
Russian
food,
never dreamed.
but were also prevented human black
Yeah, but
falling away.
himself, and therefore,
That have so made
what it said,
things on the open
any
market
person that
was
doesn't dream
astronomical.
at all. Because they
Would secure a viable trade route to the
really
sovereignty and
they double
manage
in,
to ally and to secure his
zero
authority.
that push
The Portuguese were grown to
say
favorable trade rights
that are
and
reversed
government
read about
outposted
redemption.
these European lands
Was the
that
say
laid the foundation for the
or
Portuguese
tell them,
American
friends, I mean, my sister and I should sing together.
trade.
What say
Settlers then spread
look at
slowly
them
south
themselves. Don't know
to Sri Lanka,
what
where they discovered and built a series of forts along the Arabian coast. Trade routes to the Red Sea and
was very long eruptions. People thought that eruptions everybody has
embassies were meanwhile set for the British to establish trade relations with significant potential partners such as Japan, Malacca, and even China.
the second one gets
Of these,
that whoever is
Malacca
afraid of it,
and that bottleneck in the flow of goods from China was a European trade hub
and then you should
that
say,
diverged the
I
Polish
just know you're saying
population
I'm so and so.
comprised of
Say
local
that to him.
as well as immigrants and merchants from
Probably have
all
some
over the world.
nice theory.
Portugal was keen to curry favor
Then
with the
this one
Sultan
gets to
of Malacca and made
I don't know.
overtures of friendship
Tell
and
everybody about
alliance
it.
if they would be allowed
After
a
that,
trade concession in
put
the city
stop for
alongside the Chinese
he'll do this down.
and Muslim merchants that were already
That's it.
there.
And he told this guy, don't tell everybody the first thing.
The
After that, he
embassies
said,
initially
tell everybody whoever
was
loves
soon
Rabbi,
undermined by
and
disgruntled
whoever hates
Muslim
Rabbi,
merchants
happy
who
that Rabbi
convinced the Sultan that
enemy is happy that
Portuguese
sick.
were actually their enemy.
Disappear.
And as a Muslim, it was duty bound
Paul said,
not only to protect their embassy, but to attack them. Consequently, royal leave caused the mayhem and a hasty withdrawal back to the insult was avenged in 1502 when Alfred organised a retaliatory strike on Malacca that quickly morphed into an amphibious assault and swept the city
flying at 24 people that
France, the Hindus and Chinese merchants cemented their ongoing support and partnership
and all
Portugal,
before
much that
being
Malacca
true
became a base from which Portugal projected power into the deep Pacific for the next several centuries, eventually coming to control the entire trade in spices from the Maluku Islands on Sulawesi. Ferdinand Magellan had entered the Portuguese king's naval service at a young age. By 25, he anticipated the establishment of his own fighting in a number of significant battles, including the Battle of Lyon, in which the Portuguese fleet effectively routed the Islamic and Allied naval presence in the Indian Ocean, opening the way for eventual European invasion. He was involved in both the Third Embassy mission and the subsequent conquest of London and returned home to Portugal in 1513, catching up to the rebels from his participation in the sacking of the city, and now accompanied young Malay slave purchased his way to the local market. This, of course, brought Malacca, possibly Sumatra,
The bottom line is that whatever interpreted
and
Rocco
baptized
is a
and
negative
named
interpreted by the
remained by his side
Rocco, your
throughout
wife
his
is going to die, your
voyages,
children will die, your kids are going to
were
be terrible.
instrumental
The king is
not
going to
only as a
for
guide
breaking
and
this palace. In
translator,
fact, the
but
king then
more
accused Rocco of
importantly,
breaking this
if
palace.
he can,
Then he
they
told him, you're going
actually
to get
have
whacked on the head
claim
by
as the first to
Rocco
navigate
walked
the
with the
globe.
he saw two
But once
wine
again,
eating
in
and tried to
ourselves,
find it, he got hit twice. We're about
so
to live again.
while Magellan
Rocco
was
said,
living
stop.
it up back in
Rest.
Lisbon, his cousin Francisco
What?
Serrao, meanwhile, was sent beyond
Interpreted
Malacca
Rocco's
into
dream
the deeper Indonesian island
that
chain
he's going to
to try
divorce
and
his
find
wife.
the exact
That he's
location
flying
of the
away in
spice
the middle
islands.
of divorcing a wife.
His ship was
And finally,
unfortunately wrecked
when
in Greeks,
Rocco paid him,
but the crew
he told
managed to
Rocco
get
that the
rescued
fact that the
and
wall is
eventually
falling down
found
means
themselves
he's
in
going
the
to have
port of
unlimited
the
amount
Sultan,
of property.
who was
Abai hustled down. Now all of a sudden he pulls Abai under his bus, even though Abai paid him, he said Abai's going to die, you're going to call Abai. My house is falling. It's spiritual. Go every year. I was in the same dream that my head still open, a great kebab. Finally he tells him, I dreamt that the Lord was up and down on the ship, and I had remembered that I was going to have an ace. He said, I'm going to get a boat with Rocco. If the boat sinks, he'll have an ace. I'll die. Jump on the boat. In his hurry to jump off, Rocco grabbed the Rocco kicked in his stomach and saw it says, all things are interpreted based on this revelation. He says, Russia, why do you interpret my dreams? I forgive you for not feeling bring the ball out. Now, this is very happy. And he said, right person, I better do two go. Let me go to Delta. Go to the road.
Which gave
But I think you're not
to
listening to
any southern
prisoners.
territory.
I won't interpret. Then they
It
come to
was
the
the contentious of the meridian of
following it says,
just
like, entire many things going on.
but
The
it
king
was
is slowly
unclear whether
outworking.
this
You're
decree
trying to watch it.
superseded the entire previous treaty
They took the
or only
treasurer
part of it.
out to kill him.
The Portuguese
And he
certainly
was out to
considered
the
the Atlantic Ocean
They took their
as
heads in
their
and tried to do
exclusive
good.
backyard.
Cedar.
And
Because
the old
Cedar
saying
down. I
goes,
was like, let the cedars go. Rain was flying out. And that was the end of it.
explorers
Before
had
that was,
already down to the
well, also,
mother
I
of
took
the
the
modern
don't
day
think
Buenos
that
Aires,
like
and
Jaws,
the Jamaica
that
pulled
the
it off,
leader of his boat
which
was
was
away.
controlled
My
by
hand fell off.
and Western
Well,
shipping
it means
lanes
you're
out
not
in
going to
the
get up
Atlantic
anymore.
and choke off Spanish
fell off.
pretensions to the
You're not
Spice
going to be able to
Islands
walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury.
and the monopoly on exotic Oriental trade.
I thought that I'm going to die under. I'm not going to make it to Lisa.
Make Portugal a
You'll die with honor.
In any case, by now, the Portuguese had already established quite a stranglehold
Martin tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shah. Rabbi Shmuel says, I read that I was pouring oil on top of olives. As Rabbi Shmuel, that means that my relation to your own mother. I read that I grabbed the star, means that you cannot do, and I swallowed the star and so through and you touch one another. That means you have a relation with your sister. I taste the moon that you have a relation with your sister. I stepped on the side of the shadow of a Hadass. That means a relation with the Naira and Rosa. I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. That means the relation the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you were common many women. I grabbed them and they flew away. Sent away two wives who went away to kill. I killed an egg. That means you steal from the dead body. Says to the Yogi, unbelievable. I read everything in this wall. But I did not steal from the dead. At that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing is stolen off the bed. Finally, this is incredible. Why would Rabbi Shmuel want them to hear Europeans? Because Rabbi Shmuel had given my father said, he's not need money for wisdom. That means that he doesn't money that's right. This is the fact for his money. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, another says of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pond, it's a sign of peace, as long as it's not going to happen and you need it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down. We can't get into it. Very delightful, and not a different one that's detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a hot, about traits, about a shoy for a dog, a lion, if you're shaking, a well, a reed, a person dreams about a reed, and dissipate, buffalo dreams about plural, person dreams about boards, wax, silver dreams, boards, only by people that have spiritual might. So 5 things that are said about an act. It's neat to become wise. If it bores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have the sword. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. Dream about a donkey, waiting for Yeshua. Dream about a cat and pen. Holy Cat, Shinra, it's called in your city Shinra with the yod, and you'll have something bad with shake. Dream about white grapes, good sign. Black great sign, a red horse, moving nicely, that's a great sign, galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yiddi in Arab, the son of Abram, Shmuel, then you should know that your people will be established. A camel you dream, that's a really bad sign. What is the
Captain by Joao Serrao, Captain Luis Mendoza. On board was a crew of 200, comprised not only of Spanish,
Rabbi Zephyrin's diary received a dream since we have over 150 degrees of turbine, we are going to go over the minute. If a person sees a camel, that means he's supposed to die, but he's supposed to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's even better. The person dreams the name written down. You know, with one note, they'll see in that. He sees names with 2 notes, like Lebanon, multiple Mason. If a person sees the word test, that means he will be ever, and they will redeem it. If a person sees that yourself saying, Ishmei Rabbi, promise not really my boat. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's growing to have the Shema, but his generation is because that it's not. If a person sees Philip, then that means called growing godless. If a person sees that he's davening and finish the davening, that's a great sign. If you sort of listen on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or so, but he never thought about them, think about them, Meanwhile, his mother is Yuna Naira Marasa in Torah, Patience Ish, will be Ben Olam Haba. Won't have any Averis because of Mashiach. A fig will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's grown. If it's split and it's Hamacham, it's a sign of Torah. He's on earth, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olive, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, it's the light of Torah. If a person sees a thing, Tamil Chachayim, you won't have any Averis, so the things of a goat, will have a great year. Two goats will have 2 years or more. If he sees Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an esrog, don't go to the esrog, that means a very horrible thing. You don't like something that's horrible. If a person sees a lulav, that means he's one heart that is horrible. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of chachma, and if he has a relation with the goose, that's a sign of becoming a Rosh Hashiva, like Rabbi said he's Rabbi. If a person sees a chicken, it's a sign of having a bed zachar, multiple chickens, multiple bnei zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means they'll have a beautiful garden and simcha is like. If a person sees eggs, or any round thing that's called like a nut, or a glass, or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended and his request will be answered. The person dreams that goes into the city will be taken care of. Means that he's shaving, that's a good sign, and he's shaving his beard as well. It's a sign that a person will have in his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the wave, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he's in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. So the person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. And he goes down, that means he's going to be the apple. Rabbi on the bike says, no, once you stop, even if he is naked, that means he's stripped from all Averis. If he's naked in the shawl, that means he's stripped himself of all of his mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain them up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a march, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. In the forest, with a snake, that's a great sign. That means a lot. The snake won't have to work for your food, but the snake bites you, will have double kernels. And if snake, if you kill the snake, that means you want a parnasa, even though Shisha said the parnasa will know that's because you don't fucking it's a great sign that he's not going to lose the tent because there's no real protection for it. Gemara says, Sefer Malachim, in its being greatness, his castle, that means they have chachma. Tehillim, Shir Shirim, David HaMelech, Yod, Kinois, Apple, Yishmol. That's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude. He sees a hope, a matic, and those are all items that you can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a good sign, right? All vegetables are a good sign, besides the club. The other day, Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great, besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad to the body and you don't benefit from sherry, inferior dates, and unripened. There are three things that don't go into the body, and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself, and resembles Olam Haba, and that Shabbos is sun after. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or good voice, especially greetings of a woman, and a good sighting, like a nice picture of buildings, and she'll smell. There are three things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful message. There are five things that are one of six. Fire is 1/60th of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60th of the month. Shabbos is 1/60th of the Royal Haba, and a dream is 1/60th of a Navua. There are things that are amazing areas. And dreams. Six things will heal us. The womb, the intestines, diet, feet, and dry penny royal. That things will cause a person to become sick again. Even worse, that is, the meat oven, if you shave, you eat breast, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like sword, but that's a large cucumber. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says, the Rabbi always had small cucumbers on the table. They're very wealthy, even some of the Muslims. If a person dreams about a sick person in his own house, that means a sign of peace. So if that person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If that person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything removes is a sign of peace. Anything he gives you in the dream is of a desire. The Gemara mentions Mark. Well, I was going to upward in there to scroll, should say, just like this, I was there was up in Geneva, and what was that? Up there, we called each other to scroll, all over it. But possibly with him, and she returned the hearts of people to do tshuva. The book stars, I'm not that because they are mostly going, or July says, even if all the going are going to become gay, lots of others say that they're well, have a wonderful day.
Demonstrated its relatively benign nature when he generated settlements for experiments at Colorado in 1899, where the wings of butterflies were seen to emit a blue glow as they flittered around. Pilots today occasionally report Settlements fire on their windshields and nose glasses.
Just like every
Charles Darwin even observed the phenomenon while at anchor in the Rio de la Plata. Settlements fire derives its name from 4th century Christian martyr Erasmus of Lorient, also known as Italian city of Rome. About 300 AD, the Roman Emperor Diocletian, notorious persecutor of Christians, he soon fled to the mountains of Lebanon, where eaters popular stories tell us that he was attended and fed by a black raven. Eventually, an angel appears to him and chastised him for abandoning his duty, returning by road. He was intercepted by soldiers and admitted his identity, whereupon he was sent to Antioch to stand trial for all the convictions. During the trial, he was severely tortured but again, the angel appeared and led him. He now continued on his way through Lycia in modern Turkey, where he went on quite a baptism spree and converted many people to Christianity. At one time, he was preaching for a crowd when a lightning bolt struck the ground right next to him. Unfazed, he merely went on speaking, around cowered in fear and the ground smoldered. It wasn't long before his proselytizing was reported to the Western Roman Emperor Maximian, who despised Christians more than Diocletian. Once again was arrested and put into a humiliation. Another statue was the body, and when they flamed its sun erupted into flames, prevented their entry. Furious, Maximian had sealed in a barrel that was likely to emerge unscathed. This time, the emperor had it smothered in tar. The guardian angel put out the flames, and Bishop Erasmus was starting to look like a 4th century unkillable Rasputin. Frustrated that if only he could starve him to death, Erasmus was thrown into prison. But the angel not only defended him, but also arranged his escape once more. He was recaptured soon after because he couldn't help preaching to whomever came his way. And this time, the emperor had invited him to take him, and he accepted. Failed him, and by a book, time wound up the victim. Bishops in his night on a school of final living his life in the area of modern-day Croatia. These apocryphal stories made him the patron saint of sailors who were not only adept at using the windlass, but also vulnerable to flames and lightning from the guitar. Wooden ships. When the mysterious blue flames were hitting over them, presence and protection. Given the gruesome nature of his death, he is also petitioned for intercession by people with abdominal pain, rare and limited childhood, being considered one of the powerful 14 holy Catholic saints of the Catholic Church, and being prayed to for rain. Portuguese Magellan decided to wait in order to replenish the area of the ships. Decided to remain out, and considering it had not rained there for some months, the local indigenous business communities of some kind of miracle. So the crew was treated God-like death threats, and the locals adopted Christianity and enthusiasm. Expected settlements there of the natives, creating fires to rocks, maintenance, food, and sexual favors. The sailors enjoying an idyllic holiday in this tropical paradise. I guess Brazilians always did know how to have a good time. The crew got on so well with the natives when they weighed anchor 2 weeks later. The natives canoed beside the ships as they departed, leading northern to stay. But it was risky as the Portuguese were likely to show up at any moment. And in the meantime, Magellan had also attended the Lloyd's of Lloyd used to a double agent who secretly wanted to run to the Portuguese Navy. The conspiracy was quickly apprehended, and Magellan was within his rights to execute him. But in the interest of harmony and to placate the other 2 Spanish captains, merely relieved him of his command and confined him to the supervision of a loyal crew. Leaving Brazilian waters and their dusky maidens behind, the squadron now continued south thinking that they had found David's passage. But within several days of exploring the reaches, it became apparent that it was actually a river-based mission of maidens, with the water slowly became less brackish. Here they encountered groups of a small handsome stature, voices, but it seems these local afraid of the visitors that were Spanish from them, so the natives fled away, and the crew continued navigating without incident. At the time, they set off once again, passing close to shore, and only sailing by day to better observe the coastline and passage. But this unknown coast substantially increased their risk of running aground on shoals or flying onto rocks in the storm. Nevertheless, this closer proximity to the land gave them opportunities to observe vast colonies of penguins and seals. The crew were particularly wary of the sea eroding. Every further degree south they sailed. Indeed, they will continue for a further 8 weeks. Fatigue and inclement scour the coast for a suitable region.
Rothschild's doctrine friends, we are gearing up with random assessments.
No sooner have they found shelter, harbour, and a place and another sailors in a rowboat over to the sailing
More than the concept that you cannot feel the fake dirt out of a pit, try to fulfill it, it's not going to be filled because it's only some dirt. Or take them, take it out to the thing or practice on the city that fell model, not stop them out, it's not because the next morning.
another longboat
Set conditions that when you see an earthquake, like a rock, the word story of
the
was
current
rocking
was
by.
too strong, and they drifted straight into Magellan's ship, quickly apprehended.
I wonder if the
Eyeing the recapture of the ship from their own vessels, and the other two captains realized they were now outgunned and outmaneuvered, so they
those two
prepared
players
for Clement's.
create the earthquake.
This time, Magellan was in no mood for generosity, and he had the two offending lesser captains drawn at the water, hanging their various body parts off the art, having been personally told by the king, escaped this gruesome execution,
Clouds
but was instead
focus
sentenced
each
to be
other,
marooned on a nearby island,
clouds
which
form
was
water,
firing
one
a
is
very
another,
effectively
or about to
was
say when the lightning strikes
the starvation.
the hail in the cloud, that creates the sound of the
Conspirators were found guilty
more
of
than
Elgato
another shot
and all sentenced to hard labor in
goes through
chains
a
for the
hollow
following
cloud,
5 months,
similar to when
which
we
involved
go
the
above barely conditions that holes would not
as the
start
weather
at night
closed in all around.
the chance to escape
Nevertheless,
start of the day.
Magellan was in
Always
fact still
always
fit. The passage was just around. When we see a ship out like
lightning
the
because you put this brother
they
next to
stood
it.
in another harbour.
What says that our legends are terrible
The
and
one
not
they faced in,
that is
with pressure was
lightning white
but as they
or
sailed
yellow
back
lightning
in the green
around
squall,
through the
the
north
ship
or
was some
some
young
seem like they've
blown
gone
onto a
bumping each
sandbank,
other
breaking up
passing
soon after.
but you sure
It
like
was
says
okay
even
after a
thunder
couple of weeks of
scare
trekking
people
over land. They
cookies
face
makes their heart.
saw us alive.
When you see a rainbow, you should not doubt
Despite
it.
the loss, Magellan packed up the camp
Rather
and
you say,
now reduced
the Bible,
risking
them
open
of the
ships
so if it's
until
not even
they
a
were
word. Abide said
It wasn't
that
until
when there are
October
winds in the
time of
Like
the squadron finally
mountains,
ventured out again and in
rivers,
search
all
of
those
massive
big ports, only say, but some might
shoulder of Peninsula and the 11,000 Virgin Martyrs
not
whose
in the
big day
entire
was
world,
that
whereas
day. Okay, obviously, before we go, we need to have a quick look at
after
why
the
on
Roman
earth
Empire night,
and
the
11,000.
Levy
The name Ursula derived from the Latin word for
said the
she
one
there.
who
Legend has it that she was the daughter of a British king called Leonotus of Luconia,
when you see
who
the sun,
ruled over a territory
animals created
roughly covering what is called
doors.
He
The
was
sun
regent
created
in the
on
late
on
4th
Wednesday.
century
They night
of
at
the
6
Roman
o'clock.
Empire. And the story goes that he was asked
Sun
by
was
the
back.
Celtic leader
His
Conan
every
Periodon
year,
found his
5
hand in
days
marriage.
order.
Now, they're fighting off the hordes of rebelling
7.5
Gauls,
hours.
but despite his success on the
Toward
battlefield,
his son.
his new domain of
He had a
America
position
was rather sparsely
that
populated.
can happen She's also
said to his daughter, there was only like 11,000
it
virgins.
has to be at that time that
They
Saturn was
travelled
created.
across the English Channel
That's
in
what
ships,
says.
but when they got there, the Christian
Everybody gets together and
princess
says it.
declared
That
to her patient groom to be that before she committed herself to becoming his wife, she would first need to travel to Rome on a pilgrimage. And accompanying her would be the rather large retinue of chaste
says on the Great
handmaidens.
Ocean, the
Now,
Atlantic,
being a headstrong woman, it was clear to these befuddled grooms that she wasn't asking for his permission, and legend tells us that it was so in love with he would have granted her every request. And as luck would have it, in the vicinity of modern Cologne, their apartments had just laid siege to the city. Being armed, they unsurprisingly availed themselves of the princess and her unsuspecting maidens, deflowering them, and then the entire lot of them. The tragic romance of the Christian prince
are red.
meeting the grizzly pun is a recurring motif in the and for us, it was just one of several to have been martyred and discovered by other horrifying Christians, and the bones of the unfortunate virgin and later venerated by relics in the Basilica of St. Ursula in Cologne. The feast day is October 21st. So when Magellan found England and Tierra del Fuego on her feast day in 1520, the name came in her honor, and incidentally, the legend is also the source name of the Virgin Islands, so named by Columbus, who sailed past that Caribbean coast on the same day in 1493.
Finally,
Now, you might also be wondering why the name of the area they were sailing through, Tierra del Fuego, or Land of Fire in English. The extreme edge of the South American continent was named Tierra del Fuego by Magellan during his famous voyage of discovery in 1520. It was so named on account of the campfires they observed on shore.
the question is, when did we have
Historic
that
of the odd animal skin.
second time around?
These people were described as giant stature,
If you bought it
fearsome in
for
appearance,
the second time,
painted
according
faces,
to the first
and
nation,
big arms, both
if you
being
had it
avid
before
seal
you
and
inherited
bird
it,
hunters.
now there's something new by buying
The
it
crew had
according to
mixed
Rabbi,
interactions with these people,
and according
but
to
they
Rabbi,
generally were open to
but according
trade,
to the second
and
nation,
Magellan in particular
had
had
this
cordial exchanges with
garden
one in particular.
buying even Rabbi to make a profit. The argument between
Having entered the
whether you make a profit around
the
this buying
space of Magellan,
Rabbi
a fierce storm blew up and separated the ships,
make it so
two of them being blown deeper into the
you had a
waterway.
situation where
When
something
they
bad
eventually
happened,
reunited,
but it
the
also
depths
something
were
good
plumbed
business.
and found to be
Crops were
conducive
smooth
to
for
navigation,
It's
so they
good for next year
cautiously
for the
made
next
their
class.
way ever deeper.
Diamond
With
MS,
no noticeable change in the saltiness of the water,
we have something really
there
good
also
happening.
appeared to be
Something
tidal
bad
currents
found
the other way.
and see
Some later current
king will find out about
they eventually came to a large
great
island,
activation.
directed their ships to explore the land, after which they would pick up again and would rearrange rendezvous. When Magellan's vessel returned, one of the other ships was there to meet them. The San Antonio, largest of all ships in the squadron by displacement, by Magellan's cousin, was suddenly subjected to another mutiny. Its Portuguese pilot, Gomez, stabbed the unfortunate captain and demanded as he tried to set off warning captains.
Another 3 months
The
to 6
mutinous
months.
crew
David,
however, promptly turned around and headed straight back out to the Atlantic, eventually arriving back in Spain,
learn
more or less along the original route. subsequent trial, they related what they felt was continuous brutal treatment endured under Magellan's tyrannical leadership, describing him in the worst possible terms as a reckless and captain who was danger the ships and the lives of the men under his command, pure pursuit of his own dreams. They reported that Magellan kept on the advice and counsel of his subordinate captains and treated them with such contempt that the crew fearlessly owned up to and even justified their two previously failed duties, despite the risk of court-martial and a death sentence. The judges swallowed the story, the mutineers were released, and Magellan's reputation was significantly tarnished by their testimony. Magellan's wife, Isabel, became a pariah, and her husband's income was cancelled, leaving her virtually destitute. In the pentagon generosity of friends. Meanwhile, the three remaining ships searched fruitlessly for the San Antonio for weeks, assuming they must have sunk. But while they waited for any sign of the ship, Magellan sent a scouting vessel through the north, following channels until they finally emerged into the vast ocean beyond. The freight was sent through the wind with tears of joy, and upon seeing the expanse of ocean himself a couple of days later, named it the Pacific Sea, and it's the same ocean because of its apparent calmness. You can think how poor old Captain had come so far. Unfortunately, it was just about to get a whole lot worse. His crew and his if you recall, Magellan had grossly underestimated the distance between the southern reach continent and then pursued the spice island, relying on the faulty and dubious maps produced by German merchant and cartographer Martin Behaim, who had worked closely with the Portuguese court to produce maps of West Africa. Behaim was something of a celebrity, it seems, with his maps and his globe, oldest surviving one in the world, having lots of interesting though erroneous details, and scholars today doubt that he visited many of the places they were charted, using his imagination to fill in the blanks. Apparently, Spinelli, but also Behaim, discovered a passage through the new continent would be found at around the latitude of modern Buenos Aires. It is just as well because, despite the strong currents and narrow ports, the Straits of Magellan are a relatively safer option for navigation than main passage or the Herman Elsis. So named after the two encountered captains connecting the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans to cold and water streams are so dynamic that the swell can reach in excess of 12 meters. And so violent that it is considered to be the most treacherous fixing heat, and being quite a passage as well as a source of bunco sea shanties for generations of sailors for centuries to come. Anyway, Magellan had calculated that the Spice Islands were only 3 or 4 days sailing away, but as it turned out, it would take almost 4 months. When expeditions barely had a couple of weeks' worth of food and water. He directed the now dwindling squadron to strike out into the vast expanse, and though they enjoyed good weather and reasonable currents, they failed to spot any islands amounting to thousands of kilometers of water. Their supply of biscuit and dried eggs, typical of naval voyages, was spoiled with the warm weather, and as the weeks passed, they resorted to boiling leather conversation slowly set scurvy also soon took a hold. Open sores, haunting gums, and live deaths of 20 or so groups, with dozens more on a great deal. Of the 166 souls referred to the streets, there were now barely 100, fit enough to work. Senior officers didn't succumb to symptoms of scurvy, and it appears that their privileged ration, which jam, provided enough vitamin C to stave off the disease. It seems that they either didn't think to analyse why, or they kept it to themselves, not wanting to share their privileged rations with an increasingly mutiny-prone crew who were becoming ever more disillusioned with their captain's inability to explain why they hadn't yet reached Japan, despite 3 months of fruitless wandering. Some were beginning to think he was a madman. Eventually, they mastered combination of small islands that were uninhabited and offered no real substance to presence of sharks. They spent 2 days fishing. Barely flinching in, they continued westwards without sighting any stirring vicinity until they eventually came to the Marianas, anchoring off the island. Wow. So dozens of outrigger boats swarmed around the 3 Spanish ships, and Australian Chavo natives swarmed without so much and proceeded to make off with anything that wasn't not the Mercadina of Spanish menace that was tied to the stern of Rothschild'S flagship. And exploring or destruction wanted to retaliate armed themselves for a raid the next morning, burning 7 huts under a village. In the fight group, 7 of the warriors were shot, but having recovered most of the stolen goods, the party returned to ships and sailed off, or the natives would organize a larger counterattack. Astonished at the audacity of these locals, Magellan named the islands of Balcones, which is the Spanish word of thieves. With the renown becoming increasingly ill and debilitated from starvation, they finally sighted land 10 days later on the 16th of March, 1521. Being a Sunday, the feast day of St. Lazarus, Magellan named this archipelago in his honour. They sailed down the east coast of the island of Zama, and built a small habitat offshore for comfort and conflict. Lessons of sailors. Here too, native people soon appeared to a canoe from the neighbouring island of Samoa. Unlike the recent experience on Guam, these people into a certain change, and food was generously provided by the local Raja. Seems, as in Brazil, a rapport soon developed between the crew and the locals, with much conversation being had about food, customs, and late days of rest and the ships once again set off where there was a much more powerful Raja. Like maybe contract with. With Easter approaching, the crew laid anchor off the small island of large warships, which belonged to the Rajas from the local area who were out on a hunting trip on the island. Magellan's slave, Nike, suddenly realized he could understand their dialect, and he now acted as a translator. The 2 noblemen,
down.
You see, India Southeast Asia had been going on since at least some of the hero Rabbi said his best general to insurgent major empires on the east coast of India. The Khalifa had an autocracy all the way down through Southeast Asia. Soon becoming the lingua franca among the thousands of indigenous cultures that now adopted those customs and titles themselves. By virtue of a solid trade network that extended from India to China in the 6th century AD, many of these Indianized chiefdoms became powerful dynasties in their own right and began projecting their influence over less successful neighbors. So there were a number of powerful maritime of Sumatra and Java claiming descent Rothschild'S and Caligula's of India, Philippines, and east even to New Guinea. These kingdoms rose to noticeable prominence with the Srivijayas. In 1292, his expedition ultimately failed, but internal feuds and competition between rival kingdoms saw continuous warfare rage throughout the entire region, weakening Arabic power. By the 14th century, Muslim traders and colonizers eventually began to settle in Sumatra, and soon enough began to exert their influence in turn, supporting their own Islamite candidates for kingship and then establishing sultanates throughout the region. At the time of Magellan's arrival in 1521, much of the west of modern Indonesia had become Muslim, while the east retained the Hindu Buddhist culture. So the Rajas that Magellan met in the Philippines were nominal vassals of the current Majapahit Empire, ruling from its capital in Java, and they were busy warning off rival Muslim sultans from the west, who were expanding their own territory to India, as well as parts of the Spice. Over the next few years, the Majapahits would themselves be overthrown by the Muslim Devaks. And the Hindu would retreat, such as Bali, which still retains a strong Hindu Mass and planted a large cross, claiming these new discovered islands, today known as the Philippines. The two Rajas who hosted him were intrigued by the ceremony and took an interest in the these many long conversations where some kind of renewed agreement happened, and like the previous Raja, his new brother recommended travel to a much larger trading hub of Sika, which might find a ready supply of both converts and trading possessions, as well as a cheap source of gold. During the conference, Magellan's other commanders counseled him to ignore Sika and instead sail south to the Spice Islands, having now received
famous bathroom burial that had a very bad reputation. People went there together. Obviously, didn't have any chairs. They went there by themselves.
Suggesting to him
Damage
that
the
they rely Mukhtar
extreme
not
measures
only
of
resisted
and they were drying that stupid to be overcome with
Magellan set
the
fire
of
to enough and when
pushing
its
upon himself
Raja
and davened for
showed up in
Lord knows
hostile array,
the body was brought up by
Magellan
the woman that accompanied
his host to stand by and watch his fate. His mind
before
was
Robert
playing
became
through sufficient as the 50 or so smacks that came before were completely overwhelmed. 1,500 aging natives
wife
in
was
what
born
would become known as the
one of the
crossbow
letters
were way out of range. Nava wasn't enough to stop the poison arrows that the foe cut down while holding off the enemy during the fighting retreat. But what was all the way to the bloodbath in the battle, the rout was
they
as a Philistine national hero centuries to come.
as long as you see them revealing themselves.
The remaining officers now huddled to discuss it, and it was agreed
Wow, we were
that
such a
Magellan,
very
Juan de
nice.
Barbosa,
How can you say
as
that?
well as Juan Serrano, would act as co-commanders.
Now, why was there nothing so
Having his chance of conquering
why is the
squandered by the hubris of this infuriated situation on the line. None also seemed capable because Rabbi now had a significant forces ally against him that would prove to be an ongoing headache. So while the new captains were putting their words and reviewing Magellan's last testament, they received an invitation to attend a banquet at the King's Palace where they would discuss what assistance they might need following the tragic loss of their leader, as well as to give them royal jewels as presents to be given to the King of Spain. Magellan's will included a provision for the emancipation of his young slave Enrique, but the heavy dependence that he placed on him as an interpreter saw the captains deny this most important of clauses, and they insisted on his remaining in servitude until a later date when his services might no longer be required. Enrique didn't take this as an objection, and it seems that when he was sent back to the king to confirm their intentions at the banquet, young Enrique had a few things he needed to get off his chest. We don't know what was said. When Enrique convinced the king that the Spanish were after his crown, or indeed whether Lebron thought he should make a goodwill gesture to his now angry neighbor Lapu-Lapu. But when 30 of the ranking officers showed up to the feast a couple of days later, following the banquet, the king called out his guard and strangled almost all of them before they could get away.
Or the story of Abba went to the bathroom,
Observing
he
from
made
the
a
deck of
snorting
their
noise
ships,
as if the actual
shocked
person in the
at the
bathroom
massacre of their key officers,
somebody in
the
there stopped
crew
and said,
were
"Go
brought
back
to
to
rescue
work."
base,
Now, I'm talking
so
about the phone
it
from
got
Abba.
out while
An
they were
emergency
removed.
was very important to have something.
As
Another
they
story,
sailed away, they saw
a
Enrique standing on shore next to the king,
In fact, the words that they came,
waving
and
bon
inside
voyage to
the
both
building.
the Spaniards and
So
along with them
another,
his ongoing slavery.
I gave you another man who said
Many
he was
today
supposed to be
speculate that
or
he soon made his way back home to
Brother
London,
got show, he went
never to be
to
heard
the
from again.
and Lubbock had an
If
opportunity
so,
and he
the
did it.
honor of
Said,
first
said,
human
Lord,
history
I wrote
will
to him,
circumnavigate the globe
Lubbock
will
told
go
him,
to an
but
illiterate
talking about
teenage
the
Malayan
not that I
slave
know, the answer
rather
is,
than some
of course
pompous
I wrote my
European
show,
aristocrat.
but show you
History sure can have a peculiar sense of humor.
a king was in a cave, offense after offense,
Anyway,
they
the ships ran
ordered
but with
to
just over
all
100
that I
years
was
left alive,
what is called
there were not enough hands to man the three ships.
clothing.
So the
Later on,
Concepcion
really old,
was set
try to
right
form
with
him up
its
with
government,
clothing.
while the shaken crew made frequent
So
stops
said,
at many
no one
islands
else
and
in that
villages scattered throughout the archipelago, where they usually received a warm welcome
everybody
and
knows at
plenty
this point, but I know didn't count twice.
encountered a street
Like, morning when chef is coming, I still just
and other spices that suggested that
I
they
was
were
going to
getting
pull them out.
close.
Give me the best of them.
The Italian scribe Pigafetta, in his diary, the idyllic lifestyle of the various communities they came across offers us a way to apparently the phrase happy wife.
Say,
Happy wives even among native people.
the person goes to
Some
the
inhabitants but it was resplendent in silk and robes of different China. The ships also began to encounter the south they went to receive the warm welcome. Our Italian scribe was fascinated by the widespread use of chewing metal leaf, a peculiar and unique custom that still persists there to this day. To their discredit, the crew occasionally engaged in acts of mercy against merchant vessels, which brought them into conflict with the Sultan of Brunei. But in a notable engagement, the Spaniards defeated this naval force and even captured their commanding prince, negotiating a substantial ransom
The
was
base
released
itself, they didn't
some
say the
weeks
word
later.
they would say Baruch Hashem, they came strong and
During
by
their
the
time flying from
they added the word
Caribbean
they said to
archipelago,
every single
the
drop.
crew of the
What says
Victoria
the sound
and
from
Trinidad
from the
grieved
back
at
to
the loss
front.
of the captain
It's not like the
Magellan
the
and the
very
betrayal of
referring to the
Raja
tribe that
of
do Averis.
Morocco,
If you do Averis,
27 of
then
the officers
it's like the
placed the last
Hashem.
remaining
In order to
captain
say the
Navarro at the head
very
of the
there are
Valkyrie
times that you
squadron,
have to be
which
closer
was
as you
now
require.
reduced
Do
to
an Averis,
5 to
sometimes
2 ships.
in order for
But
it's like
his selfishness began to undermine
so
his
the Gemara,
qualities.
feel like
The
other
crew
would say,
became
in a
increasingly
generation where
dissatisfied and
people are
they
gathering,
removed him
we're not
from
giving
command
over courage,
under
step up,
questionable
get out of courage.
circumstances, replacing
And
him
in a
with
time
Juan
where there's a lot of
Sebastian
forgiving over,
Elcano.
you can take a back and honor.
And remained in the
So you
shadow
see, the
of
generation
legal
gathers
trouble
much
over potential military vessels
the right.
without
If
appropriate
only for the
government
following
approval.
statement we learned the time
Perhaps
itself.
Elcano
This is a
so
part of the
hard
proposal
by
of
its
Papa
years
Hey,
kept obliged to
Joshua
hand over his ship as collateral to them.
in every mundane
Fortunately,
step of
the
our
court
daily life,
case was still going on back in Castile when he signed up for this voyage, hoping to receive a royal pardon and avoid participation in the
you
venture.
do the same exact action and just pick up the one
But
word.
being a Spaniard and expressing a dislike of Magellan, he felt compelled to support his countrymen when they continued on those prior occasions back in Italy, and then spending several months after the St. Julian.
For example, like had a
One of the reasons given for
Rabbi
the
said,
continuous uprisings against Magellan was the complete secrecy with which he
point of
commanded the
man
voyage.
charging your house, but we would have a nation with
Typically refused to divulge his daily plans and the source of his predictions, which led many of the officers to give his up as he went.
overthrow.
Paranoia, rashness, and harsh remarks propelled him further at the very times that they needed a charismatic and inspiring leader to get them through. It seems that Elcano, or as he himself spelled his name, Elcano, was one of those unassuming but experienced sailors who knew much but spoke little. His quiet competence eventually became prominent, but not
help when it comes to
way to the
getting the Tsar, even more to make the story.
November of 1521,
Anila, who was
the greeted
son,
by Sultan
brother of
Rothschild'S,
Rabbi
who
Yeshua.
readily offered them a trade.
Once
You see,
started saying this year
Al-Mansur
we're going to have
was
two
under
others.
some
And
expansion.
I love that the only two others so happy. He said,
Arrival
he said, your date's been confirmed, and it's like, oh, the entire been confirmed.
It was then
Or Misham didn't even
Portuguese
either.
agent and cousin of Magellan.
So he was really excited
and
because
long his
so
home,
the entire
son of Magellan
they
learned
have
of the location of the
once
spice
they got
island
that stomach,
and
the tongue is coming,
died roughly the same time as Magellan. So the two old friends never managed to actually
just told everybody,
weeks of saying
these guys are
distance
nobody,
away from one
they're
another.
fake. And then they told everybody, said, listen,
The two
either
would
you
have
come along or
embraced
you tell
a historic
right now,
occasion.
deep down, or and they told them,
About
you know,
which
you don't want to hear it.
would no doubt have been
Why would
all
they so
happy to ally himself
So,
he offset the alliance
only from
so that Tepe over to parlay with Spanish. Apparently, Sultan
Rabbi
over
saying
in
one of the
Ternate
Yavna,
was also unhappy his alliance with the Portuguese and was seriously
spoke about
considering switching sides himself.
having guests because they were guests.
There was a rumor that he had
Even
fallen
though
out
the
with Serrano and actually had him poisoned.
learning
So this new agent was feeling
about
rather
the whole
nervous
life
that he might be
12 years
next.
out of the Bible. And
However,
it says, the
they
woman
were
back
also informed
anybody
that
that
the Portuguese viceroy of the region had received a Spanish mission and was instructed to help and destroy
to
them.
go from city to city, from country to country,
To get out of town before the big boys arrived.
or it
And they
says,
hastened
none
to
of
pack
them,
their ships
there's
to
one
near
who
first
told one
all the
I
clothes
would
they
like to
stuck
discuss
into their holds.
towards the Torah
The
that we do.
captains now discussed their options.
It's one of, let's be
Well,
curious
there's
with
this
each other.
officer wanted to return to Spain via the Pacific they had just come from, claiming that
But if not,
those were the orders they were actually
not
given
good,
at the outset of the voyage, while Gilberto proposed heading southwest
so that he would in fact
deep in
because
River,
started
keeping well away from Portuguese goods.
casket.
Both options, they
I don't know
alternate
if it's long,
long
40 years
stretches
later,
of open ocean,
you became a
with
chip.
little
In
opportunity
the late
to
40 years
fly.
ago,
But
the more
as they
response,
couldn't agree,
every
they
single day,
decided to part company and take their chances, each to his own.
says,
Moreover, the dozen or so men who chose to remain paradise, risking prison rather than starving to death on the deep blue. To sail with Delgado on the Victoria. Mayans, the Sultan pressed into their service. In December of 1521, the ships prepared to depart.
what you
Their
said,
holds were
Torah
prepped
doesn't
tons of
stay by a
clothes.
person alive.
The Trinidad began taking on water and was forced to the dock
Quiet.
to repair the damage.
Listen first, and then ask questions.
Victoria, the second
And
smallest
this is
ship
one of my
of the
all-time
British
favorites.
squadron,
Robert said,
carried her
well,
weight
Allah,
well
you know,
and now
Allah,
made her way
the
gradually
Abbas
southward.
made a whole Torah,
Island
and then
they
he
did
dealt
before.
and
It being met by
Allah says,
generous
mix
and
color,
friendly locals along
whoever
the way.
vomits up
These often told
his mother's
stories of
milk,
mythical beasts,
works hard on
enchanted
Torah,
forests,
then again, the butter
like
of the cream
tribes
from the
who
top,
lived
the
underground,
of the
of cannibals, and even an island of
Yes,
Amazons who
you're
kill
young,
any
and
man
if
who
you're ready,
comes near.
you embarrass you, you don't answer,
Like the
you deal with
articles
the
of
prejudice.
tropical
Then,
labyrinth,
if you deal with
mindless,
great, you vomit up,
until they
or it
eventually
says,
out into the southwest, well away from the Sumatra and Indian coastlines.
they try to come back
And
to watch
reaching
it.
the full
Why you
parallel
won't know
of
what to say.
freezing crew westerly brigade against. They spent nearly 3 months battling the raging sea, the cold, the weather, as supplies dwindled, and all there was left to eat, rations, rice, oil, surprisingly. Several sailors
Yes,
there
the last time the brothers and
wasn't
the
even on the African coast.
first and second Shabbos opportunity to
Torture by the
you're going to learn the
Portuguese
second
authorities.
Shabbos from beginning to end.
A more
It's an
democratic
amazing
leader than
sector.
his
It's very,
unfortunate
very good
predecessors,
You're
the
going to love it.
captain put it to a
If you're
vote,
not part of the
and the
shear,
crew
it's a
decided
good
in
shear.
favor of
Check us
keeping
out
him
online.
their honor
1,000 people
and
are watching
pushing
shears
on to
every single
complete
day
the
on
mission.
YouTube. Search for those events here.
But
Rabbi
as
Shalom.
they
We
approached
have an act, 8 min dot,
impossible
and we are
headwinds
on
held
Torah
them up
anytime.
for weeks, and the
Tell us
decision
what's
to
coming
head
with
once
the
ashore, risking either
first
being
with the
briefed
scope
on the
about
dangerous
who
along the
potential
coast
the host.
or captured
And then
by the
Rabbi
Portuguese.
says,
By some
says
miracle,
supposedly
they
decided by doing
eluded
this, so
both,
don't
but
despise
as
that
they
man.
rounded the
Why
cape,
not?
the situation was becoming more dire
They
by
invited
the
us
day.
in. Don't
The
forget all
whole
the
was
people that are trying to tell us, yeah, we have to have a further time.
infestation, and
So
many
nightmares,
lives from
we invited
starvation.
them to come
So they
to
served ruthlessly for a landing
money.
along the coast of
Certainly,
Indian
it's going to
Senegal,
love you for that.
but to no
So
avail.
that did the son of review.
This time,
He said,
another vote was had to call
so,
into the
and
and
the guy
make their
tried to
identity
touch it,
as
some of the money, very
one
scared.
from America.
They already put it in
21 men were now
what did
dead,
they do?
including
Get off, he
7
does get it off
Iranians.
once in a while.
Agonizing
It's a prayer said that
sacrifices
the
that
by
could
Yehor
no
Hashem, Hashem gave him
longer
purpose.
be justified.
Certainly,
So
picture that
they
the
pulled
Papa
into port
feed him
and sent out a
drink.
party of men to procure supplies,
Stay back.
as well as African
What's right
slaves,
is what
to
we
man
did.
the build posts after
She
they
had
had left,
8 children.
while
But
their
that's true,
precious
they all
cargo
had the stuff
which
that
were
had
instantly
children.
no identity,
Total
and landed in prison for a very long about their cargo and scrambled to impound the vessel. Uncalled to show off, leaving the scrambler in prison.
Very sharp.
Having escaped much of the Portuguese authorities on the coast of their islands, 18 Cyprus men left Port Victoria, now but it wasn't a case of the Corral effect. It had consistent gyre of influence that circulated clockwise in the northern hemisphere and
Lord knows
counterclockwise
those
southern.
unbelievable communities are municipalities.
This means that
Although
the prevailing winds at the location of the islands at roughly 15 degrees north of the
he acted
equator
with humility,
would be
the point
blowing
where
head on
instead of the
and out to the
love letters
west.
coming to his house,
Portuguese
go
navigators
to
had
his.
long learned that it was
Paul said
actually
things
more
like
efficient
Hashem,
and counterintuitive
Hashem
to
will take
sail
you
out
to
to
the
sea,
He said, yes,
perpendicular to the winds we now call the
shame of
northeasterly
the
trades.
name of the
Clockwise
What
turn
is
of
the
the
name of
winds
it?
as they become the southwesterlies, and it enables Europeans to strike out with confidence on the matters of ocean and predict the likely wind direction based solely on the electrons that the Victoria had one last sail making its way through some unaffiliated survivors managed to fire off the captain itself to repair and sail off before the winds that might take them back to the American coast before the Pacific finally showed its current capacity for violence, and they were hounded by a relentless storm, winds that forced them to get back to safety. They returned only to find the Portuguese had occupied their former holdings, and 2/3 of the 50 or so sailors left behind were dead, themselves emaciated and ravaged by scurvy, failed to venture northwards, protection. Nowhere in his account did Elkanah himself brag about the staggering voyage he commanded to successfully return home. Albeit battered and shattered, managed to negotiate a mission and honours for himself, though he never quite made it into the inner circle at court. With the eventual release of the prisoners in Cape Verde and the arrival of those last four to Trinidad, only 35 of the original 270 crew members made it back to Spain alive, along with 4 Moluccans who were keen to meet the king. A subsequent mission to capitalise on their newfound trade route, known expedition, in which Elkanah once again volunteered to participate, ended in complete disaster, with Elkanah dying at sea from scurvy, and the entire fleet, this time comprised of 7 ships, was either scattered, wrecked, or abandoned the mission, with only 1 small ship making it to their destination. The 25 sailors left on board barely making it there alive. No sooner had they arrived than they were arrested by a Portuguese patrol, and eventually they were returned home in now the 2nd circumnavigation of the globe, with one of the crew, Hans von Aachen, having been aboard Magellan's voyage, now being the first man to circumnavigate the globe twice. It should be said that the globe brought back by the victim, all costs were accounted for, astonishingly turned such that, in cash terms, the venture was actually a complete success, and the surviving sailors became rich enough through their share of the profits to retire. The horrors is hardly an achievement worth celebrating, but such a casualty rate was typical of the golden age of fruit, vegetables, malt, and sauerkraut would reduce the death rate to virtually 0. And the circumnavigation of the globe by his intrepid and heroic crew. As such incredible enterprises proving the sphericity and dimensions of the circumnavigation were considered honours fit only for a gentleman, and the distaste of lauding peasant shifted public focus, such that Elkanah was initially marginalised. Nevertheless, Magellan's image too continued to suffer from the ongoing inquest into tarnished his reputation in the eyes of the crown and ordinary Spaniards. It didn't help that he was himself Portuguese rather than Spanish, for which his original home between the two Iberian powers now accelerated in earnest with continual skirmishing for control of lucrative outposts throughout Southeast Asia, escalating the already volatile atmosphere in which Muslim sultans were seriously displacing the indigenous. The Pope would eventually settle the Ant question, first brought on by the Treaty of Tordesillas, by giving the Spice Islands in their entirety to Portugal and the Philippine archipelago to Spain, from which new treasure fleets would eventually fly Mexico City to Veracruz, a safe and eventually more efficient than the southwest West Passage of Magellan. Spain's indigenous people would cause a genocide yet his precious journal in several languages, traveling through Europe and becoming quite a celebrity before returning home to Florence to a relative obscurity. The painstaking daily measurements taken during the voyage did not omit even a single entry in the ship's log. But Peter Fenton was surprised to see on the Cape Verde Islands seemed to be a day later than the local calendar suggested. Arab geographer Feder predicted that westwards in what is known as the circumnavigation paradox would accumulate a one-day opposite depth to the local date, effectively 1 hour forward for every 15 degrees traversed, while those travelling eastwards would lose 1 day relative to their starting point. A concept explored in Jules Verne's entertaining novel Around the World in 80 Days. Today, international treaties have set an international date line and boundaries to better demarcate one calendar day from the next. The explosion of the spice trade saw the emergence of a completely new social and economic order in Europe, with ever greater emphasis on venture capitalism, mercantile trade, and academies as the world now became ever smaller. This capitalism financed the expansion of Protestant individualism and a gradual diminishing of church power as intellectuals began promoting the merits of humanism and the separation of church and state. It also saw the permanent collapse of the Silk Road and the maritime Indian Ocean networks that produced incredible wealth and financed their wars against Christian Europe. By the 7th becoming a shadow of its former glory, as Portuguese, Spanish, it was in every sense the rise of the oligarchs and plutocrats as the power brokers in world affairs that would set in motion the trend that continues in one form or another to this very day. Imagine for a moment living in 16th century Europe. Continuous wars, famines, and the Black Death had so drawn an ordinary person that they scarcely had the courage to venture out of their own village. Superstition and fear were rife, and the church was itself marked by scandals and Protestant revolution. Ottoman invaders were seemingly unbeatable as they pressed into the Balkans and Eastern Europe and completely dominated the Mediterranean. Christian princes, when not fighting amongst themselves, contained the threat of Islam, and yet they nevertheless continued to trade with them for exotic oriental goods and spices, paying exorbitant fees for them. Some began to wonder if it was possible to bypass the Levant and go around the long way straight into the source, and thus cut out the profiteering middleman. Stolen and smuggled Arabic maps suggesting traction, and a number of intrepid seamen from the Kingdom of Portugal took the challenge of venturing out into the Atlantic Ocean and probing their way down the great unknown coast of Africa, eventually breaking through into the Indian Ocean, with Asia now lying wide open for direct trade. Others proposed going west and found America just waiting there to be exploited. September 2022 marks the 500th anniversary of one such voyage conceived by Portuguese dreamer Ferdinand Magellan, who unshakable belief that he could get to India and would afford an easy shortcut to Asia. On his journey, he would be both right while in an expedition that for the first time in history might circumnavigate the entire globe. We dive into the Magellan Elcano expedition 1519 and get a sense of the history, drama, and wonder of a world that was rapidly shrinking and after which trade would never be the same again. But before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe for updates. And if you enjoy our content, please show your support by making a small, easy donation through the heart-shaped thanks link to the like and share buttons below. Or the description section. Better still, why not get this by becoming a Patreon supporter? Your generous help will help keep this unfunded only version of this and all our other videos is available on the Heroes and Legends documentary channel podcast, available through Spotify, iTunes, and other leading broadcasters in case you want to listen in your car. Or perhaps cure your insomnia. Our excerpts, merch, and resources on our Facebook and web pages. And as always, thanks for watching. Business agents and opportunists, writing to Karnov, the Florentine astronomer and mathematician, picking his brain about the proposition he made some years ago to the Portuguese king Alfonso V about the possibility of a westward route to the Spice Islands of Molucca, an archipelago of islands in the east of modern Indonesia. Toscanelli was a high-caliber and well-connected Renaissance intellectual whose friends included the architect Filippo Brunelleschi and the philosopher Marsilio Ficino. He was part of a tight circle of academics devoted to rediscovering lost Greek and Roman scientific works. For example, coming into possession of the travelogue and maps of first-century Greek geography. The fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman III, the long-established trade links bringing exotic goods into Europe via the Silk Road suddenly became closed, and the scramble was now on to find alternative routes to the exotic textile, porcelain, and spice markets of Asia. There's a common misconception that most Europeans at the time still believed the Earth to be flat, but historians of science have clearly shown that there was scarcity of the Middle Ages who acknowledged the Earth's sphericity but know its approximate circumference. They maintain that at least since the works of Eratosthenes 240 BC, who calculated the circumference of the Earth, the rough sphericity of the Earth was widely known throughout the Middle Ages of Europe. Several scholars have traced the myth to the 19th century opponents of evolutionary theory, as well as to biographers of Columbus who took substantial, shall we say, creative liberties in the telling of his story. Eventually, these myths made their way into school textbooks, and generations of misinformed people accepted it without question. And the real issue for Renaissance scholars lay not in the belief in a spherical Earth, but in its size. Several writers of these, such as Ptolemy, used the system of measurement known as the Arabic mile, which was about 25% longer than the Roman astronomy and history within his handwritten margin notes and personal. He worked with his brother in a map-making shop in downtown Lisbon, where he frequently gathered even more information from some experiences at sea. We know that the map that most influenced his and Vasco da Gama's earlier voyage to India was based on a copy of 12th century Arab traveller Muhammad al-Idrisi's map drawn for the Norman king Roger II of Sicily. So, with the sudden desperation for navigating a maritime route to the Orient, Columbus pored over the available data and began obsessively calculating the distances required to get to Japan, then known as Zipaku, which he estimated at 2,400 nautical miles, or just under 4,500 kilometers from the Canary Islands westward. The actual distance is 10,600 miles, or just under 20,000 kilometers, an enormous margin of error to be sure. Regardless, no ship in the 15th century could have carried enough food and fresh water for such a long and dangerous over the treacherous Atlantic Ocean. So when he made position for an expedition to Alfonso's successor, John II of Portugal, his naval advisor balked at the idea, and it was rejected out of hand. Again, not because they believed he was wrong about the project in principle, but because they correctly assessed his calculations as being only a quarter of the actual distance. They understood that the technology and logistics of it made it a virtual suicide. The case was definite. The subsequent penetration in 14 of Bartolomeu Diaz around the southern tip of Africa, the first European to demonstrate that a maritime route east was possible. Columbus was laughed out of court, and Portugal rubbed its hands at the prospect of a maritime trade fleet to the east, bypassing the Arabs. Dejected, Columbus packed up his gear and headed to Castile, which was busy mopping up the last of the Islamic strongholds in its ongoing reconquista against the Moors. Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon had just unified their realms through marriage and were keen to cement their growing power with the added cash flow that an Oriental spice trade would provide them. So, when Columbus showed up and floated his idea to her, she passed it on to her own advisors, who, like the Portuguese scholars beforehand, dismissed it as untenable for the time being. Seeing as he had put so much ancillary work into the project, however, they retained him on their payroll, keen to giving anyone else the fruits of all his research. Labour. None of it, and promptly set out for England to sell his own. Because, damn it, Britain was worth outmaneuvering their rivals, the Portuguese, and took control of southern Atlantic shipping routes from them in the Treaty of Casoassa years earlier. The west coast south of the Canaries, along waters, was basically a fortunate playground, and of hefty tariffs grew there. So Columbus got his ships, and in 1492, on his return voyage to Europe, Columbus docks in Lisbon Harbour, strides into the Portuguese royal court, and rubs King John's nose in it. The king spits the dummy and accuses Castile of breaching their treaty, further advising them that these newly discovered islands now belong to Portugal, given their ownership of So Ferdinand tapped his own countryman, Rodrigo Borgia, now Pope Alexander VI, to intervene on their behalf, claiming that it was unfair that Portugal should get to own an entire ocean. The Pope agreed, decreeing that all lands 100 leagues west of the Azores would belong to Castile, even if it wrapped all the way around to India. The Portuguese king knew better than to challenge, but he nevertheless went further west, which would effectively west of a straight line pass through the eastern tip of Brazil in what would become Rothschild'S. Anyway, this created a problem when the you see, the Spanish insisted that the demarcation meridian of the Treaty of Tordesillas. Portuguese were indignant, and by the time it became a serious issue in 1580, the new Pope, Leo X, a Medici power broker and moreover a beneficiary of the Portuguese, so decreed that the Molucca Islands, this disparity would go on to seed substantial conflict and rivalry between the two powers, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Returning back to the post-Columbus Agreement of 1494, the two sides generally accepted the Atlantic meridian set by the Pope, and the Portuguese themselves soon initiated an expedition led by Pedro Alvarez on a similar mission to reach India via the west, in which they sailed Cabo Verde directly onto the easternmost tip of the bulge of Brazil, before scouting the coast for a suitable harbour further south, where they disembarked, traded gifts with the indigenous chiefs, and officially claimed the territory for God, the easternmost promontory of South America, has prompted some scholars to suggest that the Portuguese already knew about the existence of lands in the southwest Atlantic, but that they were keeping it under their hat to prevent the Spanish from getting their claws. In fact, there has been some suggestion that they had been industry bringing back Opium timber. Of course, neither the other Catholic states of Europe nor the emerging out for themselves and establishing their own colonies both in the New World to the west and throughout the Indo-Pacific via the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. At times, both Spain and Portugal taking regular pot shots at each other or otherwise conquering the various indigenous civilizations that they encountered. The reason I think these two Iberians had for one another, which sets the baseline for the antagonism to come, in the further would enslaving as many of the indigenous people as they could, and plundering the adjacent countryside for gold under the forced labour system called the encomienda, whereby non-Christians expected to provide permanent rotating workforce that was usually exploited to complete their south in 1513 on a military expedition using a mix of diplomacy and force of arms, making his way across modern Panama until he was a sea, but which was, in fact, the Pacific Ocean. Having divested the regional natives of their wealth and frequently also their lives and liberty, he sent reports back to Spain of this vast sea, which prompted discussion such that a way could be the region of Panama, they would have a shortcut into de Magallanes, known to us in English as Ferdinand Magellan, a brave and competent Portuguese naval officer, had least when had been involved in the conquest of Malacca by the Portuguese Viceroy of India, Alfonso de Albuquerque, the Gama, the east coast of India, 1498. The Portuguese court was keen to cement its presence in the Indian Ocean in pursuit of three primary objectives. Firstly, to choke off Muslim sources of wealth and thereby cripple their power. Secondly, to spread Christianity by trade back into Europe. Now, the spice trade was clearly their highest priority, as cloves, nutmeg, and mace were preservatives and interesting flavors for food, but were also thought to be the only medicines of Europe. Consequently, the price of these commodities on the open market was astronomical, and if Portugal could secure a viable trade route to the source, it would become wealthy beyond imagination. So, by 1503, legendary naval commander Alfonso de Albuquerque had managed to ally and assist the Hindu king of Cochin to secure his rule on the southeast coast of India against Muslim rivals, for which the Portuguese were granted favourable trade rights and permanent outposts in the Indian land for the Portuguese maritime trading empire to come trading enormous amounts of pepper and activities then spread slowly south to Sri Lanka, where they had built a series of forts along the entire African coast, the Muslim trade routes into the Red Sea, and brought Islamic merchant shipping to its knees. Embassies were meanwhile sent trade relations with significant potential partners, Malacca and even China. Of these, Malacca, a natural bottleneck in the flow of goods from China, was reputedly a main trade hub with a diverse and to spices and firearms. The King of Portugal was keen to curry favour with the and made overtures of friendship and allowed a trade concession in the city alongside the Chinese, Hindu and Muslim merchants that were the embassies initially was soon undermined by disgruntled Muslim merchants who convinced the Sultan that the Portuguese were actually their enemy. And as a Muslim, he was duty bound not only to reject their embassy, but to attack them. Consequently, a surprise attack on the ambassadorial fleet caused mayhem and a hasty withdrawal. The insult was avenged in 1511 when Albuquerque organized a retaliatory strike on Malacca that quickly transformed into an amphibious assault and soon after a swift conquest of the city. Favorable grants to the Hindus and Chinese in its aftermath cemented their on-port and partnership with Portugal, such that Malacca became a new base for them, from which Portugal projected its power into the deep Pacific for the next several centuries, eventually coming to control the entire trade in spices from the Maluku Islands off the Sulawesi. Ferdinand Magellan, a minor noble, had entered the Portuguese king's naval service at a young age. By 25, he was in India and participating in the establishment of Portuguese outposts over the course of the next 8 years, fighting in a number of significant battles, including the Battle of Diu, in which the Portuguese fleet effectively crushed the Islamic and Allied naval presence in the Indian Ocean, opening the way for eventual European domination of the Orient. He was involved in both the failed embassy mission and the subsequent conquest of Malacca, but then returned home to Portugal in 1513, catched up to the eyeballs from his participation in the sacking of the city, and now accompanied by a young Malay slave he purchased in its wake in the local market. This 14-year-old Malaccan, or possibly Sumatran or even Sibuan lad, whom he baptized and named Enrique, remained by his side throughout his future voyages and would prove instrumental not only as a guide. Enrique may actually have a legitimate claim as the first human to have circumnavigated the globe. But once again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Some back in Lisbon, his cousin Francisco Serrao, meanwhile, was sent beyond into the deeper Indian island chain to try and find the exact location of the spot. His ship was unfortunately wrecked in a freak squall, but the crew managed to get rescued and eventually was keen to ally himself with a strong foreign power that might help him dominate the many other local regional chieftains. Serrao was well received in the Sultanate of Ternate, becoming a close friend and advisor of the Muslim lord Bayan Sirullah, who quickly married him off and set up a home for him. Taking advantage of the knowledge this European Serrao never forgot his mission, however, writing to Magellan back home with information on the exact location and political situation of the Spice Islands he now called home. Now, with this new intelligence on the Spice Islands arriving from Serrao, as well as the recent reports coming in of a great western sea beyond Panama by Balboa, Magellan began earnest lobbying of the Portuguese king for an expedition down the south coast of America to search for a passage around, since the dense malaria-infested jungles of Panama would take years for the Spaniards to escape. If the Portuguese would race down the Atlantic coast of South America, Atlantic territories, granting everything west of it to Spain. But it was unclear whether this decree and the entire previous treaty were only part of it. The Portuguese certainly considered the Atlantic Ocean as their exclusive backyard, and as the old saying goes, possession is 9/10 of the law. At least that was Magellan's take on it. Explorers had already made it down to the Rio de la Plata, near modern-day Buenos Aires, and Magellan was confident that the elusive cape was just a little farther south, beyond the 40th parallel. If they could pull it off, Portugal would control both the eastern and western shipping lanes out of the Atlantic and choke any pretensions to the Spice Islands for decades. Magellan's endless badgering a number of times and torpedoed any possibility of entertaining his expedition. Clearly frustrated, Magellan went on leave without formal approval, which only served to worsen his standing at court. His appointments and pay dried up, and he was left with no support and few friends who had the patience for his persistent hustling of the king in Lisbon. So he smacked the dummy, renounced his Portuguese nationality, along with his good mate, Roy, a cosmographer and map maker, made his way to Seville in Spain. Here, they offered their services to the Spanish king, Charles I, grandson of power couple Isabella and Ferdinand, who leapt at the opportunity to one of the few Europeans who had ever been to Southeast Asia. If Magellan and Valero's hunch was right, themselves unnecessary toil, building roads through the muddy jungles of Panama, but also bypassed all the naval checkpoints and expensive tariffs that would be levied by their rivals on the southern African route. Moreover, it would be the second time that the Spanish had benefited from a servant of the Portuguese king coming over to their side. It would make their success all the sweeter. So within just 12 months, Charles had integrated the two partners into the Spanish court, given them titles as commanders of the Order of Santiago, and raised them to the rank of captain, so they could effectively command an expeditionary voyage under the Spanish crown. In addition, Magellan and Valero would be given a financial monopoly on the discovered route for a whole decade, and guaranteed as governors of any discovered territories, exemptions, and a lucrative share of the profits of any spice trade that was subsequently established. If they could pull it off, it would potentially make them rich beyond their wildest dreams. Just to give you a sense of how interesting the king was for the personally fund the industry, but as he was already deeply in debt, he basically hocked the family jewels and took out even more loans just to make it happen. So on the 20th of September 1519, the 5 ships squadron of Caribs, christened the Armada del San Lucar de Barrameda, at the mouth of the one and set course for Tenerife in the Canary Islands, then the southernmost Spanish holding in the Atlantic. The 5 ships were the Trinidad, Magellan's flagship, the San Antonio, captained by Juan de Cartagena, the Concepcion, captained by Gaspar de Quesada, the Santiago, captained by João Serrao, Magellan's other cousin and brother to Francisco Serrao, and the Victoria, captained by Luis Mendoza. On board was a crew of 270 men, comprised not only of Spaniards, but significantly 40 Portuguese, 29 Italians, 17 French, Flemish, Greek, Irish, Black Moors, and a number of Asians, including Magellan's Malaccan slave, Enrique. Valero, who was Magellan's co-captain and designated astronomer slash cartographer, was one of the first Europeans to accurately portray the principles of latitude and longitude, and drew many of the charts to be used in the voyage. But lately, he appeared to be descending into severe bouts of schizophrenic psychosis. So at the last minute, eventually pensioned him off for services rendered to them. He was replaced by a new cosmographer, San Martin, and joined by another civilian, the Venetian scholar, all trade and would be managed by Juan de Cartagena, skipper of the San Antonio, who stepped into Valero's vacancy as co-captain and seer. ships already with crew members of the varying nationalities preferred to serve together aboard the same vessel, which presented a greater potential risk of mutiny. The captains, and indeed many within the royal corps, vicious of Magellan, his being Portuguese, and they resisted his leadership of the mission despite his obvious experience, and made no secret of their disdain of Portuguese interloper. No sooner had they docked in Tenerife to top up supplies than Magellan received an urgent dispatch from his father-in-law, warning him that the Spanish captains of the other vessels were planning a mutiny, and that the King of Portugal, well informed by his own spy network, was livid with rage at what he perceived as the treasonous action of Magellan against Portuguese national interests. He had even dispatched 2 entire fleets of warships in pursuit squadron to destroy it and arrest him. So, burdened close to his chest, and redistributed the crews to a more agreeable complement, as well as planting trusted Portuguese sailors among all of them. Then he resumed sailing due south along the coast of Africa against the ardent advice of the other captains, anticipating that the Portuguese would not expect him to be stupid enough to venture into their coastal waters. And as they progressed steadily south, past the Cape Verde Islands and adjacent to the mountain known as Leone, which was part of the peninsula on the coast, and from which its Portuguese discoverer, Pedro de Sintra, in 62, swore he could hear the mighty roar of lions. The country bears the name of Sierra Leone. Anyway, as they approached the equator, they experienced continuous rain for 2 entire months, only to emerge from the weather into a dead calm. 8 days went by until they eventually drifted into the southwest equatorial ocean current, which carried them westwards to the Brazilian coast. The Atlantic Ocean crossing saw Magellan's small squadron endure storms lasting several weeks, and the ship's scribe, Antonio Pigafetta, relates how during a particularly violent storm one night, they were relieved to witness St. Elmo's fire burning brightly at the top of their masts. Many times the holy body appeared to us, that is, St. Elmo, and in a storm, among others, which we suspended in the darkest night, showed themselves on top of the largest of such splendor that it took a burning torch, and stayed there for more than 2 hours, which was so great a consort that we wept for consolation. When he wanted to leave from there, he threw so bright a splendor into our eyes that for half a quarter of an hour we remained as blind, shouting for mercy because we thought we were lost, but the sea soon became agreeable. Now, St. Elmo's fire was a phenomenon observed by sailors since ancient times, and consisted of the sudden appearance during storms or unsettled weather of a bluish purple flame-like glow, or at the end of the yardarms. The glow would disappear as mysterious as it appeared, and was interpreted by sailors as the presence of St. Elmo guarding their ship from danger during a storm. Larger, frequently associated, as in this case, with the easing of the tempest. The phenomenon is that other gas particles become charged through the friction of atoms in the air. This friction causes the otherwise neutral gas and water atoms to become highly energized, or ionized, which generates a huge voltage differential between the clouds and the ground, resulting in an electric field. Become extreme, the atoms suddenly shed their outer electrons to release this excess energy in the form of lightning, which turns the surrounding air into what scientists call plasma. Italian city of Formia, a notorious persecutor of Christians. He soon fled to the mountains of Lebanon, where he remained in solitude for 7 years. Apocryphal stories tell us that he was attended and fed by a black raven. Eventually, an angel appears to him and chastised him for returning, where he admitted his identity and whereupon stand trial or die. He led him to an escape. He now continued modern Turkey, where he went on quite a baptism spree and converted many people to Christianity. At one time, he was preaching before a crowd when a light bulb struck the ground right next to him. The crowd cowered in fear, and the ground smoldered around him. It was to the Western Roman Emperor Maximian, who despised Diocletian. Once again, Bishop Elmo was arrested and led towards a pagan temple for humiliation. But the statues lining the avenue preventing their entry. Furious, Maximian had him bound by spikes and then rolled him down a hill. But an angel instantly healed his wounds, and he emerged unscathed. This time, the emperor had him flogged, smothered in tar, and then set alight. Again, the guardian angel put out the flames, and Bishop Erasmus was starting to look like a 4th century unkillable Rasputin. For starving to death, Erasmus was thrown into prison. But the angel not only him, but also arranged his escape once more. Soon after, because he couldn't help preaching to whomever came his way, Rome had him tied to a table and disemboweled him by a hook tied to a windlass, which wound up the bishop's intestines on a spool, finally ending his life in Illyria, in modern-day Croatia. These apocryphal stories made him the patron saint of sailors, who were not only adept at this, but also vulnerable to flames and lightning on their tar-covered wood would appear on their masts during a considered it a comforting omen of his presence and protection. Given the gruesome nature of his death, he is also petitioned for intercession by people with abdominal pain, cramps, and women in childbirth, being considered one of the powerful 14 holy helper saints of the Catholic Church that people pray to for aid. Now, where were we? Yes, Magellan. Having survived the ravages of storm and sea in the Atlantic, the little squadron reached the coast of Brazil in late November and made their way down the coast to the inlet known to us today as Rio de Janeiro. Seeing no ships in the bay that would indicate a Portuguese presence, Magellan decided to anchor here in order to replenish supplies and repair their battered ships. Their arrival coincided with a rain shower, and considering it had not rained there for some months, the local indigenous people viewed it as some kind of miracle. So the crew was treated with deference, and the locals adopted Christianity with enthusiasm. They spent some weeks there among the natives, trading iron cloth and trinkets for food, and sailors enjoying an holiday in this tropical Paris. I guess Brazilians didn't know how to have a good time. The crew got on so well with the natives that when they weighed anchor 2 weeks later, the natives beside the ships as they departed, pleading them to stay. But it was risky to remain any longer, as the agent and secretly wanting to run into the Portuguese Navy. The conspirator was quickly apprehended, and Magellan was well within his rights to execute him, but in the interest of harmony, and to placate the other two Spanish captains, he merely relieved him of his command and confined him to the supervision of a more loyal crew. Leaving Brazilian waters and their dusky maidens behind, the squadron now continued south in Rio de la Plata estuary, thinking that they would passage. But within several days of exploring the inner reaches, it became apparent that it was actually a riverbed. Water slowly became less brackish. Here they encountered groups of full and fearsome stature with booming voices, but it seems that these locals were more afraid of the visitors than the Spanish were of them, so the natives fled inland, and the crew continued their navigation without incident. They set off south once again, passing close to shore, and only sailing by day to better observe the coastline for a passage. But this hugging of the coast substantially increased their risk of running aground on shoal. Nevertheless, this closer proximity to the land gave them opportunities to observe vast colonies of penguins and seals. The crew of seals believing them to be man-eaters more dangerous than sharks. They were now well over the 40th parallel, which Magellan had predicted would be the vicinity of the passage. The Cape of 35 degrees latitude, so confidence in the captain's calculations was eroding every further degree south they sailed. Indeed, they would continue for a further 8 weeks before fatigue and inclement weather forced the captain to scour the coast for a suitable anchorage to wait out the winter. No sooner had they found a sheltered harbour and a place they called Fort St. Julian than another mutiny occurred, again instigated by Cartagena. But it seems that this time meticulous planning had gone into the rebellion. The other two Spanish captains, angered by what they saw as not only Magellan's incompetent predictions, but also his close to shore, again colluded in the plan. 30 armed sailors in a row over to the San Antonio in dead of night, which was being skippered by Magellan top. They overwhelmed the crew, killing one of them in the fracas. The next morning, another longboat was sent full of sailors to consolidate their control of the vessel, but the eyeing the recapture of the ship from their own vessels, the other two captains realized they were now outgunned and outmaneuvered, so they quickly begged for clemency. This time, Magellan was in no mood for generosity, and he had the two offending lesser captains hung, drawn and quartered, hanging there several months. Cartagena, having been personally installed by the king, escaped this gruesome execution, but was instead sentenced to be marooned on a nearby island, which was, barring a miracle, killed by starvation, including the aforementioned Delgado, and they were all sentenced to hard labour in chains for the following 5 months, which involved careening and repairing the hulls of ships. This gruesome oppression had the intended effect, and life settled into a death. Nevertheless, Magellan was impatient to scout the area, still convinced that the passage was just around the proverbial corner. So he sent a ship out to another harbour, more sheltered and favourable, Santiago was blown onto a sandbank, breaking up soon after. Fortunately, after a couple of weeks of trekking over land, they finally made it back safely to base, exhausted but alive. Despite the loss, Magellan packed up the camp and had the now reduced squadron sail to the more favourable anchorage, where they remained for another 6 weeks, risking no more ships until the weather improved. It wasn't until October in the southern hemisphere that the squadron finally ventured out again and in search of the elusive passage. Ironically, it was only a few days later, on the 21st of October, 1580, that they rounded a headland that Magellan named Cape Virgines in honour of St. Ursula and the 11,000 virgin martyrs whose feast day was that day. Okay, obviously, before we go on, we need to have a quick look at who this saint was and why on earth she had 11,000 virgins with her. The name Ursula derives from the Latin word for little she-bear, and has it that she was the daughter of a Britotus of Dunonia, who ruled a territory roughly covering modern Cornwall in England. He was regent of Britain in the late 4th century, before the collapse of the Roman Empire, and the story goes that he was asked by the legendary Celtic leader Conan Gadok, founder of Brittany, his daughter's hand in marriage. Now, Gadok was busy fighting off the hordes of rebelling Gauls. But despite his success, the new domain of Amorica was rather sparse with King Dionysus to send him several thousand eligible womenfolk who might marry his soldiers and settle into new communities there. Obligingly, the king sent his daughter, who was apparently accompanied by 11,000 virgins. They travelled across the English Channel in ships, but when they got there, the Christian of her pagan grew to that before she committed herself to becoming his wife, she would first need on a pilgrimage, and accompanying her were mixed handmaidens. Now, being a headstrong it was clear to the befuddled groom in the west. So off she went, with her armed virgins, deep into insurgent enemy territory, the vicinity of modern Cologne. They ran to a rampaging army of Huns, who had just laid siege to the city. Being Huns, they, unsurprisingly, availed themselves of the princess and her unsuspecting maidens, deflowering them and then executing the entire lot of them. The tragic romance of the Christian princess going on a pilgrimage in order to delay her marriage to a pagan suitor and meeting a grisly end is a recurring motif in Christian lore, and poor Ursula was just one of several to have been martyred in this unfortunate way. Anyway, the gruesome scene was eventually discovered by other horrified Christians, and the bones of the unfortunate virgins were said to have been collected and later venerated as relics within the Basilica of St. Ursula in Cologne. Her feast day is October the 21st. So, when Magellan rounded the headland in Tierra del Fuego on her feast day in 1520, he named the cape in her honour. Incidentally, her legend also named past that Caribbean paradise on the same day in 1493. Now, you might also be wondering why he named the area Tierra del Fuego by his famous voyage of discovery in shore while passing through the region. Right from their previous winter quarters, the expedition had come across small family groups of indigenous Yagans, who, despite the cold, were quite naked beside god animal skin. People were described as giants in stature and with painted faces and being armed with bows, being avid seal and bird hunters. The crew had mixed interactions with these people, but they generally were open to trade, and Magellan in particular had cordial exchanges with one particular dancing fellow. Having entered the bay we now call the Straits of Magellan, a fierce storm blew up and separated the ships, two of them being blown deeper into the waterway. When they eventually reunited, the depths were plumbed and found to be conducive to navigation, so they cautiously made their way ever deeper. In the saltiness of the water, there also appeared to be tidal currents moving the other way, giving them some reason for encouragement. They eventually came to a large erected two ships to explore to the left, full of supplies. Captain, if you recall, by Magellan's cousin, was sunk. Its Portuguese pilot, Gomez, stabbed the unfortunate captain in the debacle as he tried to set off warning cannon. The mutinous crew now abruptly turned around and straight back out to the Atlantic, eventually arriving back in Spain, more or less along their original route, 6 months later, leaving Magellan with substantially reduced supplies. Back in Spain, the mutinous crew were of course arrested, and at the subsequent trial, what they felt was continuous cruel treatment endured under Magellan's tyrannical leadership, described in the worst possible terms as reckless and early in the stubborn pursuit of his own dreams. They reported that Magellan never took the advice or counsel of his subordinate captains and treated them with such contempt that the crew fearlessly owned up to and even justified their two previously failed mutinies, despite the risk of court-martial and a death sentence. The judges swallowed the mutinies were released, and Magellan's reputation was significantly tarnished by their testimony. Magellan's wife, back in Seville, became a court pariah, and her husband's income was cancelled, leaving her virtually destitute and dependent on the generosity of friends. Meanwhile, the three remaining ships searched fruitlessly for the San Antonio for weeks to sunk, but while they waited for any sign of the ship, Magellan sent a scouting vessel through the northern fjord-like channels until they finally emerged into the vast ocean beyond. When Magellan heard of the breakthrough, he was said to have wept tears of joy, and upon seeing the expanse of ocean for himself a couple of days later, he named it the Pacific Sea, that is to say, ocean, because of its apparent calmness. If you think our poor old captain had it rough so far, unfortunately, it was just about to get a whole lot worse, for his crew, that is. If you recall, Magellan had grossly underestimated the distance between the southern reaches of the continent and where he assumed the Spice Islands would be, by largely relying on the faulty and dubious maps produced by German merchant and cartographer Martin Behaim, who had worked closely with the Portuguese court to produce maps of West Africa. Behaim was a bit of a celebrity and his globe, the oldest surviving one in the world, having lots of interesting though erroneous details. today doubt that he had visited many of the places using his imagination to fill in the blanks. Apparently, it wasn't just Toscanelli, but also Verheyen who put the idea into Columbus's head to India, and it appeared that once America had been discovered, he also sold Magellan on the idea that a passage through the new continent would be found at around the latitude of modern Buenos Aires. It's just as well because despite the strong currents and narrow fjords, the Straits of Magellan are a relatively safer option for navigation than the Drake Passage or the Mar de Oces, named after the two intrepid captains who took the long way around a couple of years later. Because the southern route around Cape Horn is a relatively narrow bottleneck connecting the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, the currents and convergent water streams are so dynamic that the swell can reach in excess of 12 meters. The weather is considered to be the most critical in the world, causing countless tragic sinkings and being a rite of passage as well as a source of macho sea shanty generations of sailors for centuries to come. Anyway, Magellan Islands were only 3 or 4 days sailing away. But as it turned out, it would take almost 4 months expedition that barely had a couple of weeks' worth of virgin water. He directed the now dwindling squadron to strike out into the vast expanse, and though they enjoyed good weather and reasonable currents, they failed to spot any islands that might be suitable to gather food for what would amount to thousands of kilometers of water. Their supply of biscuit and dry meats, typical for naval voyages, spoiled in the warmer weather, and as the weeks passed, they resorted to boiling leather and eating sawdust as starvation set in. Rats, if they could catch them, were a prized delicacy, but they were soon eradicated by the ravenous crew. Scurvy also soon took a hold, with the open sores, rotting gums, and delirium eventually causing the deaths of 20 or so crew members, with dozens more falling gravely ill. Of the 166 souls who emerged from the Straits, there were now barely 100 fit enough to work. Interestingly, the senior officers didn't succumb to symptoms of scurvy, and it appears that their privileged ration of quince jam provided enough vitamin C to stave off the disease, and it seems that they either didn't think to analyse why, or they kept it to themselves to share their privileged rations with an increasingly mutiny-prone who were becoming ever more disillusioned with their captain's inability to explain why they had yet reached Japan, this ruthless wandering. Some were beginning to think he was a madman. Eventually, they passed a couple of small islands that were uninhabited and offered no real sustenance, besides the large presence of sharks, and they spent a few days fishing and continued westwards without sighting any more of any archipelagos and atolls that cluster in the vicinity until they eventually came to the Marianas, anchoring off the island of Guam. Suddenly, there were dozens of outrigger boats swarming around the 3 Spanish and Austronesian Chamorro natives swarmed on board without so much as a greeting, and proceeded to make off that wasn't nailed down, even managed to that was tied to the stern of Magellan's flagship, and which was crucial for tendering and exploring. Surprisingly, a scuffle soon broke out, and the Chamorros fled back to their village. Outraged, the captain ordered a retaliation, and the crew armed themselves for a raid, hitting several huts and plundering the village. In 7 of the warriors were shot, but having the east coast of the island of Sabah and anchored off the small uninhabited island of Oman, where tents were set up on shore for the comfort and convalescence of ailing sailors. Here's Uluwat, but unlike the recent experience of hospitable, gifts were soon exchanged. As in Brazil, rapport soon developed between the crew and the locals, with much conversation being had about food to head for an island called Cebu, you might make contact with. With Easter approaching, the crew lay off the small island of Limasawa, where they planned to celebrate the holy day. Presently, they encountered a pair of large warships, which belonged to two Rajas from the local area who were out on a hunting trip on the island. Magellan's slave, Enrique, suddenly realized he could understand it, and he now acted as a translator. The two noblemen inviting their guests at their base camp. Now, most people associate the word history of the Indo-Pacific region to get a sense of the people Magellan was coming into contact with. Magellan, just like Columbus in Hispaniola 3 decades earlier, was convinced that the Philippines in 1521 was friend to India. Ironically, in a cultural sense, he may have the mark. You see, Indian trade and colonization of Southeast Asia had been going on since at least 300 BC to Indonesian city-states literature, such as the Ramayana romance story, where the hero Rama sent his best general to Java in search of his lost bride. Since two major empires on the east coast of India, the Chola and the Kalinga, had an extensive thalassocracy, that is to say, a maritime empire built on trade that spread all the way down through Southeast Asia into the Malay Peninsula and thence through to Sumatra, Java, and beyond. Their sophisticated culture, religion, and architecture became fashionable, with the Indian language soon becoming the lingua franca among the thousands of indigenous cultures that now adopted those customs and titles for themselves. By virtue of a solid trade network that extended from India to China in the 6th century AD, many of these became powerful dynasties in their own right and began projecting their own influence over less 6th century AD. There were a number of maritime kingdoms emerging out of claiming descent from the Cholas, extending into Matana. In 1292, Kublai Khan set the Singisari Empire, which was the current dynasty that ruled Java. His expedition ultimately failed, but internal feuds and competition by power. By the 14th century, Muslim traders and colonizers in Sumatra, and soon enough began to exert their influence in turn, so their own Islamized candidates for kingship, and then establishing at the time of Magellan's arrival Magellan met in the Philippines were noble vassals of the current Majapahit Empire ruling from them, and they were busy warding off rival Muslim sultans from the west were expanding their own spice islands of Molucca. Over the next years would themselves be overthrown by the Muslim Demak Sultanate for over 1,000 years, to only a few small outposts, such as Bali, which still retains a strong Hindu culture to this day. Monday, 1521, descended a large hill where they held mass. These discovered islands, today for God and Spain. The two Rajas who hosted him were intrigued by the ceremony, and with Magellan and one of the Rajas even exchanging bonds of brotherhood. It seems that this inspired some new religious zealotry in the captain, and like the Greek Raja, his new brother recommended he trade by words and trade concessions. Apparently, during the conference, Magellan's other commanders counseled him to ignore and instead sail south to the Moluccas, only a week's sailing away. But, as usual, the local capital instead, where he was brought before the local warlord, Magellan's chaplain, had not only baptized the Raja and his queen, but hundreds of locals who followed suit. The newly Christian Raja now got the idea of taking advantage of Magellan's missionary work by suggesting to him that the neighboring island of Macau were not only resistant to join the true faith, they openly mocked it. Indignant, Magellan set fire to a number of the villages, and when its Raja, Lapu, showed up in Monterey, Magellan, full of the Holy Spirit and did go off, told his host to stand by and watch as he wiped the floor with these unbelievers. Unfortunately for our captain, nor his iron present late proved sufficient, as the 50 or so Spaniards that came ashore were completely overwhelmed by 1,500 rampaging natives in what would become known as the Battle of Macau. Magellan's ship-borne artillery and crossbowmen were way out of range, and his armour wasn't enough to stop the poisoned arrows of the thigh. Closing in on him, he was soon cut down while holding off the enemy during a fighting retreat. In what was more like a bloodbath, Europeans were speared and bludgeoned to death, and the few who escaped were immediately battered. Lapu-Lapu would enter India as a Philippine national hero for centuries to come. The Rosa, as well as Juan Serrano, would act as co-commanders. Having gripped the neighbouring Raja, squandered by the hubris of this European braggart, must have infuriated Cebu and King Ormond, or Don Carlos as he was now called, because Lapu-Lapu now had a significant casus belli against him and would prove to be an ongoing headache. So, while the new captains were licking their wounds and reviewing Magellan's last will and testament, they received an invitation to attend a banquet at Portuguese was assisted following the tragic loss of their leader, as well as to give them royal jewels as a present to be given. Magellan's will included a provision for the emancipation of his young slave Enrique, but the heavy dependence they placed on him saw the captains deny this most important of clauses, and they insisted on his remaining in servitude, but his services might no longer be required. Obviously, Enrique didn't take this news of perpetuals, and it seems that when he sent back to the king to confirm there is a command, young Enrique had a few things he needed to do. Enrique convinced the king that the Spanish were after his crown, or indeed whether Bourbon thought he should make a goodwill gesture to his now angry neighbour Lapu. But when 13 months before they could get away, observing from the deck of their ships and shocked at the massacre of their key officers, the crew aboard the ships decided to depart with due haste. So they weighed anchor and got out while the going was good. As they sailed away, they saw Enrique standing on shore next to the king, waving bon voyage to both the Spaniards and, along with them, his ongoing slavery. Many today speculate that he soon made his way back home to Milan. If so, the honour of circumnavigating the globe would go to an illiterate teenage slave rather than some history sure can have a peculiar sense lying their way southwest, but with just over 100 men left alive, there were not enough hands to man all three ships alike and scuffled, while the shaken crew made frequent stops at the many islands and villages scattered throughout the archipelago, where they usually received a warm welcome and ready assistance with supplies. They encountered a well-established pearling industry and plantations of cinnamon, sandalwood, nutmeg, ginger, pepper, and other spices that suggested they were getting close. Italian scribe Pigafetta, in his diary, depicts the idyllic lifestyles of the various communities they came across, noting with interest their curious adornments and peculiar rituals, such as penis piercings, a practice which had also been observed among Mesoamerican cultures thousands of kilometers away. Apparently the phrase, happy wife, happy life, applies even among native people. Some inhabitants were described as being dark as Ethiopians. Most were virtually naked, but occasionally they came across chiefs who were resplendent in silks and gold jewelry from their trade with China. The ships also began to encounter the KLS, also usually a warm welcome. Our scribe was particularly fascinated by the widespread practice of chewing metal leaf, a peculiar and addictive custom that still but in a notable end, the Spaniards defeated this naval force and even captured their forces of the Philippine archipelago. The crew of the Victoria and Trinidad, grieving at the loss of the captain Magellan and the betrayal of Raja Bourbon, who murdered 27 of their officers, placed the last remaining Portuguese captain, Rabbi, in first sail back in Spain. You see, during the conflict, all ships were viewed as potential military vessels and could not be sold without appropriate government approval. But Elcano, at the time, was in debt to some Savoyard financier and was obliged to hand over his ship to them. Fortunately, the court case was still going on back in Castile when he signed up for the voyage, hoping to receive a royal pardon and avoid prison through his participation in the venture. Being a Spaniard and expressing a personal dislike of Magellan, he felt compelled to support and then spending several months in jail for the St. Julian mutiny. Reasons given for the continuous uprisings against Magellan was the complete secrecy with which he commanded the voyage. He typically refused to divulge his daily plans and the source of his predictions, which led many of the officers to believe he was just making things up as he went along. His paranoia, rashness, and harsh demands of the crew only distanced them from him further at the very times that they needed a charismatic and inspiring leader to get them through. It seems that Elcano, as he himself spelled his name, Elcano, was one of those unexperienced sailors who knew much but so little. His quiet competence eventually became prominent, but not before pretty much every other ranking officer. Nevertheless, he and Gomez de Espinosa, sharing command of the Victoria and Trinidad respectively, eventually island hopped their way to the motherlode of clove production, the Sultanate of Tidor, in November of 51, where they were promptly greeted by Sultan Al-Mansur, who read offered them a trade agreement and alliance with Spain. You see, Al-Mansur was under some expansionist pressure from a rival warlord across the pond in the Ternate Sultanate on Sulawesi. It was there that the Portuguese agent and cousin of Magellan, Serrao, had long made his home some years ago, and from whom Magellan learned of the location of the Spice Islands at the same time as Magellan. So the two old friends never managed to actually meet up, though they were so close and only a week's sailing distance away from one another. Had Magellan decided to stick other than meddle in seaboard politics, the two would have embraced in a historic occasion about which songs and paintings would no doubt have been. It was not to be, and fortunately for the Spaniards, the Tidor Sultan was more than happy to ally himself with Spain to offset the alliance that was over to parley with the Spanish. Apparently, the Sultan was unhappy about his alliance with the Portuguese and was seriously considering switching sides himself. There was a rumour that he had fallen out with Serrao and actually had him poisoned. So this new agent was feeling rather nervous that he might. However, they were also informed that the Portuguese viceroy of the region had received intelligence of the Spanish mission and was instructed to hunt them down and destroy them. The race was now on to get out of town before the big boys arrived. each to his own. Moreover, a dozen or so men disliked either option and chose to remain in paradise, risking Portuguese prison rather than starving to death on the deep blue. 47 men chose to sail with Elcano on the Victoria, including a dozen or so Malayans who the Sultan pressed into their service of 1521 as the lumbering ship prepared to depart, their holds pregnant with tons of cloves. The Trinidad began to retire to the dock to repair the damage. Before, and being met by generous and friendly locals along the way, these often told enchanted forests, pygmy-like tribesmen who lived underground, of cannibal, and even an island of Amazons that any man who comes near. Like the Argonauts of ancient Greece, they meandered their way through this tropical labyrinth of timeless secrets until they eventually struck out into the Indian Ocean and headed southwest, well away from the Sumatran and Indian coastlines. In fact, passing only within several hundred kilometres of Australian shores, where they might have stopped for rest and supplies had they been just a little closer. But they pushed on ever southward, and reaching the 42nd parallel, the freezing crew maintained the latitude but ran into westerly breezes that required some skill to navigate against. They spent nearly 3 months battling the cold and the weather as supplies dwindled and all there was left to eat, rations of rice boiled in seawater. Unsurprisingly, scurvy once again ravaged the crew, and several sailors begged Elcano to call into Mozambique on the African coast, even if it meant imprisonment and torture by the Portuguese authorities. A more democratic leader than his unfortunate predecessors, the captain put it to a vote, and the crew decided in favour of keeping their honour and pushing on to complete the mission. But as they approached the Cape of Good Hope, impossible headwinds held them up for weeks and forced the decision close to shore, risking either being wrecked on the danger or capture by the Portuguese. By some miracle, they eluded both, but as they rounded the Cape, the situation was becoming more dire by the day. The hull was starting to rot and leak from worm infestation, were dying like flies from starvation, so they ruthlessly for a land along the coast of Guinea and Senegal, but to no avail. This time, another vote was had to call into the Cape Islands and fake their identity as having America. 21 men now dead, including 7 agonizing sacrifices that could procure supplies, as well as African slaves to man the building ups using what little barter they had left, while concealing their precious cargo of clothes, which would betray their true identity and land them in prison for a very long time. They bluffed their way to the purchase of a couple of bushels of rice from the cargo and scrambled to impound the vessel. Elcano called to shove off, leaving 13 sailors stranded on the dock, who were soon rounded up by the governor and imprisoned. Having escaped the clutches of the Portuguese authorities to their islands, the 8 surviving men left aboard the Victory, now set course for home. But it wasn't a case of their making a simple beeline up the coast of Africa. You see, the various wind pattern Coriolis effect creates a consistent gyre of air currents that circulate clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern. This means that roughly 15 degrees north of it would be blowing head-on and out to the west. Portuguese navigators had long learned that it was actually more efficient, if counterintuitive, to sail out to sea perpendicular to the winds we now call the northeasterly trades, and then ride the clockwise turn of the winds as they become the southwesterlies that would now be at their backs as they approach the Iberian coast. This turn of the breeze as the Volta do Mar enabled Europeans to strike out with confidence across expanses of ocean and predict the likely wind direction based solely on their latitude. So it was that the Victoria had one last broad loop to sail before finally making its way through San Lucas de Barrameda and up the Guadalquivir River, docking at Seville. But not before the exhausted and emaciated survivors managed to fire off a cannon salvo to salute their monarch and celebrate their return. Meanwhile, the poor old Trinidad, back in Tidor, took months to repair and sailed off north in search of favourable westerly winds that might take them back to the American coast before the Pacific finally showed its true capacity for violence, and they were hounded by a relentless storm for weeks that forced them to head back to safety. They returned only to find the Portuguese had occupied their former holdings, and 2/3 of the 50 or so sailors left behind were dead. Themselves emaciated and ravished by scurvy, their failed adventure northwards, Espinosa surrendered to goods and cargo seized, and the crew jailed indefinitely. Their hapless Portuguese agent was taken outside and summarily executed for treason. Only 4 of the 50 of the Trinidad came back to Spain alive. While the Trinidad was awaiting its fate, Elcano, back in Seville, was busy writing a short letter to King Charles, briefly outlining their journey, their suffering and sacrifices, the lamentable death of their leader while spreading the Christian faith, and the capture of their comrades whom he implored the king to rescue from the Portuguese. He gave an account of their successful diplomatic mission to the peoples of Maluku under Spanish protection. Nowhere in his account did Elcano mention himself or brag about the staggering voyage he commanded to successfully return home, albeit battered and shattered. He did, however, manage to negotiate a pension and honours for himself, though he never quite made it into the inner circle at court. With the eventual release of the prisoners in Cabo Verde and the arrival of those last 4 members of the Trinidad, only 35 of the original 270 crew members made it back to Spain alive, along with 4 Moluccans who were keen to meet the king. A subsequent mission to capitalise on their newfound trade route, known as the Loaiza expedition, in which Elcano once again volunteered to participate, ended in complete disaster, with Elcano dying at sea from scurvy, and the entire fleet, this time comprised of 7 ships, was either scattered, wrecked, or abandoned the mission, with only 1 small ship, 25 sailors left on board, barely making it there alive, arrested by a Portuguese patrol, and eventually they were returned home in now the 2nd circumnavigation of the globe, with one of the crew, Hans von Aachen, having been aboard Magellan's voyage, now being the first man to circumnavigate the globe twice. surviving sailors became rich enough through their share of the profits to retire. Of course, the loss of the golden age of sail until the 1770s, when English James Cook proved that dietary fruit, vegetables, malt, and reduced the death rate to virtually zero. So, what can we say about the legacy of Magellan and the circumnavigation of the globe by his intrepid and heroic crew? Interestingly, Elcano, being a mere commoner as well as a vast national, was given still in court as such an incredible enterprise as proving the sphericity and dimensions of the globe through circumnavigation, considered honours fit over a gentleman, and the distaste of lauding peasant shifted public focus instead onto Magellan, such that Elcano's role was initially marginalised. Nevertheless, Magellan's image too continued to suffer from the ongoing inquest into his harsh conduct that's tarnished his reputation in the eyes of the Crown and ordinary Spaniards. It didn't help that Portuguese, rather than Spanish, for which his original owner condemned him as a traitor of highest order. Indeed, the rivalry between the two Iberian powers now accelerated in earnest with continual skirmishing for control of lucrative outposts throughout Southeast Asia, escalating the already volatile atmosphere in which Muslim sultans were seriously displacing the indigenous culture in long residing Hindu states in the region. The Silk Pope would eventually settle the anti-Meridian right of possession question, first brought on by the Treaty of Tordesillas, by giving the Spice Islands in their entirety to Portugal, from which new treasure fleets would eventually make their way to Acapulco, then overland via Mexico to Veracruz, a safer and eventually more efficient route than the southwest passage of Magellan. Spain's ravenous conquest of the New World and its exploitation side from which they have yet to recover, perhaps never will. Pigafetta, the Italian scribe who gives the most comprehensive narrative of the voyage, would go on to his precious journal in several languages, travelling through Europe and become a celebrity before returning home to Florence to a life of relative obscurity. The painstaking daily measurements taken during the voyage did not omit entry in the ship's log, but Pigafetta and Elcano were surprised to see that the date of their arrival on the Cape Verde Islands seemed to be a day later than the local calendar suggested. The Arab geographer Abu Feda predicted that circumnavigators travelling westwards in what is known as the circumnavigator's paradox would accumulate a one-day offset to the local date, effectively 1 hour forward for every 15 degrees traversed, while eastwards would lose one relative to their starting point, a concept explored entertaining around the world. The explosion of the spice trade saw the emergence of social this financed the expansion of Protestant individualism and the gradual diminishing of church power as intellectuals began promoting the merits of humanism and the separation of church and state. It also saw the permanent collapse of Islamic control of Oriental trade routes, both the Silk Road and the maritime Indian Ocean networks that produced incredible wealth in wars against Christian Europe. Hundreds, the Islamic world is a shadow of traditions in their economic and political influence. It was in every sense the rise of the oligarchs and plutocrats as the real power brokers in world affairs that would set in motion a trend that continues in one form or another to this very day. Imagine for in 16th century Europe, continuous wars, famines, and Black Death had so traumatized the ordinary person that they scarcely had the courage to venture out of their own village. Superstition and fear were rife, and the church by scandals and Protestant revolution. Ottoman invaders were seemingly unbeatable. They pressed into the Balkans and Eastern Europe and completely dominated Mediterranean. Christian princes, when not fighting amongst themselves, were desperately trying to contain the threat of Islam, and yet they nevertheless continued to trade with them for exotic Oriental goods and spices, paying exorbitant fees for the privilege. Some began to wonder if it was possible to bypass the Levant, go around the long way, straight into the sword, thus cut out the profiteering middleman. Stolen and smuggled Arabic maps suggested it was possible. The idea began to gain traction, and a number of intrepid seamen from the Kingdom of Portugal, the Atlantic Ocean, and the way down the great unknown coast of Africa, eventually breaking through it, with Asia now wide open for direct trade. Others proposed going west and found America just waiting there to be exploited. September 2022 marks the 500th anniversary of one such voyage of exploration, Ferdinand Magellan, who had the unshakable belief that he could get to India as yet undiscovered southwest passage that would afford an easy shortcut to Asia. On his journey, he would be both right and wrong many times, and ultimately take one gamble, but on the way, bizarre addition that for the first time in history saw mankind high and low. Join us as we dive into the Magellan Elcano expedition. Please take a moment to like and subscribe for updates, and if you enjoy our content, please show your support by making a small, easy through the heart shape X link next to the like and share buttons below, or via the page. Better still, why not get better access and personal involvement by becoming a Patreon supporter? Your generous unfunded education channel and audio-only version of this and all our other videos is available on the Heroes and Legends documentary channel, iTunes, and other links in case you want to listen in your car or perhaps cure your insomnia. Don't forget to share with your friends, and be sure to check out the excerpts, merch, and resources on our Facebook and web pages. I encourage you to visit, like, and leave a comment, and as always, thanks for watching. agent and opportunist, keen astronomer and mathematician Rothschild'S, picking his brain about he made some years ago to the Portuguese king Alfonso V about the possibility of a westward route to the spice islands of Molucca, an archipelago of islands in the east of modern Indonesia. He was a high caliber and well-connected Renaissance intellectual whose friends included the architect Filippo Brunelleschi and the philosopher Marsilio Ficino. He was part of a tight circle of academics devoted to rediscovering lost Greek and Roman science. Works. For example, coming into possession of the Trajan geographers. With the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, the long-established trade links bringing exotic goods into Europe via the and the scroll was given routes to the porcelain and spice market. Europeans at the time still believed the earth, but historians of science have clearly shown that there was scarcely a Christian scholar of the Middle Ages who didn't. They maintained that perhaps Eratosthenes in 240 BC, who calculated the circumference of the Earth, the rough sphericity of the Earth was widely known throughout the Middle Ages of Europe. Several scholars have traced the flat Earth myth to the 9 components of evolutionary theory, as well as to geographers of Columbus who took substantial, shall we say, creative liberties in the telling of his story. Eventually, these myths made their way into school textbooks, and generations of misinformed people just accepted it without question. Some things never change. Renaissance scholars lack not in the belief in a spherical Earth, but in its size. Several writers after Eratosthenes, such as used the system of measurement 25% longer than the Roman mile, used the European measurement at the time. This meant that mapmakers were grossly out of a degree of longitude. Now, while he was in Lisbon, Columbus had married into a wealthy merchant family and had come into possession of a significant number of prized geography along with several maps he acquired while sailing as a cargo agent. Contemporaries tell us that he was not a particularly gifted scholar, but entrepreneurial streak led him to study a large number of geography, astronomy, and history works, a number of which still exist, extensively covered in his handwritten margin notes. And he worked with his brother in a map-making shop, where he frequently gathered even more information from sailors and merchants. We know that the map that most influenced his and Vasco da Gama's earlier voyage to India was Roger II of Sicily. So, with the sudden inspiration for navigating a maritime route to the Orient, Columbus pored over the available data and began obsessively calculating the distances, then known as Tipapo, which he estimated at 2,400 nautical miles, or just under 4,500 kilometers from the Canary Islands westward. The actual distance is 10,600 nautical miles, or just under 20,000 kilometers, an enormous margin of error to be sure. Regardless, no ship in the 15th century could have carried enough food and fresh water on and dangerous voyage over treacherous Alfonso's successor, John II of Portugal, is known because they correctly assessed his calculations as being only a quarter of the actual distance. They fully understood that the technology and logistics of the time made it a virtual suicide mission. The case was definitely closed, with the subsequent penetration in 1488 of Matthias around the tip of Africa, the first European to demonstrate that a maritime route east laughed out of court, and Portugal rubbed its hands at the prospect of a maritime trade fleet to the east, bypassing the Arabs. Dejected, Columbus packed up his gear and headed to Castile, which was busy mopping up the last of the Islamic strongholds in its ongoing reconquista against the Moors. Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon had just unified their realms through marriage and were keen to cement their growing. The added catch that an oriental spice trade would provide them. So, when Columbus showed up and floated his idea to her, she passed it on to her own advisors, who, like Portuguese scholars beforehand, dismissed it as untenable for the time being. Seeing as he had put so much ancillary work into the project, however, they retained him on their payroll, keen to prevent Columbus from giving anyone else research and labour. The ambitious Italian was having none of it, however, and promptly set out for England, hoping to sell his idea there. But once again, it fell flat. He was about to set off for France to see if the French might be convinced to have a go, but Isabella summoned him back to court and finally agreed to fund the voyage, because, damn it, any risk was worth outmanoeuvring their rivals, the Portuguese, who had managed to wrangle control of southern Atlantic shipping routes from them in the Treaty of Alcácer some few years earlier. This meant that the entire west coast of Africa, south of the Canaries, along with its adjacent Atlantic waters, was basically a Portuguese playground, and all Spanish ships now required a license and the payment of hefty tariffs to sail through. So Columbus got his ships in 1492, sailed the ocean blue, and the rest is history. Which brings us to 1493. On his to Europe, Columbus first docks in Lisbon Harbour, strides into the Portuguese royal court, and rubs King John's nose in it. The king spits the dummy and accuses Castile of breaching their treaty, further advising them that these newly discovered, given their ownership of the Atlantic, and what's more, he's about to send a huge armada to secure this new territory and sink any Spanish vessel that dares to show up. Isabella and Ferdinand had neither engaged in another protracted war with Portugal, so Ferdinand tapped his own countryman, Rodrigo Borgia, now Pope Alexander VI, to intervene on their behalf, claiming that it was unfair that Portugal should get to own an entire ocean. The Pope agreed, decreeing that all lands 100 leagues westwards would belong to Castile, even if it all the way around to India. Furious, the Portuguese king knew better than to challenge the Pope, but he nevertheless managed to negotiate shifting the goalposts a little further west, which would effectively give him full ownership west of a straight line that passed through the eastern tip of Brazil, in what would become known as Anyway, this created an obvious problem when the two sides eventually met up on the far side, where the Portuguese had established trading outposts on the Spice Islands that the Spanish claimed were actually in their sphere of influence. You see, the Spanish insisted that the demarcation meridian of the Treaty of Tordesillas went fully around the globe, which, according to their estimation, would situate the Spice Islands firmly in their own hemisphere. hemisphere. But the Portuguese were indignant, and by the time it became a serious issue in 1518, that Leo X, a broker and moreover a beneficiary of the Portuguese, so decreed that the anti-meridian running through Asia would be set at 17 degrees east of the Molucca Islands. This disparity would go on to see substantial conflict and rivalry between the two powers, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Now, before all this blew up, returning back to the post-Columbus Agreement of 1494, the two sides genetic meridian set by the Pope and the Portuguese themselves soon initiated an expedition led by Pedro Alvarez Cabral on a similar mission, in which they sailed south from Lisbon till they reached their colony on the Cabo Verde Islands, then hooking around and heading directly onto the easternmost tip of the bulge of Brazil, before scouting the coast for a suitable harbour further south, where they disembarked, trade gifts with the indigenous chiefs, and then claimed the territory for God and the King. This fortuitously accurate bumping into the easternmost promontory of South America has prompted some scholars to suggest already knew about the existence of land southwest Atlantic to prevent the Spanish from getting their claws into it. There has been some suggestion they had already established a logging industry bringing back Amazonian timber. Of course, neither the other Catholic states of Europe nor the emerging Protestant ones paid any heed to the Pope's treaty and completely ignored it, soon venturing out for themselves and establishing their own colonies both in the New World to the west and throughout the Indo-Pacific via the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, at times coming into conflict with both Spain and Portugal, who were busy taking regular potshots at each other or otherwise conquering the various indigenous civilizations that they encountered. The reason I go into this protracted background is to demonstrate the fierce rivalry and disdain these two Iberian kingdoms had for one another, which simply attacked expansion westward beyond South America. But we'll get to that in a moment. He's got busy enslaving and plundering the adjacent countryside for gold under the later system called the encomienda, whereby non-Christian Newfoundland lands were expected to provide a place that was usually exploited to complete exhaustion and death. See my video on Bartolomé de las Casas for a more in-depth discussion of this subject. One of these notorious conquistadors, by the name of Vasco Núñez de Balboa, heard tales of incredibly wealthy land-kingdom cities, so he set out in 1513 on a military expedition using a mix of diplomacy and force of arms, making his way across modern Panama until he reached what he thought was a sea, but which was in fact the Pacific Ocean. Having divested the regional name and frequently also their life and liberty, he sent reports back to Spain of this vast prompted discussions at court about the possibility of the Spice Islands being not too far offshore. If a way could be made through the region of modern Panama, they would have a shortcut into Asia, while at the same time avoiding the entire Portuguese hemisphere of influence. Meanwhile, Juan Bernal de Magallanes, known to us in English as Ferdinand Magellan, a brave and competent Portuguese Francisco Serrao, had been involved in the conquest of Malacca, the Portuguese Viceroy of India, Alfonso de Albuquerque. You see, following the violence and Portuguese. His court to cement its presence in pursuit of three primary objectives. Firstly, to ensure wealth and thereby cripple their power. Secondly, to spread Christianity. And thirdly, to dominate the entire spice trade back into Europe. Now, the spice trade was clearly their highest priority, as cloves, nutmeg, and mace were not only used as preservatives and interesting flavor to be the only medicines that could prevent and cure bubonic plague that had so recently devastated the entire population of Europe. Consequently, the price of these commodities on the open market was astronomical, and if Portugal could secure a viable trade route to the source, it would become wealthy beyond imagination. So, by 1503, the legendary naval commander, Afonso de Albuquerque, had managed to ally and assist the Hindu king of Cochin to secure his rule on the southeast coast of India against his Muslim rivals, for which the Portuguese were granted favourable trade rights and permanent outposts in these Indian lands, foundation for the Portuguese maritime empire to come. They were still trading enormous amounts of pepper, and activities then spread slowly south towards Sri Lanka, where they discovered the source of the cinnamon trade. By 1507, they had built a series of forts along the entire African coast, blockaded the Muslim trade routes into the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, and brought Islamic merchant shipping to its knees. Embassies were meanwhile sent further east to establish trade relations with significant potential partners such as Siam, Malacca, and even China. Of these, Malacca, a natural bottleneck in the flow of goods from China, was reputedly a major regional trade hub. The diverse and cosmopolitan population, comprised of immigrants and merchants from all over the Orient, that traded silks, porcelain, spices, and firearms. The King of Portugal was keen to curry favour with the Sultan of Malacca, and made overtures of friendship and alliance if they would be allowed a trade concession in the city alongside the Chinese, Hindu, and Muslim merchants that were already there. However, the embassy's initially warm welcome was soon undermined by disgruntled Muslim merchants who convinced the Sultan that the Portuguese were, and as a Muslim, it was duty bound to reject their embassy but to attack them. Consequently, a surprise attack on the ambassadorial fleet caused mayhem and a hasty withdrawal back to India. Diplomatic insult was avenged in 1511, organised a retaliatory strike on Malacca that quickly transformed into an amphibious assault and a swift conquest of the city. Favourable grants to the Hindus and Chinese merchants in its aftermath cemented their ongoing support and partnership. Malacca, Portugal projected its power into the next several centuries, eventually coming to control the entire trade in spices from the Maluku Islands off Sulawesi. Ferdinand Magellan, a minor noble, had entered the Portuguese king's naval service at a young age. By 25, he was in India and participating in the establishment of Portuguese outposts over the course of the next 8 years, fighting in a number of significant battles, including the Battle of Bueu, in which the Portuguese fleet effectively crushed the Islamic and Allied naval fleets in the Indian Ocean, opening the way to European domination of the Orient. He was involved in both the failed embassy mission and the subsequent conquest of Malacca, but then returned home to Portugal into the eyeballs circumnavigated the globe. But once again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. While Magellan was living back in Lisbon, his cousin Francisco Serrao, meanwhile, sent beyond Malacca into the deeper Indonesian island chain to try and find the exact location of the Spice Islands. His ship was unfortunately wrecked in a French squall, but crew managed to get rescued and eventually found themselves at the court of a local sultan who was keen to ally himself with a strong that might help him dominate the many other local region chieftains. Serrao was wealthy, becoming a friend and advisor of the Lord Bayan Sirula, who quickly married him off and set up a home for him, taking advantage of the knowledge this European might share with him. Serrao never forgot his mission, however, writing to Magellan back home with information on the exact location and political situation of the Spice Islands he now called home. Now, with this new intelligence on the Spice Islands arriving from Serrao, as well as the recent reports coming in of the Great Western Sea beyond Panama by the south coast of America around western jungles of Panama, would take years for the Spaniards to establish roads. And if the Portuguese could race down the Atlantic coast of Santiago Alcázares, which gave them claim, remember, to any southern Atlantic territories. It was a contentious claim, given the more recent papal pronouncement of the Meridian of Tordesillas, granting everything west of it to Spain. But it was unclear whether this decree superseded the entire previous treaty or only part of it. The Portuguese certainly considered the Atlantic Ocean as their exclusive backyard, and as the old saying goes, possession is 9/10 of the law. At least that was Magellan's take on it. Explorers, Magellan was confident that the elusive cape was just a little farther south beyond the 40th parallel. They could pull it off, so Oriental trade via both the east and west would make Portugal a superpower. In any case, by now, the Portuguese had already established quite a stranglehold on trade and shipping along the eastern route, and thence throughout, and risked unnecessary antagonism of both the Spanish and the Pope when they were already so comfortably entrenched. So he waved off Magellan a number of times, torpedoed any possibility in his expedition. Clearly frustrated, Magellan went on leave. Now, which only served to worsen his left with no support and few friends who had the patience for his persistent hustling of the king in Lisbon. So he smacked a dummy, renounced his Portuguese nationality, and in 1517, along with his good mate Rui Faleiro, a cosmographer and map maker of some repute, made his way to Seville in Spain. They offered their services to the Spanish king, King Charles I, and leapt at the opportunity to use the intelligence of East Asia. Magellan and Valeiros so bypassed check the Spanish had benefited from a servant of the Portuguese king coming over to their side. It made their success all the sweeter. So within just 12 months, Charles had integrated the two partners into the Spanish court, given them titles as commanders of the Order of Santiago, and raised them to the rank of captain, so they could effectively command an expeditionary voyage under the Spanish crown. In addition, Magellan and Valero would be given a financial monopoly on the discovered route for a whole decade. The guaranteed appointment as governors of territories, generous tax exemptions, and a loose trade that was subsequently established. If they could pull it off, he agreed to personally fund the entire venture, but as he was already deeply in debt, and took out even more loans just to make it happen. So, in 1970, and the Southern holding in the Atlantic. The 5 ships were the Trinidad, its flagship, the San Antonio, captained by Juan de Cartagena, the Concepcion, captained by the Santiago, captained by Magellan's other cousin and brother to Francisco Serrao, and the Victoria, captained by Luis Mendoza. On board was a crew of 270 men, comprised 17 French and a smattering of Flemish, Irish, English, Black Moors, and a number of Asians, including Magellan's Malaccan slave, Enrique. Valera, who was Magellan's co-captain and designated astronomer/cartographer, was one of the first Europeans to accurately portray the principles of latitude and longitude, and drew many of the charts to be used in the voyage. But lately, he appeared to be descending some schizophrenic psychosis. So at the last minute, the king disqualified him from the mission and eventually mentioned him off the services rendered to the crown. He was replaced by a new cosmographer, and joined by another civilian, who would act as personal secretary to Magellan, and Nicholas' diary gives us the most substantial surviving record of the entire voyage. All trade and financial transactions would be managed by Juan de Cartagena, skipper of the San Antonio, who stepped into Valero's vacancy as co-captain and CFO. Now, I keep mentioning the word Spain as if it were an established entity, but in reality, despite the unification by marriage of the two dominant kingdoms of Castile and Aragonization of power through the Habsburg line, the truth was that at the time there was still a Spain within the constituted as a Castilian venture. And yet a significant number of crew who was in a spot of legal trouble. We'll get to it later. These making for difficulties in communication at times. In fact, sources note that there were more Portuguese and Basques aboard proportionately than there were Castilians, despite it being nominally a Castilian project. In any event, trouble was already brewing as crew members of the varying nationalities referred to the same vessel, which presented a The Spanish captains, and indeed many within the royal court, were deeply suspicious, and they resented his leadership of the mission despite his obvious experience, and made no secret of their disdain for this secret. No sooner had they docked in Tenerife to top up supplies than Magellan received an urgent dispatch from his father-in-law, warning him that the Spanish captains of the other vessels were and that the King of Portugal, well informed by his own spy network, would limited perceived previous action of Magellan against Portuguese national dispatch two Empire fleets of warships in pursuit of his little squadron to destroy it and arrest him. So, the crew, as well as his sailors among all of them. Then he resumed sailing due south along the coast of Africa against the ardent advice of the other captains, anticipating that the Portuguese would not expect him to be stupid enough to venture into their coastal waters. The gamble lay steadily south past the Cape Verde Islands and adjacent to the mountain known as Leone, which was part of a peninsula on the coast, and from which its Portuguese discoverer, Pedro de Sintra, in 1462, swore he could hear the mighty roar of lions. The name stuck, and today the entire country bears the name of Sierra Leone. Anyway, as they approached the equator, they experienced continuous rain to the entire upsurge from the west, which carried them westwards to the Brazilian coast. The Atlantic Ocean crossing saw Magellan's small squadron endure storms lasting several weeks, and the ship's scribe, Antonio Pigafetta, relates how during a particularly violent storm one night, they were relieved to witness St. Elmo's fire burning brightly at the top of their masts. Many times the holy body appeared to us, that is, St. Elmo, in a storm, among others, which we suspended in the darkest night, showed themselves of the largest cage of such splendor that it looked like a burning torch. It stayed there for more than 2 hours, which was of so great a sort that consolation. When he wanted to leave, he threw so bright a splendor into our quarter of an hour, we remained as blind, shouting for mercy because we thought we were lost, but the sea soon became little. Now, St. Elmo's is a phenomenon observed quite distant of the sun in appearance during storms or unsettled weather. Purple flame-like glow atop masts or at the end of yardarms. The glow would disappear as mysteriously as it appeared, and was in a ship from danger during storm. Its departure frequently associated, as in this case, with the easing of the tempest. The phenomenon is caused by the increase in atmospheric electricity become charged through the friction of atoms in the air, otherwise neutral gas or atoms, to become energized or ionized, which generate clouds at the ground, resulting in an electric field. When these charges become extreme, the atoms suddenly shed their outer electrons to release this excess energy in the form of lightning, which turns the surrounding air into what scientists call plasma, as both light and extreme heat are transmitted during the discharge of the electrical energy to the ground. In a less charged area of the field, intense discharge of light and energy occurs around these objects as the electrons of charged particles knock about, much as popular plasma balls discharging electrical energy to dance around their pole in what is technically called coronal discharge. The blue arises from the composition of the ionized ions, blue in the case of nitrogen, purple in the case of oxygen. Fusion and Nikola Tesla demonstrated its relatively benign Colorado 1899, where the wings of butterflies were seen to emit a blue glow as they flittered around. Pilots to the nose cones. Charles Darwin fire derives its name from Erasmus of Formia, also known as Elmo or Telmo, who was the bishop of the Italian city of Formia in about 300 AD during the reign of Diocletian, a notorious and fed by a black raven. Eventually, an angel appears to him and chastised him for abandoning his duty. Returning by road, he was intercepted by soldiers at a checkpoint where he admitted his identity and whereupon he was sent to Antioch to stand trial before Diocletian. During the trial, he was severely tortured and thrown into prison, but again the angel appeared and led him to an escape. He now continued on his way through where he went on quite a baptism spree and converted many people to Christianity. At one time, he was preaching before a crowd when a lightning right next to him. He barely paused and carried on speaking while the crowd cowered in fear and the world around him. Hypnotizing was reported to the Western Roman Emperor Maximian, who despised Christians even more than Diocletian. Once again, Bishop Elmo was arrested and led toward full humiliation. But the statues lining the avenue crumbled as he passed them by, and when they got to the temple entrance, it suddenly erupted into flames, preventing their entry. Maximian had him bound and lying by spikes, and then rolled him down a hill. But an angel instantly healed his wounds, and he emerged unscathed. This time, the emperor had him flogged, smothered in tar, and then set alight. Again, the guardian angel put out the flames, and Bishop Erasmus was starting to look like a 4th century unkillable Rasputin. Frustrated and hoping he could starve him to death, Erasmus was thrown into prison, but the angel not only fed him, but also arranged his escape once more. He was recaptured soon after because he couldn't help preaching to whomever came his way, and this time the emperor managed to a table and disemboweled him with an iron hook tied to a windlass, which wound up the bishop's fool, finally ending his life in Illyria in modern-day Croatia. These apocryphal stories made him the patron saint of sailors, who were not only adept at using the windlass, but also vulnerable to flames and lightning on their tar-covered ships. When mysterious blue-purple things would appear on their masts during a storm, they considered it a comforting omen of his presence and protection. Given the gruesome nature of his death, he is also petitioned for intercession by people with abdominal pain, cramps, and women in childbirth, being considered one of the powerful 14 holy helper saints of the Catholic Church that people pray to for aid. Now, where were we? Ah yes, Magellan. Anyway, back to our story. there for some months. The local people viewed it. Some weeks there among the trading iron tools, cloth, and trinkets, the sailors enjoying an idyllic holiday in this tropical paradise. I guess Brazilians always did know how to have a good time. The crew got on so well with the natives that when they weighed anchor 2 weeks later, the natives canoed beside the ships as they departed, pleading for them to stay. But it was risky to remain any longer, as the Portuguese were likely to show up, and in the meantime, Magellan had to also contend the long-suspected mutiny by his Spanish, who accused him of being a double agent and secretly wanting to his navy. The conspirator, and Magellan was well within his rights to execute him, but in the interest of harmony, and to placate the other 2 Spanish captains, merely relieved him of his command and confined him to the supervision of a more loyal crew. Leaving Brazilian waters and their dusky maidens behind, the squadron now continued south and into the massive estuary that they had found the fabled passage. But within several days of exploring the inner reaches, it became apparent that it was actually a river basin, when the water slowly became less brackish. Here they encountered groups of cannibals of a tall and fearsome stature, with booming voices. But it seems these locals were more afraid of the men, so the natives fled inland, and the crew continued their navigation without incident. Annoyed at this waste of time, they set off south once again, passing close to the shore, and only sailing by day to better observe the coast, substantially increased their risk of running aground on shoals or being blown onto rocks in storm. Nevertheless, this closer proximity to the land gave them opportunities to observe vast colonies of penguins and seals. The crew were particularly wary of the seals, believing them to be man-eaters more dangerous than sharks, and referred to them as sea. The weather was now getting progressive, the swell violent, and storms frequent, but more concerningly, they were now well below the 40th parallel, which Magellan had predicted of the passage. The Cape of Good Hope, Africa, was just under 35 degrees latitude, so confidence in the captain's calculations was eroding every further degree south they sailed. Indeed, they would continue for 8 weeks before fatigue and inclement weather forced the captain to sail the coast for a suitable anchorage to wait out the winter. No sooner had they found a sheltered harbour and a place they called Fort St. Julian than another mutiny occurred, again instigated by Cartagena, but in time, meticulous planning had gone into the rebellion. The other Spanish captains, angered by what they saw as not only Magellan's incompetent predictions, but also his reckless sailing close to shore, began sending 30 armed sailors in a rowboat over to the San Antonio in the dead of night, which, as the sailors stormed over, they overwhelmed the crew and its officers, killing one of them in the fracas. The next morning, another longboat was sent full of sailors to consolidate their control of the vessel. The current was too strong, and they drifted straight into Magellan's ship. Captains realized they were now This brutal oppression had the intended effect, and life settled into desperate and huddled boredom as the weather closed in all around them. Nevertheless, Magellan was impatient to scout the area, still convinced that the passage was just around the so he set out to reconnoitre and breaking up soon after. There were no casualties, and after a couple of weeks trekking over land, they finally made a base, exhausted but alive. Magellan packed up the camp and had a now reduced squadron to the more favourable land, risking no more ships until the weather improved. It wasn't until October, the springtime of the southern hemisphere, that he ventured out. Ironically, it was only a few days later, on in honour of St. Ursula and the 11,000 virgin martyrs whose feast day was that day. Okay, obviously, before we go on, we need to have a quick look at who this saint was and why on earth she had 11,000 virgins with her. The name Ursula derives from the Latin word for little she-bear, and legend has it that she was the daughter of a British king called Dionysius of Lugonia, who ruled over a territory roughly covering modern England. Written in the late 4th century, before the collapse of the Roman Empire. And the story goes that he was asked by the legendary Celtic founder of Brittany for his daughter's hand marriage. Now, he was busy fighting off the hordes of rebelling Gauls, but despite his success on the battlefield, his new domain of the Horican was rather sparsely populated. So he initially requested King Dionysius to send him several thousand eligible womenfolk who might marry his soldiers. Of like the king sent his daughter, who was apparently a couple. They travelled across the English Channel, but when they got there, the Christian princess declared to her pagan groom-to-be that before she committed herself to becoming his wife, he would first need on a pilgrimage for his permission. And legend tells us that he was so in love with her that he would have granted her. So off she went with her army of frolicking virgins deep into insurgent territory, and as luck would have it, in the vicinity of modern Cologne, they ran into a rampaging army of Huns who had just laid siege to the city. Being Huns, they, unsurprisingly, availed themselves of the princess and her unsuspecting maidens, deflowering them and then executing the entire lot of them. The tragic romance of the Christian princess going on a pilgrimage in order to delay her marriage to a pagan suitor, then meeting a grisly end, if none, is a written Christian law, and poor Ursula was just one of several who've been martyred in this unfortunate way. Anyway, the gruesome scene was eventually discovered by other horrified Christians, and the bones of the unfortunate virgins were sent to visit as relics in the Basilica of St. Ursula in Cologne. Her feast day is October 21st. So when Magellan rounded the headland in Tierra del Fuego on her feast day in 1520, he named the cape in her honour, and incidentally also be wondering why he named the area they were sailing through Tierra del Land of Fire in English, Tierra del Fuego by him during his famous voyage of discovery in 1520, so named on account of the campfires they observed on shore while passing through the region. Right from their previous winter quarters, the expedition had come across small family groups of indigenous Yagans, moved aside from the odd animal skin. These people were described as those being avid seal and bird hunters. The crew had mixed into these people, but they generally were open to trade, and Magellan in particular had cordial exchanges with one particular dancing fellow. Having entered, a fierce storm blew up the ships, with two of them being blown deeper into the waterway. When they eventually reunited, the depths were plumbed and found to be conducive to navigation, so they cautiously made their way ever deeper, with no noticeable change in the saltiness of the water. There also appeared to be tidal currents moving the other way, giving them some reason for encouragement. They eventually came to a large island, which Magellan directed two ships to explore to the left and two to the right, after which they would meet up again at the prearranged rendezvous. When Magellan's vessels returned, only one of the other ships was there to meet them, the San the largest of the ships in the squadron, rightly subjected to another team. Its Portuguese pilot, stabbed the unfortunate captain in the debacle as he tried to set off warning cannons. The mutinous crew now abruptly turned around and up to the Atlantic, eventually arriving back in Spain, more or less a long era later, leaving Magellan with light. Back in Spain, the mutinous crew were of course arrested, and at the subsequent trial, they related what they knew as brutal treatment endured under Magellan's tyrannical leadership, describing him as the worst possible reckless and cruel captain who was prepared to endanger the king's of all the men under his command, purely in the stubbornness of his own dreams. They reported that Magellan never took the advice or counsel of his subordinate captains and treated them with such contempt that the crew fearlessly owned up to and even justified their two previously failed mutinies, despite the risk of court-martial and a death sentence. The judges swallowed the story, the mutineers were released, and Magellan's reputation was significantly tarnished by their testimony. Magellan's wife, back in Seville, became a court pariah, and her husband's income was cancelled, leaving her virtually destitute and dependent on the generosity of friends. Meanwhile, the three remaining ships searched fruitlessly for the San Antonio for weeks, assuming they must have sunk. But while they waited for any sign of the ship, Magellan sent a scouting vessel through the northern fjord-like channels till they finally emerged into the vast ocean beyond. When Magellan heard of the breakthrough, he was said to have wept tears of joy. And upon seeing the expanse of ocean for himself, that is to say, ocean, because of its apparent calmness. If you think our poor old Hacklock worse, for his crew that is, if you recall, Magellan had grossly underestimated the distance between the southern reaches of the continent and where he assumed the Spice Islands would be, by largely relying on the faulty and dubious maps produced by German merchants and cartographer Martin Beheim, who Beheim was a bit of a celebrity, it seems, with his maps and his globe, the oldest surviving one in the world, having lots of interesting though erroneous details. And scholars today doubt that he had visited many of the places he claimed to have charted, using his imagination to fill in the blanks. Apparently, it wasn't just Toscanelli, but also Beheim, who put the idea into Columbus's head of a westward passage to India. And it appears that once America had been discovered, he also sold Magellan on the idea that a passage through the new continent would be found at around the latitude of. It's just as well because despite the strong currents and narrow fjords, the Straits of Magellan are a relatively safer option for navigation than the Great Passages, so named after the two intrepid captains a long way round a couple of years later. Because the southern route around Cape Horn is a relatively narrow bottleneck connecting the Pacific and Atlantic oceans, the currents and convergence of cold and warm water streams are so dynamic that the swell is in excess of 12 meters, with the weather so violent that it is considered to be the treacherous waterway in the world, seeing countless tragic sinkings and being a source of macho sea shanties for generations of sailors for centuries to come. Anyway, Magellan had calculated 3 or 4 days sailing away, but as it turned out, it would take almost 4 months for an expedition that barely had a couple of weeks' worth of food and water. The now dwindling squadron to strike out into the vast expanse, and though they enjoyed good weather and reason, they failed to spot any islands that might be suitable for food and water for what would amount to thousands of kilometers of blue water. Their supply of biscuit and dry meats, typical for naval voyages, spoiled in the warmer weather, and as the weeks passed, they resorted to boiling leather and eating sawdust as starvation slowly set in. Rats, if they could catch them, were a prized delicacy, but they were soon eradicated by the ravenous crew. Scurvy also soon took a hold, with the open sores and delirium. Eventually causing the deaths of many ill. Of the 166 souls who emerged from the Straits, there were now barely 100 fit enough to work. Interestingly, the senior officers didn't succumb to symptoms of scurvy, and it appears that their privileged ration of quince jam provided enough vitamin C to stave off the disease. And it seems that they either did or they kept it to themselves, not wanting to share their privileged rations, and increasingly becoming ever more disillusioned with their captain's inability to explain why they hadn't yet reached Japan, despite 3 months of fruitless wandering. Some were beginning to think he was a madman. Eventually, they passed a couple of small islands that were uninhabited and offered but no real sustenance, besides a large presence of shark a few days fishing for. Full bellies once again, they continued westwards without sighting any more of the many archipelagos and atolls that cluster in the vicinity, until they eventually came to the Marianas. Anchorings of outrigger boats found the 3 Spanish ships, and Austronesian Chamorro natives swarmed on board without so much as a greeting, and proceeded to make off with anything that wasn't nailed down, even managed to abscond that was tied to the stern of Magellan's flagship. crucial for tender and exploring. Unsurprisingly, a scuffle soon broke out, and the Chamorros fled back to their village. Outraged, the captain ordered a retaliation, and the crew armed themselves for a raid the next morning, burning several huts and plundering the village. In the fight that ensued, 7 of the warriors were shot, but having recovered most of the stolen goods, the party returned to their ships and sailed off before the natives could organize a larger counterattack. Astonished at the audacity of these locals, Magellan named the islands Ladrones, which is the Spanish word for island of thieves. The crew now becoming increasingly ill and debilitated from starvation, they finally sighted land 10 days later, on the 16th of March, 15. Being a Sunday and the feast day Lazarus, Magellan named this archipelago in his honor. They sailed down the east coast of the island of Samar and anchored off the small uninhabited island of Omaha, where tents were set up on shore for the comfort and convalescence of ailing sailors. Here too, native people soon appeared by canoe from the neighbouring island of Sulawesi. But unlike the recent experience on Guam, these people seemed friendly and hospitable. Gifts were soon exchanged, and food was generously provided by the local Raja, seeing so many infirm crew members. As in Brazil, a rapport soon developed between the crew and the locals, with much conversation being had about food, customs, and language of the two cultures. After 10 days of rest and recovery, the ships once again set off the instruction of the chief to head for an island called Cebu, where there was a much more powerful Raja he might make contact with. With Easter approaching, the small island of Limasawa, where they planned to celebrate the holiday. Presently, they encountered a pair of large warships, which belonged to 2 Rajas from the local area on a hunting trip on the island. Magellan's slave, Enrique, suddenly realized he could understand their dialect, and he now acted as translator, with the 2 noblemen inviting Magellan's party to be their guest. Now, most people associate the word Raja with India, so it might be worth taking a quick look at the cultural history of the Indo-Pacific to get a sense of the people Magellan was with. Magellan, just like Columbus in Hispaniola 3 decades earlier, was convinced that the land he encountered in the modern Philippines in 1521 was actually the fringe of India. Ironically, far off the mark. You see, Indian trade and colonization of Southeast Asia had been going on since at least 300 BC, with references to Indonesian sea states in its literature, such as the romance story where the hero Rama set out in search of his lost bride Sita. 2 major empires had an extensive aristocracy, that is to say, America, their sophisticated culture, religion, and became fashionable, with the Indian language anchor among the thousands of indigenous cultures that now adopted those customs and titles for themselves. By virtue of a solid trade network that extended from India to China in the 6th century AD, many of these Indianized chiefdoms became powerful dynasties in their own right and traders and colonizers eventually began to settle in Sumatra and soon enough began to exert their influence in turn, putting their own Islamized candidates for kingship and then establishing sultanates throughout the region. At the time of arrival in 1521, most of modern Indonesia had become Muslim, while the East retained a Hindu Buddhist culture. So the Rajas that Magellan met in the Philippines were nominal vassals of the current Majapahit Empire, ruling from its capital in Java, and they were busy warding off rival Muslim sultans from the west, who were expanding their own territories into Borneo, as well as parts of the Spice Islands of Maluka. Over the next few years, the Majapahits would themselves be overthrown by the Muslim Demak Sultanate, and the Hindu influence that used the Indonesian islands for over 1,000 years to only a few small outposts, which still retains a strong Hindu culture to this day. On Easter Sunday, day 1521, Magellan and his company ascended a large hill where they held mass at the cross, claiming these newly discovered islands, today known as the Philippines, for God and Spain. Rajas who hosted him were intrigued by the ceremony and took an interest in the religion of these foreigners. Many long conversations were had, with Magellan and one of the Rajas even exchanging bonds of brotherhood. It seems that this inspired some kind of renewed religious zeal, and like the previous Raja, his new brother ended his travel to the much larger trading hub of Cebu, where he might find a ready supply of both converts and trade concessions, as well as a cheap source of gold. Apparently, during the conference, other commanders counseled him to ignore Cebu and instead sail south to the Maluka, their whereabouts, literally only a week's sailing away. But as usual, Magellan's local warlord, Raja Bumarotten, was similarly impressed by both the Europeans' peculiar religion and a demonstrated weaponry, such that within a week of his arrival, Magellan's chaplain had not only baptized the Raja and his queen, but hundreds of locals who followed suit. The new Raja now got the idea of taking advantage of the work by suggesting to him that the neighbouring island of Mactan were not only resistant to joining the true faith, they openly mocked. Indignant, Magellan set fire to a number of their villages, and when its Raja, Lapu-Lapu, showed up in hostile array, Magellan, full of the Holy Spirit and keen to show off, told his host to stand by and watch as he wiped the floor with these unbelievers. appearance of this European braggart must have infuriated Cebu and King Bulaban, or Don Carlos as he was now called, because Lapu-Lapu now had a significant casus belli against him and would prove to be an ongoing headache. So while the new captains were licking their wounds and reviewing Magellan's last will and testament, they received an invitation to attend a banquet at the king's assistance they might need following the tragic loss of their leader, as well as to gift them royal jewels as a present to be given to the King of Spain. Magellan's will included a provision for the emancipation of his young slave Enrique. Independence they placed on him as an interpreter saw the captains deny this most important of clauses, and they insisted on his remaining in servitude until a later date when his services might no longer be required. Obviously, Enrique didn't take this news of dual servitude well, and it seems that when he was sent to the king to confirm their intent at the banquet, Enrique had a few things he needed to get off his chest. We don't know what then, whether Enrique convinced the king that the Spanish crown, or indeed Will thought he should make a goodwill gesture to now angry neighbour Lapu-Lapu, but when the officer, observing from the deck of their ships and shocked at of their key officers, the crew aboard the ships decided to depart with due haste, so they weighed anchor and got out while the goings good. As they sailed away, they saw Enrique waving bon voyage over the Spaniards, and along with them, his ongoing slavery. The first human history to circumnavigate the globe would go to enslave rather than some office European aristocrat. History sure can have them. Anyway, the ships now made their way southwest, but with just over 100 men left alive, there were not enough hands to man all three ships, so the Concepcion was set alight and scuttled, while the shaken crew and villagers scattered throughout the archipelago, where they usually received ready assistance with supplies. They encountered a well-established pearling industry and plantations of cinnamon, sandalwood, nutmeg, ginger, pepper, and other spices that suggested they were getting close. Italian scribe Pigafetta, in his diary, depicts the idyllic lifestyles of the various communities they came across, noting with interest their curious adornments and peculiar rituals, such as penis piercings, a practice which had also been observed among Mesoamerican cultures thousands of kilometers away. Apparently, happy life lies even among native people. Described as being dark as Ethiopians, robes and gold from their trade with China. The ships also began to encounter occasional Muslim communities the further south, particularly fascinated by the widespread practice of chewing betel leaf, a peculiar and addictive custom still persists there to this day. To their discredit, but in a notable engagement, the Spaniards defeated this naval force and even captured their commanding prince, During the Philippine archipelago, the crew of the Victoria and Trinidad grieving at the loss of the captain, Magellan, and the betrayal of Raja like his qualities. The crew became increasingly dissatisfied and they removed him from command under Sebastian Elcano, who till now had remained in the shadows for pretty much the entire voyage. Being a competent and experienced merchant navy captain who had got into some legal trouble over an unauthorized sale of one of his. You see, during the conflict, ships were viewed as potential military vessels, unappropriate government approval. But Elcano, at the time, was in debt financiers and was obliged over his ship as collateral to them. Fortunately, he was through his participation, but being a Spaniard and expressing a personal dislike of Magellan, one of the reasons for uprisings against Magellan was the complete secrecy of the voyage. He typically lands, and the source of his predictions, which led many of the officers to went along. His paranoia harsh demands of the crew distanced them from him further. And the that Delgado was one of those unassuming but experienced sailors who knew much until he became prominent, but not before pretty much every other ranking officer had died. Nevertheless, he and Gomez de Espinosa, now sharing command of the Victoria and Trinidad, eventually island hopped their way to the motherlode of clone production alternate of Tidor in November of 50, where they were warmly greeted by Sultan Al-Mansur, who readily offered them a trade agreement and alliance with Spain as pressure from a rival warlord in the Tate Sulawesi and cousin had long made his home years ago, and from whom Magellan knew the location of the Spice Islands. It turned out that Francisco Serrao had died at roughly, so the two old friends actually meet up. But they were so close and only a week's sailing. Had Magellan decided to stick to his mission rather than meddle in Cebu politics, the two would have embraced in a historic occasion of East-West conjunction, about which songs and paintings would no doubt have been long celebrated. But it was not to be, and fortunately for the Spaniards, the Tidor Sultan was more than happy to ally himself with Spain to offset the alliance that Ternate had with Portugal. It wasn't long before a Portuguese agent found out about their arrival and made his way over to parley with the Spanish. Apparently, the Sultan over in Ternate was also unhappy about his alliance with the Portuguese and was seriously considering switching sides himself. There was a rumor that he had fallen out with Serrao and actually had him poisoned. So to hunt them down and destroy them. The race was now on to get out of town before they hastily packed their ships to near bursting all the clothes they could stuff into their holds. The two captains now discussed their options. Gomez de Espinosa wanted to return to Spain by the Pacific route, claiming that those were the orders they were actually given at the outset of the voyage, while Carr proposed heading southwest instead, deep in Africa, keeping well away from Portuguese-patrolled sea lanes. Both options entailed sailing long stretches of open ocean with little opportunity for resupply, but as they couldn't agree, they decided to part company and take their chances, each to his own. So men disliked either option and chose to remain in paradise, Portuguese prison, rather than starving to death on the deck, including a dozen or so Malayans who the Sultan pressed into their service. Tons of clothes, the Trinidad began taking on dock to repair the damage. The Victoria, the second smallest ship of the original squadron, carried her weight well and now made her way gradually southward. By a friendly local along softened tinted forests, pygmy-like tribesmen who lived underground, often cannibals, and even an island of Amazons that kill any man who comes near. Like the Argonauts of ancient Greece, through this tropical labyrinth of timeless secrets, until they eventually struck out into the Indian Ocean and headed passing only within several hundred kilometres of Australia. Might have stopped for rest and supplies had they been just a little closer. But ever southward and reaching the 42nd parallel, the freezing crew maintained the latitude but ran into westerly breezes that required some indeed the cold and the weather as supplies dwindled and all there was left to eat, rainwater. Unsurprisingly, scurvy again ravaged the crew, and several sailors begged a more democratic leader than his unfortunate predecessors, and the crew decided in favour of keeping their honour and pushing on to complete the mission. But, at good hope, impossible headwinds held them up for weeks and forced the decision to head close to shore, risking either being on the dangerous reefs along the identity and land them in prison. Authorities scrambled to impound the vessel. Elkanah calls to shove off, leaving 13 sailors stranded on the dock, who were soon rounded up by the governor and imprisoned. Having escaped the clutches of the Portuguese authorities on the Cape Verde Islands, 18 surviving men left aboard the Victoria. It wasn't a case of their making a simple beeline up the coast of Africa. You see, the various wind patterns that exist because of the Coriolis effect create a consistent gyre of air currents that circulate clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern. This means that the prevailing winds at the location of the islands, degrees north of the equator, would be head on and out to the west. Portuguese navigators and then ride the clockwise as they become the southwesterlies that would now be at their backs as they approach the Iberian coast. This turn of the breeze confidence and predict the likely wind direction based solely on their latitude. So it was that the Victoria had one last broad loop to sail before finally making its way through San Lucar de Barrameda and up the Guanajuato. But not before the exhausted and emaciated survivors managed to fire off a cannon salvo to salute their monarch. And meanwhile, the poor old Trinidad, back in Tidor, took months to repair and sailed off north in search of favourable westerly winds that might take them back to the American coast before the Pacific finally showed its true capacity for violence, and they were hounded by a relentless storm for weeks that forced them to head back to safety. They returned only to find the Portuguese had occupied their former holdings and ravished by scurvy in their failed Venosa surrendered to the occupiers with the goods and cargo seized and jailed indefinitely. Their hapless Portuguese agent was taken outside and summarily executed for treason. Only 4 of the 50 or so men of the Trinidad made it back alive. While Trinidad was awaiting its fate, Elkanah, back in Seville, was busy with a short letter to King Charles, briefly lining their journey, their suffering and sacrifices, the lamentable death of spreading the Christian faith, and the capture of their core, the king, to rescue them, and their readiness to trade under Spanish protection. Nowhere in his account did Elkanah mention himself or brag about the staggering voyage he commanded to successfully return home, albeit battered and shattered. He did, however, mention and honours for himself the inner circle at court. The release of the vicinity, those last 4 members of the Trinidad, of the original 270 crew members, made it back to Spain alive, along with 4 Moluccans who were keen to meet the king. A subsequent mission to capitalise on their newfound trade route, known as the Loaiza expedition, in which Elkanah once again volunteered to participate, ended in complete disaster, with Elkanah dying at sea arrested by a Portuguese patrol, and eventually they were returned home in now the second circumnavigation of the globe, with one of the crew, Hans von Aken, having been aboard the ship, now being the first man to circumnavigate. It should be said that the cargo of cloves brought back by the Victoria, when full costs were accounted for, astonishingly turned a significant profit, given the extraordinary price of spice on the open European market, such that in cash terms, the men and the surviving sailors rich enough through their share of the profits to return. Of course, the loss of almost 90% of the crew through the horrors of starvation, disease, and battle is hardly an achievement worth celebrating, but such a casualty rate was typical of the golden age of sail until the 1770s, when Englishman James Cook proved that dietary supplementation of fresh fruit, vegetables, malt, and sauerkraut could reduce the death rate to virtually zero. So, what can we say about the legacy of Magellan and the circumnavigation of the globe in his intrepid and heroic crew? Interesting, Elcano, being a commoner as well as a vast national, was given a cold shoulder by the Castilian court, as such an incredible enterprise, proving the sphericity and dimensions of the globe through circumnavigation, were considered honoured fit only for a gentleman, instead of lording a peasant life. Nevertheless, Magellan's image too continued to suffer from the ongoing inquest into his harsh conduct that's tarnished his reputation in the eyes of the crown and ordinary Spaniard. It didn't help that he was himself Portuguese rather than Spanish, for which his original homeland condemned him as a traitor of the highest order. Indeed, the rivalry between the two now accelerated in earnest, with control of lucrative outposts throughout Southeast Asia, escalating the already volatile and placing the indigenous culture and long residing Hindu states in the region of the South Pacific. In their entirety to Portugal and the Philippine archipelago eventually make their way to Acapulco, then overland via Mexico, a safer and eventually more efficient than the Southwest Passage of Magellan. Spain and its indigenous people. The Italian scribe who gave us the most comprehensive voyage would go on his precious journal in several languages, travel through Europe and becoming liberty before returning home to Florence to a life of the painstaking daily measurements taken during the voyage. A single entry in the ship's date of their arrival on the Cape Verde Islands be a day later than the local navigators travelling westwards, known as the circumnavigator's paradox, would accumulate a one-day offset to the days, effectively degrees traversed, while those travelling east one day relative to their starting point. A concept explored in Jules Verne's entertaining novel around in one country. The explosion of the spice trade saw the emerging social and economic order in Europe, with ever emphasis on venture capitalism. Mercantile trade now became ever smaller and well connected. This mercantilism, final Protestant individualism, and a gradual diminishing of church power as intellectuals began promoting the merits of humanism and the separation of church and state. The collapse of Islamic control of Oriental trade routes, both the ancient Silk Road and the maritime Indian Ocean networks that produced incredible wealth and financed their wars against Christian Europe. By the 1700s, the Islamic world would be a mere shadow of its former glory, as Portuguese, Spanish, and increasingly the Dutch and English rivaled entire nations in their economic and political influence. It was in every sense the rise of the oligarch, the real power brokers in world affairs that would set in very day. Imagine for a moment living in 16th century Europe. Continuous wars, famines, and the Black Death had so traumatized the ordinary person that they scarcely had the courage to venture out of their own village. Superstition and the church was itself being rent apart by scandals and Protestant revolution. Roman invaders were seemingly unbeatable as they pressed into the Balkans and Eastern Europe and into the Mediterranean. Christian princes, when not fighting amongst themselves, were desperately trying to contain the threat of Islam. I wonder if it was possible to bypass the Levant and go around the long way straight to the source, and thus cut out the profiteering middleman. Stolen. The idea began to gain traction, and a number of intrepid seamen from the Kingdom of Portugal took the challenge of venturing out into the Atlantic Ocean and probing their way down the great unknown coast of Africa. Eventually, breaking through into the Indian Ocean made wide open for direct trade. Others proposed going west and found America just waiting there to be exploited. September 2022 marks the 500th anniversary of one such voyage of exploration conceived by Portuguese dreamer who had the unshakable belief to get to India via an as yet undiscovered southwest passage that would afford an easy shortcut to Asia. On his journey, he would be both right and wrong many times, and ultimately take one share with your friends, and be sure to check out the excerpts, merch, and resources on our Facebook and web pages. I encourage you to visit, like, and leave a comment, and as always, thanks for watching. Christopher Columbus, wily Italian business agent and opportunist, writing to his paisano, the Florentine astronomer at Rothschild'S, picking his brain about the proposition he made some years ago to the Portuguese king Alfonso V. Despite Archipelago Island, modern island in the east of modern Indonesia. Toscanelli was a and the philosopher Marsilio Ficino, academics, devoted to rediscovering lost Greek and Roman scientific possession of the travelogue and maps of first century Greek geographer Strabo. With the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, the long-established trade links bringing exotic goods into Europe via the Silk Road suddenly became closed, and the scramble was now on to find alternative routes to the exotic textile, porcelain, and spice markets of Asia. There's a common misconception that most Europeans at the time still believed the Earth to be flat, but historians of science have clearly shown that there was scarcely a Christian scholar in the Middle Ages who did not acknowledge the Earth's sphericity and even know its approximate circumference. They maintain that, at least since the works of Eratosthenes in 240 BC, who calculated the circumference of the Earth, the rough sphericity of the Earth was widely known throughout the Middle Ages of Europe. Several scholars to the 19th century opponents of evolutionary theory, as well as biographers of Columbus, shall we say, Gregory, made their way into school textbooks and generations of all but in its size. Several writers, such as Rabbi, used the system of measurement known as the Arabic mile, which was about 25% longer than the Roman mile European measurement at the time. This estimating the width of the degree of longitude. Now, the merchant family had come into possession of a significant number of prize geography and travel. Several maps he acquired, while sailors tell us that he would maps and entrepreneurial stream led geography, astronomy, and history works, a number of which still exist, extensively covered in his handwritten margin note, where he frequently gathered even more information from sailors and merchants about the sea. We know that the map that most influenced his and Vasquez's earlier 12th century Arabella Muhammad al-Idrisi's map, drawn for the Norman king, Roger of Sicily. The desperation for mating maritime routes to the Orient. Columbus mated at 2,400 nautical miles, or just under 4.5 westward. The actual distance, nautical miles, were just under 20,000 kilometers, an enormous margin of error to be sure. Regardless, over the treacherous Atlantic Ocean. So when he made the proposition for an expedition, John II of Portugal, his naval advisors balked at the idea, and it was rejected out of hand. Again, not because they believed he was wrong about the project in principle, but because they correctly assessed his calculations as being only a quarter of the actual distance. They fully understood that the technology and logistics of the time made it a virtual suicide mission. The case was definitely closed, with the subsequent penetration in 1488 of Bartolomæus around the southern tip of Africa, the first European to demonstrate that a maritime route east was possible. Columbus was laughed out of court, and Portugal rubbed its hands at the prospect of a maritime trade fleet to the east, bypassing the Arabs. Dejected, Columbus packed up his gear and headed to Castile, which was busy mopping up the last of the Islamic strongholds in its ongoing reconquista against the Moors. Isabella I of Castile and Ferdinand II of Aragon had just unified their realms through marriage and were keen to cement their growing power with what it would provide them. So when Columbus showed up and floated his idea to her own advisors, who, like the Portuguese scholars beforehand, dismissed it as untenable for the time being. Seeing as he had put so much ancillary work into the project, however, Rob, keen to prevent Columbus from giving any urgent labour. The ambitious Italian was having none of it, however, and promptly set out for England, hoping to sell his idea there. But once again, it fell flat. He was about to set off for France to see if the French might be convinced to have a go, but Isabella summoned him back to court and finally agreed to fund the voyage, because, damn it, any risk was worth outmaneuvering their rivals, the Portuguese, who had managed to wrangle control of southern Atlantic shipping routes from them in the Treaty of Alcáçovas a few years earlier. This meant that the entire west coast of Africa, south of the Canaries, along with its adjacent Atlantic waters, was basically a Portuguese playground, and all Spanish ships now required a payment of hefty tariffs even to sail through. Brings us to 1493. On his return voyage to Europe, Columbus first docks in Lisbon harbour, strides into the Portuguese royal, and rubs King's nose in it. The king spits the dummy and accuses Castile of breaching their treaty, further advising them that these newly discovered islands now belong to Portugal, given their ownership of the Atlantic, and what's more, he sent a huge armada to secure them and sink any Spanish vessel that dares to show up. Isabella Ferdinand had neither the navy in another protracted war with Portugal, so Ferdinand tapped his own Rodrigo Borgia, now Pope Alexander VI, to intervene on their behalf, claiming that it was unfair that Portugal should get to own an entire ocean. The Pope agreed, decreeing that all lands 100 leagues west of the Azores would belong to Castile, even if it wrapped all the way around to India. negotiate shifting the goalposts a little further with a straight line passed through the eastern tip of Brazil in what would become known as the Treaty of Tordesillas. Anyway, this created an obvious problem when the two sides eventually met up on the far side of the world, where the Portuguese had established trading outposts on the Spice Islands that the Spanish claimed were actually in their Spanish insisted that the demarcation meridian of the Treaty of Tordesillas went fully around the globe, which, according to their estimation, would situate the Spice Islands firmly in their own hemisphere. But the Portuguese were indignant, and by the time it became a serious issue in 1518, the new Pope, Leo X, a Medici power broker and, moreover, a beneficiary of the Portuguese, so decreed that the anti-meridian running through Asia would be set at 17 degrees east of the Molucca Islands. It would go on to see substantial conflict and rivalry between the two powers, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Now, before all this blew up, returning back to the post-Columbus Agreement of 1494, the two sides generally accepted the opinion set by the Pope, and the Portuguese themselves soon initiated an expedition led by Pedro Alvares Cabral on a similar mission to reach India via the west, in which they sailed south from Lisbon till they reached their colony islands, then hooking around and heading directly onto the easternmost tip of the bulge of Brazil, before scouting the coast for a suitable harbour further south, where they disembarked, traded gifts with the indigenous chiefs, and then officially claimed the territory for God and King. This fortuitously accurate bumping into the easternmost promontory of South America has prompted some scholars to suggest that the Portuguese already knew about the existence of lands in the southwest Atlantic, but that they were keeping it under their hat to prevent the Spanish from getting their claws into it. In fact, there has been some suggestion that bringing back Amazonian timber, the other Catholic states of Europe, or the emerging Protestant ones, paid any heed to the Pope's treaty and completely ignored it, soon venturing out for themselves, establishing their own colonies, both in the New World to the west and Portugal, taking regular potshots at each other or otherwise conquering the various indigenous civilizations that they encountered. The reason I go into this protracted background is to demonstrate the fierce rivalry and disdain two Iberian kingdoms had for one another, which sets the baseline for the antagonism to come in the further expansion westward beyond South America by Magellan. But we'll get to that in a moment. Anyway, as the next few years went by, both the Spanish and Portuguese got busy enslaving as many of the indigenous people as they could, and plundering the adjacent countryside for gold under the forced labour system, whereby non-Christians were expected to complete exhaustion and death. See my video on Bartolomé de las Casas for a more in-depth discussion of this subject. As de Balboa heard tales of incredibly well-connected cities, so he set out in 1513 and force of arms, making his way across modern Panama until he reached what he thought was a sea, but which was, in fact, the Pacific Ocean. Having divested the regional natives of their wealth and frequently also their lives back to Spain of this sea, which prompted discussion entire was astronomical. And if Portugal would secure a viable trade route to the source, become wealthy beyond the nation. So, 1503, legendary naval commander Afonso de Albuquerque had managed to ally and assist the Hindu king Cochin to secure his rule on the southeast coast of India against his Muslim rivals, for which the Portuguese were granted favourable trade rights and outposts in these Indian lands, the foundation for the Portuguese maritime trading empire to come. Trading enormous amounts of pepper and activities then spread to discover the source of the cinnamon trade. By 1507, they had built a series of forts along the entire African coast, blockaded the Muslim trade routes into the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, and brought Islamic merchant shipping to its knees. Embassies were meanwhile sent further east, significant potential partners such as Malacca and even of these, Malacca, a natural bottleneck in the flow of goods from the regional trade hub, with a diverse and cosmopolitan population, comprised as well as immigrants and merchants from all over the Orient that traded in everything from silks and porcelain to spices and firearms. The King of Portugal was keen to curry favour with the Sultan of Malacca and made overtures of friendship and alliance if they would be allowed a trade concession in the city along with Chinese, Hindu and Muslim. However, the embassy's initially more welcome was certainly disgruntled Muslim merchants who convinced the Sultan that the Portuguese were actually their enemy, and as a Muslim, he was duty bound not only to reject their embassy, but to attack them. Consequently, mayhem and a hasty withdrawal back to India. The diplomatic insult was a Dean 11, and soon after, Portugal, such that Malacca became a new base. Portugal projected its power into the deep Pacific. Eventually, West Magellan, like a noble, had entered the Portuguese. By 25, he was in India and participant in Portuguese outposts of course for the next 8 years, fighting in a number of cities, including the battle that effectively crushed the Islamic and Allied navy, opening the way for eventual European domination of the Orient. The failed set up a home for him, taking advantage of the knowledge this European might share with him. Sedal never forgot his mission, however, writing to Magellan vacation and the political situation of the Spice Islands in our full home. Now, with this new intelligence on the Spice Islands arriving from Sedal, as well as the recent reports coming in of a great Western Sea beyond Panama by Balboa, Magellan began earnest lobbying of the Portuguese king for an expedition down the south coast of America to search for a passage around malaria-infested jungles of Panama would take years for the Spaniards to establish roads and most of South America. They might justifiably claim it under the terms of their previous Treaty of Alcáçovas, which was a contentious claim given the recent papal pronouncement of the Meridian of Tordesillas, granting everything west of it to Spain. But it was unclear whether this decree superseded part of it. The Portuguese certainly considered the Atlantic Ocean as their exclusive backyard, and as the old saying goes, possession is 9/10 of the law. At least that was Magellan's take on it. Explorers had already made it down to the Rio de la Plata, near modern-day Buenos Aires. Magellan was confident that the elusive cape was not the 40th, if parallel. If they could pull it off, Portugal controlled both the eastern and western shipping lanes, choke off Spanish pretensions to the Spice Islands for decades, and the monopoly on exotic oriental trade via both the east and west would make Portugal a superpower. In any case, by now, the Portuguese had already established quite a stranglehold on trade and shipping along the eastern route and thence throughout the Indian Ocean. So King Manuel I saw no need to waste further resources and risk unnecessary antagonism of both the Spanish and the Pope when they were already so comfortably entrenched. So he waved off Magellan's endless badgering a number of times and torpedoed any possibility of entertaining his expedition. Clearly frustrated, Magellan went on leave without formal approval, which only served to worsen his standing at court. His appointments and pay dried up, and he was left with no support and few friends who had the patience for his persistent hustling of the king in Lisbon. So he smacked the brutality, and in 1517, along with a cosmographer and mapmaker of some repute, Ferdinand, who leapt at the opportunity to use the intelligence network and experience of one of the few Europeans who had ever been to Southeast Asia. Toledo's hunch was right. The Spanish would not only save themselves necessary toil, muddy jungles of Panama, but also bypass the naval checkpoints and expensive tariffs that would be levied by their rivals on the southern African route. Moreover, time that the Spanish had benefited from a servant of coming over to their side. It would make their success all the sweeter. So within just 12, Charles had integrated the Tunas into the Spanish court, given them titles as commanders of the Order of Santiago, and raised them to the rank of Recollets under the Spanish crown. In addition, Magellan had given a financial monopoly on the discovered route for a whole decade, a guaranteed appointment as governors of any discovered territories, generous tax exemptions, and a lucrative share of the profits of any spice trade established. If they could, it would potentially make them rich beyond their wildest. Just to give you a sense of how enthusiastic the agreed to personally fund the entire venture, but as he was already deeply in debt, he basically hopped the family jewels. In 1519, the 5-ship squadron of Caribs christened the Armada del Maluco at the mouth of the Guadalquivir River, and set course for Tenerife in the Canary Islands, then the southernmost holding, captained by Gaspar de Quesada, the Sabes Magellan's other cousin, and by a crew of 270 men, comprised not only of Spaniards, but significantly 40 Portuguese, 29 Italians, 17 French, and a smattering of Flemish, Greek, Irish, English, Black, Moors, and another Enrique. Valera, who was Magellan's co-captain and designated astronomer/cartographer, was one of the first Europeans to accurately portray the principles of latitude and longitude, and drew any of the charts to be used in the voyage. But lately, he appeared to have some schizophrenic psychosis. So at the last, King disqualified him from the mission, and eventually pensioned him off for services rendered to the crown. He was replaced by a new cosmographer, San Martin, and joined by another civilian, the Venetian scholar Antonio Pigafetta, who would act as personal secretary to Magellan, and whose meticulous diary gives us the most substantial surviving record of the entire voyage. All trade and financial transactions would be managed by Juan de Cartagena, skipper of San Antonio, who stepped into Valero's vacancy captain and CFO. Now, I keep the word Spain as if it were an established entity, but in reality, despite the unification by marriage of the two dominant kingdoms of Castile and Aragon in 1469, the truth of it that at the time there was still a substantial autonomy within the Iberian kingdoms, such that this voyage was essentially viewed as a Castilian venture. And yet, a significant number of crew in the Spanish contingent were Basque nationals, including Juan Sebastián Elcano, a talented merchant sea captain who was in a spot of legal trouble. We'll get to him later. Indeed, these Catalonians did not speak the Castilian difficulties in communication at times. In fact, some sources note that there were more Portuguese and Basques aboard proportionately than there were Castilians, despite it being nominally a Castilian project. In any event, as crew members of the varying nationalities preferred to serve together aboard the same vessel, which presented a greater potential risk of mutiny. The Spanish in the royal court were deeply suspicious of Magellan, his being Portuguese, and they resented his leadership of the mission despite his obvious experience, and made no secret of their disdain for this secretive Portuguese interloper. No sooner had they docked in Tenerife to top up supplies than Magellan received an urgent dispatch from his father-in-law, warning him that the Spanish captains of the other vessels were planning a mutiny, and that the king, well informed by his own spy network, would live destroy it and arrest him. So, burdened with the threat of both internal and external enemies, he played his cards closely, distributed the crews to a more agreeable complement, as well as planting trumpets and Portuguese sailors. All of them. Then he resumed his sail on the coast of Africa, against the ardent advice of the other captains, anticipating that the Portuguese would not expect him to be stupid enough to venture into their coastal waters. The gamble paid off, and as they progressed steadily south, past the Cape Verde Islands and a mountain known as Leone, part of the peninsula on the coast, and which its Portuguese discoverer, Pedro de Sintra, heard the mighty roar of lion. The name stuck, and today the entire country, Sierra Leone. Anyway, as they approached him, they experienced continuous rain for 2 entire months of stay, until they eventually drifted into the southwest edward, carrying them westwards to the Brazilian coast. The Atlantic Ocean crossing saw Magellan's small squadron into a storm's lasting several weeks, and the ship's scribe, Pigafetta, relates how during a particularly violent storm one night, they were relieved to witness St. Elmo's fire burning brightly at the many times the holy body of waters, that is, St. Elmo, and in a storm, among others, which we suspended in the darkest night, showed themselves on top of the largest cage of such splendor that it looked like a burning torch, and stayed there for more than 2 hours, which was of so great a consort that we wept for consolation. When he wanted to leave from there, he threw so bright a splendor into our eyes that for half a quarter of an hour we remained as blind, shouting mercy because we thought we were lost, but the sea soon became fearful. Now, St. Elmo's fire was a phenomenon observed by sailors since ancient times, and consisted of the sudden appearance during storms or unsettled weather of a bluish purple flame-like glow atop masts or at the end of yarn arms. The glow would disappear as mysteriously as it appeared, and was interpreted by sailors as the presence of St. Elmo guarding from danger during the storm. Its departure would be associated, as in this case, with the easing of the tempest. The phenomenon is caused by the increase in atmospheric electrical activity that occurs when cloud and other gas particles become charged through the friction of atoms in the air. This friction causes the otherwise neutral gas, water atoms, to become highly energized or ionized, which generates a huge voltage differential between the clouds and the ground field. When these charges become extreme, the atoms suddenly shed their outer electrons to release this excess energy in the form of lightning, which turns scientists call plasma, as both light and extreme heat are transmitted during the discharge of the electrical energy to the ground. In a less charged area of the field, pointed objects, such as the protruding masts of ships, concentrate the energy of the field somewhat locally. A less intense energy occurs been observed to present any danger of fire or and Tesla demonstrated its relatively experiments at Colorado in 1899, where the wings of butterflies were seen to have been unobserved the phenomenon while at anchor in the Rio de Plata. St. Elmo's fire derives its century Christian martyr, Erasmus of Elmo, or Telmo, of the Italian city of Formia in about 300 AD, in the reign of Roman Emperor Diocletian, a notorious persecutor of Christians. He soon fled to Lebanon, where he reigned in solitude for 7 years. Apocryphal stories tell us that he was attended and fed by a black rat. Eventually, an angel appears to him and chastised him for abandoning his journey by road. He was intercepted by soldiers at a checkpoint where he admitted his identity and whereupon he was sent to Antioch to stand trial before Diocletian. During the trial, he was severely tortured and thrown, but again the angel appeared and led him to an escape. He now continued on his way through Lycia in modern Turkey, where he went on quite a baptism spree and converted many people to Christianity. At one time, he was preaching before a crowd when a lightning bolt caused and carried on speaking while the crowd cowered in fear and the ground smoldered around him. It wasn't long before his proselytizing to the Western Roman Emperor Maximian, who despised Christians even more than Diocletian. Once again, Bishop Elmo was arrested and led towards a pagan temple for humiliation. But the statue as he passed them by, and when they got to them, erupted into flames, preventing their entry. Furious, Maximian had him bound and sealed in a barrel that was lined by spikes, and then rolled him down a hill. But an angel instantly healed his wound, and he emerged unscathed. This time, the emperor had him flogged, smothered in tar, and then set alight. Again, the guardian angel put out the flames, and Bishop Erasmus was starting to look like a 4th century unkillable Rasputin. Frustrated and hoping he could starve him to death, Erasmus was thrown into prison, but the angel not only fed him, but also arranged his escape once more. He was recaptured soon after because he couldn't help preaching to whomever came his way, and this time the emperor had him tied to a table and disemboweled him with an iron hook tied to a windlass, which wound up the bishop's intestines on a spool, finally ending his life in Illyria in modern-day Croatia. These apocryphal stories of the patron saint of sailors, who were not only adept at using the windlass, but vulnerable to flames and lightning on their tar-covered wooden ships.